never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking hell.
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And the pitch. And that one hit high and deep into right center. Martinez going back. Still going back. He looks. It's gone. Far into the Rangers bullpen. Home run, Rowdy Tellez. He gives Texas a 2-0 lead.
And just when you had the final shovel of dirt on the Texas Rangers season, they go and do something like that. Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Monday edition with the entire morning family back together again. Sean Sharif, you know Bobby Belt from last week. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back, and the return of Ralph James Choppy from his golf trip in Michigan.
It's early. It's early.
Oh, it's early this morning?
Yeah, it's early.
What time are you sleeping in there every day?
It depends on the round. If we had an early round, obviously not. Some days woke up at like 5:30. Some days I woke up at 10:30.
Is that a euphemism? If you had an early round that morning?
Might be, but no.
Yeah, I could tell your sleep rhythm had changed when last night I said, we go with our 8 p.m. fantasy draft, and Choppy goes, oh, crap, I forgot about that. I will probably be passed out.
I was like, man, I don't know if I'm going to make it. I was hoping to get to bed early because, there was nothing. What do you want? What was on last night? There was nothing on, right? So I was hoping that I'd get to bed early, but I stayed up for that thing. Thankfully, it was speedy.
Yeah.
43 minutes.
So I got Caleb Williams like 3 picks after my first quarterback because I ran out of time kicking myself.
I was wondering, but I didn't want to question you, Sean. I was like, you know what? He won last year.
Yeah.
I give him all the credit.
Yeah, I was not happy about that whatsoever. The clock. Was it 30 seconds a pick?
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Way to go.
Do we have 10 or 12 teams?
It's 12.
12 teams, about 45 minutes for the entire drive.
That's way to go.
Nice and swift, but I might have taken that minute and started at 7 p.m. Did we push this back because of Jared? Like, whoa, they played an afternoon game.
No,
Why are we starting this at 8 for the not award-winning morning show and our hours?
It was because Carter, Eric, and Zach do BetMGM, formerly BetQL, and that goes from, I think, 3 to 7. So they leave here at 7 o'clock. and I think Carter wanted to be able to make it home and all that, but no love for the morning
It sounds
show.
like tough for them, and they should just have to draft from the station here at 7 o'clock if I was them. But
Or
I'm disappointed
7:30.
I didn't know this was the draft night because I didn't get an opportunity to pay anybody to start the quarterback run to piss off Peyton.
Well, I started it and finished it with Caleb Williams.
You started it?
No, I don't know. I took Mahomes.
I wish they would do put your name up there instead of the team name because I never know who's picking who.
Yeah.
But I found out Peyton stole about 9 of my guys.
I know. I was
Every single time because I was the pick after. I was 2 after Peyton.
I was sandwiched between a-holes who also read Matthew Berry's fantasy preview. Half the teams in the league are either making fun of Rowdy Tellez, and the other half are making fun of me and my high school mixed double state championship. So I can't keep track either. Sean's Tiny Hands, Cambridge Hall of Famers, all these
Brooke
types
hits
of
the ball
things.
harder.
Brooks hits the ball. And they wouldn't even accept RJ's team name.
No, I wanted because the greater than symbol on the keyboard.
Very offensive.
It was a symbol that is not allowed because I wanted to have, and this goes back to our text fight that we had when we have a station when we talk about guests, and I was going to put Seth Greenberg greater than Brian Broaddus. Still holding on to that.
Yeah.
Still holding on to
our
that.
fight. And then the other?
The other one was Roundy Tellez.
Oh.
And they would not allow the word Tellez because I was allowed to put my team name is now Rowdy's Roundies.
So Roundy was fine.
Roundy was fine. I thought they were saying hey, look, that's fat shaming. But then it was Tellez was the problem.
Yeah. Well, Roundy and Jock and everyone else contributing to a sweep of the Cleveland Guardians. Choppy Bobby already saying the Rangers season over a few weeks ago. I was just waiting to lose another series or maybe even get swept, and they cap it off yesterday with a 5-0 win. Merrill Kelly absolutely fantastic. Rowdy putting up the Sandos and Jock Pederson as well. Merrill Kelly now with a career high, by the way, 5 pickoffs this year. That's ranked tied for 3rd in Major League Baseball. Jock's first hit of the season against a left-handed pitcher was the home run to right field. Wyatt Langford extending his on-base streak to a career-high 14 straight, and Merrill Kelly getting it done.
Did I hear that right from Bassett yesterday? Where that was first home run against the lefty since 2017?
I don't know.
A long time.
I went through was it last week you were out, or
Yeah.
I was talking about him? No, you were here for him against lefties. The number is ridiculously low, and this was the first hit of the season against a lefty.
Crazy. But look, that starting staff this weekend to go for 21 innings,
Yes,
and 1 run, or 21 plus innings and 1 run. I mean, that's you're not. First of all, you're not going to lose a game in the series if that happens, unless your bullpen completely falls apart. It didn't try to one day, but it just tremendous.
10 hits allowed, Bobby. 27 strikeouts and only 2 walks in those 21 innings.
It was great to see. It was a little too late, but it was great to see. I'm glad they finally swept the Guardians and handled things. It's frustrating. Specifically, who I'm really frustrated with right now is Wyatt Langford. Because Wyatt Langford has started hitting the ball really well, and that's the problem is that it's an encouraging thing, but there's also the aspect of this is in him. It's a little frustrating that here it's finally coming together right at the end of both seasons. Last year was the same thing as it was here.
Second-year player.
I know, but this is twice now that we've seen August is where he picks it up, and that he then hits well the last 2 months of the season. It's just would have been good to have it a little more consistency earlier in the season, because now it just feels like, all right, this is a late run. This is garbage time touchdowns.
6.5 back in the West. The Yankee fans trying to fire Aaron Boone for the 35th time this season. They finally get one against the Red Sox. So Boston leads the wild card by a game. New York is second. Then you got Seattle, Kansas City 3 back, and the Rangers 4.5 back. So you're 4.5 back in the wild card.
Yeah, and you got only you leapfrogged over Cleveland, obviously this weekend. So you have fewer teams ahead of you. You still got to leapfrog the Royals, and then you've got to get in front of another team. I mean, it's not over, but it's like you there's a lot of teams that you've got to go through. I mean, you need to have Seattle have a slump. You don't have any more games with them. You don't have any more games with Boston or New York. You got to go through those teams.
Well, and you also have to factor in Evan Carter and Marcus Semien now. Mm-hmm. It's looking like Marcus could be gone for the rest of the season.
It's 4-6. The way the time works out, I mean, the season's over in 5. So you're basically at the end of it. you're basically, and same with Evan Carter. You're basically at the end of it with both of them, and that's a problem because now you're going to go deeper into a bench that, look, quite frankly, nobody's really hitting on this team anyway. Hasn't for the long, consistent part of the year, and you lose 2 starters.
On Friday, it took 3 pitches to win the ball game. Wyatt, Seager, Jock, ending it. From the Wyatt double to the Jock walk-off, the Rangers turned a 1-run deficit into a walk-off win in 1 minute and 44 seconds. Nate Eovaldi, at least for the night, becoming baseball's ERA leader with a 1.73. Skeens with a 2.16. Abbott, Skubal, Brown. So he'll lose the status. I think he lost the status on Saturday, but he officially gained it on Friday. And then
he'll get it back. He'll get it back next start. As a key, because what'd you say, Bobby? It was 1 inning?
Yeah, it's 1 inning per game played. So he needs to stay at the pace of like an inning per game that the Rangers have played.
And then on Saturday, Gavin Dawson's favorite pitcher, Jack Leiter, with 7 innings, 0 runs, 10 strikeouts, 2 hits, no walks, arguably the best start of his entire career. The offense exploded for 10 runs on 10 hits as they shut out Cleveland and John Rocker's favorite team on the losing end of that. Did you hear that?
No.
I was playing that for people in the Cowboys press box the other day.
Los Hombres had, everyone is getting some celebrity to randomize their draft order.
Yeah.
They paid John Rocker a cameo, and he was John Rocker.
Yeah, he was as John Rocker as could be.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, really?
I'm going to have to see this.
Yeah.
I'll send it to you.
I don't know if we can play it again. Freeman with his first career home run on Saturday. Josh Young, who we identified as being a bad sign, sitting out for stretches last week. Boach came on with a KNC masterpiece and said, look, he's got to get going. He has to start playing again. He was 2 for 3 with a home run. Wyatt was 2 for 3, and the story was Leiter. First full major league season, a 3.81 earned run average. So Jack was getting his flowers over the weekend as well.
Screw you, Jared. Goodbye.
And the important thing with Leiter is, like, you go in, just going into next year. If you could find a way to get him really kind of going at the end of this year and then feel confident that he could be, obviously he's never going to be the 1 or 2, not with DeGrom and Eovaldi. But if you could feel more confident that he could be a solid 3 or 4,
yeah,
you save some money. You don't have to go buy pitching in the offseason.
Which he already has been. Like if you're talking about a guy who's 8-7 and a 3.81 ERA, to me that is a solid 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Especially given what I thought last year Jack Leiter was, which is broken. He's broken between the ears, and this isn't a future here. He's got to be a reliever or something.
And you go back and look through his game log, like there's every 6 or 8 starts, he's got a no walk day. Like where his command is really there, right? It's every 6 or 8 starts he'll get hey, he was really on, he really had his control, really had his command, was able to throw all of his pitches.
Then it's a walk-in inning.
And then it's a walk-in inning, right, after that.
It's 151 innings into his career. So it's encouraging that it's turning around already. But yeah, myself, others have probably been too quick to make up the mind on Jack Leiter and say that he is going to be XYZ or he is going to be this. When he's shown this year, he can be a good pitcher.
Now you get the Angels, so there is an opportunity right here. The Angels are 4th in the West, 8 games under 500, and they're on a 3-game losing streak, 3-7 in their last 10.
Yeah, they've lost they lost 7 of 10. Wash took a leave of absence, about a month ago. That may be done, maybe it for him. But they've got very little to play for. They're hanging on to the thinnest of hopes, and their hopes are dashed anyway. So this is one of those where you've got to win the series.
Well, they're one of the better home teams in baseball, so that's the good thing is that they are at home because the road is where the struggles have been. Because I was curious, I looked last night. That's the 4th worst road record in baseball right now in Texas. If it's not for the road, if they were anywhere close to just an average road team, they're a playoff team.
And
the White Sox are worse. The Rockies and the Pirates.
And the Rangers continue to lead the division in run differential. They lead it by over 40 runs. Houston is plus 19. Seattle's plus 22. They're 3-7 in their last 10, and the Rangers on their 3-game winning streak are plus 63.
Detroit is the only team in the Central that's got a positive run differential. Toronto is basically scoring has a half run differential of what Boston and New York have. And then here, like you said, you mentioned the Rangers are blowing everybody else away. I don't know if this is a quirk in the year with the stat. I do think run differential is a good barometer of where you are, but it just seems like this year things are thrown for a loop.
I think it speaks to you've had a shaky back end of the bullpen in a lot of ways too, and you've just had a really good pitching staff. So the days when the baseball, like when they hit, you're allowing 2 runs and scoring 10, and then the days that they lose are 2-1.
Thanks for waking up with us this Monday morning. It's always an awesome start to the week with a 6 a.m. club, our best audience of the entire show. Cowboys wrap up the preseason against Atlanta. Your star up, star down from the game. Is Joe Milton now your number 2? Bobby will tell you what he's hearing on the final roster cuts. And what did you make of Micah laying down on the trainer's table? All that on the way on the official home of the Dallas Cowboys. Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again right here on The Fan.
When sports news.
To forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Insurance.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car truck attorneys in Dallas.
They go quickly now. Here's an option and a peel out to the right by Milton. And Joe Milton strolls in and walks the dog for the touchdown.
Showing off the legs a little bit, as John Machota was speculating on Friday when he was in for RJ Choppy, who is back from Michigan. Entire morning family is together again here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Sean Sharif alongside with their insider Bobby Bell, Peyton and Aiden in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Give us your star up, star down for the Cowboys preseason finale against the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, I think star up leads off with just the receivers and some of the plays that they made. This was going to be a big night for Ryan Flanoy. It was going to be a big night for Jalen Brooks, Trayshawn Holden, like those guys needing to show up. So I think the two guys that were really fighting for spots here were Flanoy and Brooks. And the fact that they showed up like they did on special teams, that they showed up like they did within the game. Brooks had that fantastic catch. I mean, that was a great throw as well, but I mean, just an absolute great catch for the touchdown. I thought those two performed really well. And it gave you a little hope. Didn't look perfect, but it gave you a little hope for Joe Milton overall, that things had improved.
Choppy, that is where we are going to start with you and everybody on the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line, since we're making such harsh decisions and rash judgments after every preseason game. Is Joe Milton now your number 2? You heard the touchdown run. Brad Sham with the call. 10 of 18 through the air, $132, 1 touchdown, 33 yards on 4 attempts. Where does everybody stand right now on Dak Prescott's backup?
Look, do I think, like, if I had to pick one game to win, that I would pick him over Will Grier? No. I think Will Grier is, maybe better to win one game. But I think Joe is the number 2. To me,
well, what's your criteria then? If Will's going to win the one game for you, then why isn't he the 2?
For the same reason that I wouldn't want Andy Dalton or whatever as my backup. I would want, to me, I don't want safe. Safe is going to hand off. Safe is going to check down. I want somebody who can go win a game for you, not just bus drive to a game. That's how I would look at it.
Okay. I'm still going to have Will Grier as my 2. Now, look, there's a couple different factors in here. If Dak Prescott is gone for 12 games, I want Joe Milton.
Right.
I want the development. If I have a lockdown defense, which I don't think this group is going to be, I want the safe bus driver to win a 13-10 game. If I need to score a lot of points and Jameis Winston this thing up, that's my only chance to heave it all over the yard, then fine, I can get behind Joe Milton. But if it's, I'm kind of making this, you're missing Dak for weeks 13, 14, 14, 15.
13, yeah.
Who do I want for those 2 or 3 games? To me, it's Will Grier, even though it's looking like it's going to be Milton.
Will Grier or somebody not on your roster is what I would want if we're talking about you're in contention and it's late in the season. Now, the line that you've gotten from a lot of people has been sort of what Choppy's thinking about. The idea of, let's draw it to baseball analogy, for instance. You need to win one game. You remember last year how we talked about Andrew Heaney being the guy who it's like Heaney would either shut you down and strike out 9 or he'd give up 8 in the first 2 innings and be out of the game. So it's like if your options were, do you want Heaney or do you want Patrick Corbin, who's going to give up 4 regardless? And that's just what it's going to be. Which are you more comfortable in? Do you want the guy who might give you a shutdown game, but he also might give you 8? Or do you want the guy who's going to give you just, he's giving you 4? And I think at that point, I'd want just give me stability. Give me predictable. Give me whatever I know I can get behind. If you need to play catch up with the team, if you're going to play a shootout team that scores 40 points like we're talking about here, maybe Milton's the call. But I think you're taking a big shot on something that's not likely to happen.
That's a fair analogy with the baseball because, that's what it is. I could really make Will Grier's floor and ceiling might be the exact same.
Yeah, he's just a platform.
His floor and ceiling might be a 4. Whereas Joe might be an 8 and he might be a 1.
A negative one.
And a negative one. You don't know. But and I think it also depends on the team you're playing. Are you playing a good team? Playing a good team, like you're playing who they got late in the year? They have Buffalo late in the year?
I don't remember how the schedule stacks up with Buffalo.
Anybody, Detroit, Green Bay, wherever. You got a good team, I would rather start Joe. You're going to need to score.
Here's the problem, too, though, is that you've
So, Bobby, just to clear things up, because I thought you were Team Milton. You've been saying it will be Joe, but if it's 3 or 4 games Dak out, you think it should be Greer.
I think it will be Milton. In terms of you need to win. If playoffs are on the line, if some sort of outcome is on the line, it's enough games where you feel like your season can still be saved as long as you get through that patch. Yes, you want Greer. If it's 10 weeks that he's out, throw Milton.
Do all 3 make the roster?
I think Greer gets cut initially.
Do you think he'll clear the practice squad?
Well, he's vested veteran, so he'd get cut, and then he doesn't have to clear waivers. It just depends on if they can boomerang him back, but I think they would boomerang him
He can
back.
have a beer with Ben DiNucci in the airport.
There you go.
Yeah.
Wear those dumb upside-down hats. That's what they can do, too. Star up to Deuce Vaughn.
Well, so you're done with the quarterback point?
Yeah, that was it.
Okay. What are the Tolos saying on the fan text?
817 says, yes, Joe is number 2. If your starting QB goes down, you're effed. 972, Greer is better for a couple games. Milton is better for half the year. And a 214 says it should be Will Greer.
Brian Schottenheimer on how Joe Milton played in this one after giving himself D's and C's in the first 2.
Yeah, I thought he did a nice job. I think, got off to a good start. He was having fun. He used his legs. That's something that you guys probably saw in the scrimmage over the last couple of days back in Frisco. He was using his legs a little bit more. That was great to see. Beautiful throw to JB on the go ball. And, he looked a lot more comfortable and settled tonight.
You mentioned Flanoy, John Machota. He was highlighting him on Friday. I was waiting for my guy Trayshawn Holden to get all the love, but Machota was like, no, I really think Flanoy. So Bobby gave him a star up. You talked about the Jalen Brooks 29-yard touchdown catch from Joe Stanback. I thought Stanback has done a nice job on the TV broadcast, by the way. He said, notice the air and the touch that he's starting to show week through week. Weeks before, it'd be a line drive laser. Milton gave a quote last week he would have loved after practice in Frisco. He goes, I don't think I throw the ball hard. If you can't catch my footballs, you shouldn't be in the league. It's very Chuck Norrisy right there.
I like that.
Yeah.
See, I like that because he's right. I mean, if you can't get on my level.
Yeah.
We are uncommon men among uncommon men. Like, let's go.
What Joe forgot to include is if you need go gadget arms to catch one of his out routes near the sideline. We continue with star up, star down.
Yeah, look, I think Deuce Vaughn deserves a start. I thought he looked really good in this game. The fact that he opened the game carrying the ball was interesting to me with Jaden Blue back. But I thought he was really good on maximizing his opportunities, maximizing what he could pick up. That was all really encouraging to me. And so I think that his best case to try and make a case for sticking on the roster or at least ending up on somebody else's roster, I think he put that out there because I thought in general that was a pretty impressive performance from him on Friday.
James Houston, for me, he's my preseason favorite of the defensive players. Had another sack. He had a tackle for loss on a reverse that Atlanta tried. Kamon Hall with a third down breakup. So he flashed again. He's had a couple nice moments in the preseason games. Mozzie with a tackle for loss. Now he was completely unblocked on
That's how he gets those.
on a 3rd and 1. And then Jaden Blue, Eric Chiafalo declared, that's it. It's over. May have played in my drafting of Jaden Blue last night late in our 105 through the fan selection process, but he had a little burst for 13, ended it with a touchdown where he ran through a tackle to make it 14-0, and Chio said, that's it. I've seen enough. He's got the juice. He's got the burst. He needs to be the running back.
It was good. It was good. Look, I mean, he hasn't been on the football field in a while, so you're kind of limited in what you can tell, what you can see, but I didn't see anything there that told me like I got to start Jaden Blue.
Here's the problem. Like I haven't seen any, and I'm not debating running back right now. I just haven't seen anything from Miles Sanders or Javonte Williams to say no, it can't be Jaden Blue.
Right, but I think that if you're talking about just because you haven't seen anything in general, I think the coaching staff probably goes, well, let's get him geared up then and stick with veterans for now then, if that's the case. Because, like, for instance, I don't know that it's a guarantee Jaden Blue is even active for game 1. Like I think that he'll be one of the guys that they're considering having an active for that game. But overall, it was
interesting.
It was fine. He was fine. He hasn't played football in a while. I think another guy who's played really, really well in this game, Shamar James, was really good at linebacker. The fact that he got the interception, he contributed on just about every special team. He made some good plays in the run defense. You need good players on that second level to make sure that your run defense is going to be good, because you don't feel like you've got much in the middle right now.
Who are your active running backs on week 1?
Probably Sanders, Williams, Lipke, probably those 3.
I also had Elijah Clark with a star up, third down tackle, had a tackle for loss earlier in the game. Aubrey hit a 64-yard bomb. His career long is 65. And then Perion Winfrey with a sack on the ground that he was still able to register on third down.
Yeah, I think Perion Winfrey is going to be somebody who...
That's a big boy.
Yeah, when you're talking about guys 51 to 55, I think Perion Winfrey's in there. And they're going to have to figure something out about where exactly he fits in.
Bobby's going to tell you what he's hearing about the roster, who's in and who's out after Brian Schottenheimer's post-game speech after his first technical Cowboy win.
Hey, real quick. Hey, winning's supposed to be fun. That's right. Winning's supposed to be fun. Why? You put all this hard work, effort into it. Winning's supposed to be fun. We want you guys to celebrate. That's the way this locker room's going to feel every time we win. Yes, sir. Now we go. Congratulations. Good win. Preseason's over. They feel me? Yeah. Okay. Enjoy it. Okay. Again, some big decisions coming up. Love all you guys. Every single one of you guys. Love y'all. Okay. Let's pray.
All right, Bob. We know that the cutdown day is right around the corner. You and Broadus were going back and forth on the text chain last night. We also know Lael Collins has been released. So no LC return as it stands right now. What else are you hearing about the roster?
I think it's heavy on the defensive line. I think they're going to carry plenty of defensive line. I think they're going to be heavier on defense than they are on offense to start. I think Mozzie's probably on. So there's been, he was firmly on the bubble. He's been on there. I think heading into this game, he was out. I think he was on the outside, but it's...
You think he did enough in this game?
I think it's more...
Is he on because you're hanging on to the draft capital or because he's earned it with his play?
I think when you look at the fact that they're trying to identify what they have at defensive tackle, what they have at other positions, I think as they go through the numbers game, they're looking at it and going, it's not necessarily that he's like super earned it. It's just he's also not worked his way off. Like there's not enough guys that have earned it behind him in terms of to sacrifice that position. Because in large part, you're just looking for numbers at positions. So it's like, I know heading into it, I need 8. I could have 8 really good performing receivers. I'm not carrying 8 receivers. A bunch of you guys are getting cut. And so I think for them, when they just look at these are the numbers we need on the defensive line, it's like some of these guys, they didn't do enough to replace what Mozzie did. So Mozzie may not have been great. He played okay at times the other night. He also got double teamed and blown off the ball a couple different times. But I think that Mozzie Smith is on. Did you guys see Taco Charlton yesterday, by the way, going off about Mozzie? He goes, stop comparing my situation to Bros. He's still got plenty of time to turn it around. I was released early because a coach didn't like my personality, and I made a stupid tweet. They're going to give him time. So Taco says, not even the same.
What was Taco's tweet?
Taco's making something up. That's not why he was cut. Taco was cut for 2.5 years of bitching and moaning.
But what was the tweet?
I don't even remember what he's talking about. That's what I'm saying. He tweeted a bunch back when I remember he used to tweet and get people bent out of shape with the way he did it. But I think Mozzie's on. I don't see. I know a lot of people have loved him and been chattering about him. I don't think Phil Maffa's making the team.
Really?
I don't think so.
I don't know that you can. Look, I can't have Miles Sanders on this team over him. Miles has done nothing this preseason.
I mean, Miles did a lot during the summer, though. And the problem is he's been banged up since then.
Well, I mean, that's part of the problem. He's old, too.
I think if you're talking about, though, like, what does Phil Maffa do that's not different? If you're just talking about, take a look at, like, what the positions guys do at different positions. I don't know that Phil Maffa does enough that's unique in terms of his skill set to separate himself from guys they already have on the roster where it's like, okay, is this already too similar to what we have? Like, are we not diverse enough in the backfield?
Miles is only 28.
It's old. Running back. Plus, I mean, you lose the Mafia nickname. I can't cut him.
Is that a nickname? Mafia?
Mafia.
It's a stretch, but
yep, it is.
I do think that one of the bigger questions I have today is,
one eye.
Do they go 5 or 6 receivers? Do they keep Flanoy and Brooks, or do they just keep Flanoy, or do they just keep Brooks? I think that's going to be one of their bigger cut questions at the end of the day.
All right, there it is. Your roster questions on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line, and more importantly, your opinion, something or nothing, with Micah Parsons laying down during the Cowboys-Falcons game. Something or nothing with Micah, not even wearing the Cowboys apparel either. Next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has lower fee products. You gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course not. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freaker?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
1 yard line. Second down, snap to Milton, handoff Blue, coming left, through an arm tackle and diving into the end zone. Yes, he can run between the tackles. Touchdown Blue.
Cowboys finally get one against the Atlanta Falcons. Now we get ready for Filthy. Good morning, Metroplex. Entire morning squad back together again. Sean Sharif, our Jay Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, who was in Arlington for the Micah Parsons show. 877-881-1053. Franco injury attorney text line. Choppy, I'll catch you up on what happened last week. The day he made his trade request when we were leaving California, it was 85-15 on social media in support of Micah Parsons against Jerry Jones. 85-15. After Jerry did his media tour with Michael Irvin and Stephen A. Smith, what did we get? 9 out of 10 phone calls and texts, Bobby, on Friday saying they were Team Jerry now?
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was on the phones anyway, and on the text, it was 90%.
Now on Twitter, it was still kind of split blame between Jerry and the agent, but with the Tellez who hit us up last week, Jerry's media tour executed its plan, kind of pushing public favor the other side. I'll play you some of the highlights or lowlights of Jerry with Stephen A. Commercial-free Expressway 720 with a Rangers Brewers ticket giveaway all week long. Well, let's take you through what happened with Micah on Friday night. He showed up wearing what?
Not his jersey. Everybody else is wearing their jersey, as is usually the case. They're out there, even if they're not playing. They're throwing their jersey on. They're hanging out. He showed up wearing a hoodie, as you can see on the fan cam, and was just walking in. And as he walked into the stadium,
eating his nachos,
there was some Falcons fan walking around who goes, "Hey, come to Atlanta. Come to Atlanta, Micah." And Micah does the little, holds up, either he's doing hang loose or something, and he's holding it up to his ear as if he's saying, "Call me."
Call me.
Yeah, but he did that again. The only reason that gave it some question was apparently he did that again to other people too, like who were saying stuff about Cowboys fans, and somebody else just said, "Micah, what's up?" But he just went like that. So
Okay.
that may just be his standard, like, I'm not talking, somebody's got to call me before I even talk thing. I have no idea, but that's what he showed up in, and then he shows up on the sideline and is just kind of hanging out.
It'd have been so amazing if you wore the "Pay Us What You Owe Us" WNBA shirts out there.
Oh, that would have been great.
That'd have been hilarious.
Jerry also posed for a photo with Micah's mom, which had a lot of people go, Mike ain't going nowhere. Micah's getting ready to go ahead and sign back up because Jerry took a photo with Mrs. Parsons.
That's nice.
That's a good sign.
It is.
If you want him here.
I would like him to indicate that he's going to pick up a phone and then call, because right now there's no indication. It's like John said to us.
Maybe that was the sign. Like, I'm going to pick up the Jerry call.
Just like John said on Friday. Who's picking up the phone? That's the biggest stumbling block here, is who's going to call. Who's going to say that I'll make the call. I'll do it. And then when they do that, that may smooth things over. It's just right now neither side seems to really want to pick up the phone call. And I don't know how Mike is going to pick it up if he's asleep.
Now take us inside the press box, as I'm picturing every beat reporter scurrying to get their Bobby Belt type. I'm very disappointed you didn't have the best photo of this with your high-powered camera. Yeah. Instead, we had to rely on John Machota, blurry vision, looking through, the curtains,
iPhone 8.
The iPhone 8 in there. Take us inside the press box from Micah on the training table.
I was standing with John. We were over by the TVs, and halftime had ended a little bit before. And so we were over there and we were chatting. And while we were talking and watching the game up on the screens, I won't say who because I don't want to identify, but they came over and they went, "You guys need to come over here and see Micah." I was like, "Where is he?" It's like, "He's on the training table." It's like, "Oh, he's hurt? What's happening?" Like, "No, he's back. He's asleep." I was like, "No, he's not." They're like, "Yes, he is." And I was like, "I'm going to go look." And so John and I both walk to our spots and go look, and he was laying there. Now, the way it's been portrayed a little bit by some people is like, it was a back thing. He's just like stretching his back out or whatever. He was there for a long time. That was not just somebody caught him in a photo for a minute. He was there for several minutes. Enough that people had spotted him, seen him, talked about it, came up, told us. I came back down, looked, and he was there for about another 5 minutes laying down.
Really? Because it didn't seem like that was the picture that Mike Leslie painted. As he,
God, you're kidding, Sean.
He said,
whoa, hold on. Did Mike Leslie get something wrong? Holy cow.
I'll read it. In the interest of clarity and fairness, Micah
that's what Mike's all about. Go ahead.
Micah was not laying on the training table all night. He was only there for a relatively short portion of the evening.
Yeah, relatively short compared to the whole night. Sure. Yeah. 10 minutes is relatively short compared to 3 hours.
Right.
But it was probably 10 minutes, which, look, him laying there, whatever. I don't think it's anything. There are plenty of people who, you got to stretch out your back for 10 minutes. Fine, whatever. But to paint it as if he had laid down there, somebody snapped a photo and he stood back up, that's not true. He was very clearly not wanting to be there.
Micah responded to Mike Leslie, taking up for him on social media, and tweeted, "I actually appreciate this. The way media shapes perception and narratives is wild, and if he hadn't said anything, everyone would have just run with it. I'd never disrespect the guys out there fighting for their lives." Brian Schottenheimer was asked about Micah on the training table. He said, quote, "Without talking to him, I need to figure out what he was doing, why he was doing it. Until I talk to him, I am not going to talk about it." He also added that the MRI on Parsons' back that took a month to get came back pretty clean. I thought Brian Schottenheimer did an expert job of the way he phrased that. Instead of saying no problems, that would have caused a little bit more of an avalanche from Micah, but he goes, pretty clean. And then if you follow up, well, what does that mean, pretty clean? He's going to go, that's HIPAA. That's medical stuff I'm not going to get into. RJ Choppy, is this something or nothing? And then Pepe is going to go through your votes on the fan text.
This actually was my biggest star up of the evening, outside of Joe Milton, because this gave us something to talk about other than the third preseason game.
Right.
Which nobody wants to talk about.
Right.
Look, is it disrespectful to your teammates? I mean, I guess you could say half of these guys aren't his teammates because they're not going to make the team.
Sure.
So you could say that, but that's not what, generally you want your starters to be up there rooting them on, showing support. I totally get that. But this is what this shows. This shows that the preseason is completely meaningless. Like, these guys don't care about it, especially the guys who are going to play anyway. I think it's a big bag of nothing. He's laying on the training table. He's probably not the... It's not a great thing to do. It's not a great look, but it's not some world travesty controversy that I think we need to dive into.
Because people are going to attach this to the leadership question too.
That's if I'm advising him, I'm saying, you remember Zeke's rookie year? He went into that weed shop in Seattle, and during the preseason, he was seen photographed being in the weed shop, and there were all these people. Yep. Okay. Exactly. There were all these people going, "There's nothing. It doesn't break the rule." It doesn't matter if it breaks rules or anything else. I'm not saying there are just some things you don't. Is it wise? That's it. Is it wise to be seen walking out of there? Is there anything good? No, there's not. So to me, it's like, is there anything wrong with it? No. Is it wise? No. Like, did Micah do anything that was super disrespectful? I don't think so. Is it wise to just be looking like you're lounging on the table like that? No. If you need back treatment, go to the back. Like, if you need some, go to the back. Don't be out there at all. Don't show up to the stadium. If you want to send a message, don't do that. To me, so like I said, I don't think it's anything that he did that was necessarily bad. It's just like, it's just not wise optics.
It's not. Like, if CD did the same thing, would the same reaction be had? Or is Micah the lightning rod? What if he was over there? Okay, so behind the bench, you've got the people that sit there in those lower underneath suites.
Okay.
What if he's there just...
Those people go over there and autograph and sign.
Yeah. What if he's over there just talking to fans for 10 minutes?
Right.
To me, that's exactly the same thing. He's not paying attention to the game, and he's not supporting his teammates.
Okay. I want
Right?
what you think. No, do you think it's the same thing if like during a segment, if you guys are going back and forth and I don't have anything to say, if I'm just sitting here like this, is it any different if I go like this?
You mean like
I just
Pasek?
start looking around. Yeah, basically. Is it the same thing as if I'm just doing this? Or if I were to go, I'm tired, I'm not talking right now, let me just put my head down while they're talking. And I'll just go like this with my head down. It's just not a good look. Again, if we're talking about optics, and this entire thing right now is about optics, then, again, I don't care if he wants to do that, fine. But he's got to do that with the understanding that it doesn't look good. That's it.
Pepe, what are the Tolos saying?
682 is still Team Jerry. 325 says, get Micah out of here. 817, I'm just tired of Mike at this point. 317 says, doesn't matter if we trade or sign him. We are all over this drama.
Yeah, my big takeaway, I'm not going to go crazy. I think you got to be a player to really tell me whether this is a thing or not. You know, if I'm Jesse Holley fighting for my life and Micah's over there laying down and Dak is up coaching everyone, am I ticked off as a player about that? So I'll go ahead and leave that to those guys. My big thing is something that I don't think enough people are putting weight in, including Machota on Friday. It feels like every person I've asked about the distraction this is going to cause during the season has downplayed it. And this is just the beginning of it, y'all. Every player is probably going to be asked, what do you think about Micah not wearing a Cowboys apparel? What do you think about Micah laying over there on the table? What do you think Micah putting up the call me sign with the Falcons?
Again,
I guarantee you, put it on the wall. I don't even think it's a hot take, but I do feel like it's not being discussed enough. I guarantee you, whatever wrestler said that, after this season, players will be on the record breathing a sigh of relief if it's over, that the Micah drama is done. Like, yes, it weighed on us. Yes, it was a distraction. And I've been saying this now for 3 weeks. What is it going to do to your regular season? All these little stupid stories are going to be annoying to players and the coach and the front office, and that is not going to be good for your season. That is my big takeaway. The three little things, these little minute things in the grand scheme of things that happen on Friday night are going to keep being peppered in throughout the season when the games actually matter.
The difference will just be then, in theory, is he would have shown up and he'll be playing then. So he's not going to be doing stuff like on the training table and different things like that.
Still going to be podcast comments.
Sure.
It's still going to be back and forth with Jerry. It's still going to be, why'd you do this on social media? It's not going to be Micah Parsons. I don't know, I'm getting hype with you on this. It's not going to be Micah Parsons just suiting up, playing the games. Oh, we're all good to go. This is going to be a 8 out of 10 drama throughout the year. It's maybe 7 out of 10. T.O., 10 out of 10. I still set him with the bar for in-season distractions, but
Are you at the he doesn't get signed? Is that where you are now?
720. That's not my percentage. That's a tease.
I was going to say, what's the other 10%?
Yeah,
I don't understand.
720. But that's my big worry. The shoddy culture and everyone having to and they're actually lucky. I know it's the Dallas Cowboys. This may sound dumb. They're lucky this isn't New York right now, because I think that Todd Archer and I think that John Machota and I think that Calvin Watkins and these guys are not going to like press nonstop with the questions to every player of, what'd you think about him laying there? Is that a problem? You're going to get 15 questions like Kyrie did when he was playing on the East Coast. I don't think it's going to be as annoying here, but national media is going to start to trickle in to cover these games, and you're going to get your National Enquirers and your TMZs asking this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, Mike Leslie still does work here, so you might get that. But there are guys getting tired of it. Osa after the game the other day was just like, dude, I don't know. I'm done talking about it. Ask me about something else. Yeah. Like, there are guys who are just like, they don't want to talk about it anymore. And I don't think that any of that bleeds over to, I wouldn't guess, Jerry or Micah right now. I think it's bleeding over to just anybody asking them the question. Like, stop asking me. You stop asking me.
Did the Rangers restore your hope over the weekend with the broomsticks and the conspiracy theory that's out there on Shedeur Sanders? That's next on Sean and RJ. Rangers Brewers ticket giveaway. We want you to win it as part of the 6 a.m. club. All coming up on Sean and RJ. But
Uber Eats has a low fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak out.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Jock swings, and that one is crushed out to right. Who cares about the lefty? Pederson with a long ball. A laser shot, and the Rangers lead us 5-0.
Jared Sandler with a great call on your home for Rangers baseball as they complete the sweep of the Guardians. Good morning, Metroplex. Happy Monday to you. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again. We have a Rangers Brewers ticket giveaway for you coming up in the 720 commercial-free expressway, and we're going to have it all week long. We want you to win it for turning it on, leaving it on. That is what Tellez stands for, as the starting pitching gets it done, along with Jock Pederson and Brisket Sandos for all the Texas Rangers. They're still 6.5 back in the West, but 4.5 back in the wild card.
By the way, Brewers, only team in the league with a .600 winning percentage. They are at least 4 games clear of everybody else in the whole league.
It's pretty good.
The whole league. Got to get those tickets.
By the way, I went to a family birthday party yesterday, and all they wanted to talk about was Rowdy, Tellez, and Ernesto. And I was like, who's Ernesto? And they're like, oh, the caller that you yelled at. And I was like, that's all anyone wanted to talk about. But as we're sitting there talking about the G-Bag incident, they said that Jock and Rowdy like belly bumped in the dugout. I missed it. And I was like, hey, you can't do that.
You can't do that.
You can't do that.
They belly bumped. He called themselves the Belly Bandits when he was on with AJ Przinsky.
Yeah.
Jock will rub his stomach when Rowdy gets hit. It's a little inconsistent. That's all.
Choppy, what is? Okay, I just looked it up myself here. The Rangers' chances of making the playoffs. Before I give it, according to ESPN standings, let's go around the room. Pepe, you're going to go second because we already know Bobby's going to have the lowest percentage. Chances of making the wild card.
So like you either actual or what I think it's going to be.
What you think?
I think it's about 15%.
Okay.
They got to get in front of Kansas City. The problem is that you're still pretty clear of the Red Sox and what the Yankees. I guess you're 5 back of New York's. 5.5, 6.5 back of the Red Sox. That's a lot of games. It's a lot of games. You still got plenty of time, right? You still got 32 games, 33 games left. So you still got time, but I mean, you've got injuries with Simeon now, injuries with Evan Carter.
Yep.
That strongly reduces it.
Pepe, it sounded like you were getting ready to totally raise the white flag on Friday. What about after the sweep?
Yeah, I put the white flag aside. I'm gonna go 20% here, making the wild card, just because of the week you have upcoming. You have the Angels for 3 games, and then you have the A's for 3 games. I mean, I'm not saying you have to win all 6 of them, but if you go 5-1, you're gonna gain at least a game, probably 2 games in the wild card standings. The Yankees have been falling off. Red Sox are right there. Seattle's barely hanging on. Royals, I don't believe in them a whole bunch. But I mean, the Rangers look like they've been there, done that, so I'm going to give them a 20% chance of making it.
All right, Scrooge.
My odds are what I think ESPN is going to say.
Yours.
Mine.
Same question I asked RJ.
2%.
Okay. ESPN's is 10.7.
That's my next guess.
So I'll just go down the schedule. So the Yankees, I think, have a pretty easy schedule the rest of the way.
And they are drowning.
They're drowning. And they have a pretty easy schedule. So for them, that's good. Kansas City has to play Detroit still. They go on the road to Cleveland for 4, on the road to Philly, and then Seattle, and then Toronto. That's a very difficult schedule. Those are 3 playoff teams, and Cleveland, who prior to this series had actually been playing a little bit better baseball and was in that wild card hunt as well. So the Rangers have a chance to get in front of Kansas City. The problem is going to be getting in front of staying in front of Cleveland, but then getting in front of Seattle, New York, or Boston. And like I said, the Yankees schedule is pretty soft. They still got to play Toronto. They still have to play Houston. But you're getting Minnesota, who stinks, and you're getting the White Sox, who stink, and you're getting Washington, who stinks, and Baltimore for 7, who stinks. So they've got a pretty easy schedule. It's going to be more difficult to get ahead of them, but you can still get ahead of somebody else.
Here's the problem is that on the rest of your schedule, the remaining way, you don't have any of these teams. You don't any of the teams ahead of you in the wild card, you don't play any of them.
No, so you got to hope they fall off.
And we talked earlier about they're the 4th worst road record in baseball. They've not been a good road team this year. They've got 6 coming up on the road. Like you got the A's and then you got Arizona, but it's 6 coming up on the road. And then it's 6 against Houston and Milwaukee. Like, I mean, it's just, if they get out of that and they've got a winning record from that stretch, those 12 games, if they come out of that 8-4, you maybe feel a little more optimistic about where they're at.
Look at both TVs.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to be the problem. The Micah Parsons
Brandon Aubrey
spectacle up top. Ryan Clark going off. We'll get back to it at 7:20 on the home of the Cowboys and Rangers. By the way, Cal Raleigh hit 48 and 49 yesterday. That leads the Bigs. He sets a single-season record for catchers, passes Sal Perez total with the Royals in 2021. Also marks his 9th multi-home run game of the season. That passes Mickey Mantle in 61 for the most multi-home run games by a switch hitter in a season in history. The overall record is 11 multi-home run games in a year. So that is the big dumper, getting it done in the 11-4 win over the Athletics. Let's go around the rest of the National Football League here on DFW Sports Station, and let's talk about Shador. As, man, the Cleveland Browns, what a gift or curse in drafting him, because you are all over the headlines as Shador Sanders, Dylan Gabriel. You also had Tyler Huntley and Joe Flacco all playing in their preseason finale. Gabriel went 12 of 19 for $124 and a touchdown. Shador went 3 of 6 for 14 yards. He was sacked 5 times for 41 yards, including a loss of 24.
I mean, look, that's all. The offensive line was clearly sabotaging him.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
What really set off the internet, and I understand that I don't understand the actual comments. I understand the rage that Shador played up until the final drive and then was taken out for the other quarterback. I don't understand that. I hate that.
Yeah, I didn't understand that one either. Like
for the final drive?
Yeah, Huntley's not going to make the team. Like, let Shador play and see what he could do.
Even if he does make the team, like, Shador's already played in the game.
It's the same problem.
We firing up and get him warmed up for a drive.
Right, and it's the same problem I had with, I had a question with Shoddy in what was the first game? It was the Rams game, where it was like 7 seconds left right before the half. It was a 4th down. Like, what are you kicking the field for? Let Milton see what he's got. All right, see what these guys have got.
The idea of swapping out a quarterback on the final drive a lot of times can be you're not keeping that player. Like, let's give him a chance to put something out here in case teams want to look at him. Let's do that. Like, a lot of times it's just a favor to a veteran or somebody else to just give them an opportunity to put something on tape.
And Twitter doesn't understand that.
Right. And the Browns, by the way, they feel like they owe nothing to Shador. Even if they want him, they would never say, like, I owe this 5th round rookie who slid for a lot of headache reasons, stuff like that, we owe him something. They would never feel that way.
Twitter reaction, Ralph. You can handle this.
Twitter reaction was a swift and fierce because Kevin Stefanski he's on the hot seat. All right, he's on the hot seat anyway. But now he's also being branded. They call him, let's see, you just put in Kevin Stefanski and then Shador or race or anything, and it is a firestorm against Stefanski for how he took him out, the reaction, and then the sabotage. Josina Anderson went on an absolute rant on her notes page. Definitely went to, no, she didn't have to. She's verified. So she has unlimited. But the rant, the Shador apologists or whatever, basically tried to figure out what's going on.
I'll address the race stuff. Number one, who was the head coach of the Cleveland Browns when they gave arguably the worst contract in NFL history, and who was that to?
Deshaun
Watson.
Stefanski.
It was Stefanski. What color is Deshaun Watson?
Well, he is an African.
I don't see color.
Okay, so they gave Deshaun all guaranteed money. He's black.
Oh.
Number two, I know a lot of people are like, hey, Dylan Gabriel, he ain't white. He's a minority. Even if you believe, I'm not going to fight you on it or criticize, even if you believe, okay, Hawaiians aren't judged as harshly as African Americans, Dylan Gabriel was drafted before, after Shador. Correct.
He's before.
Should I get Wolchuk on? Can I get Dane Brugler to confirm this?
He was drafted before Sean.
Is that your
That's
Jeopardy?
my buzzer. It wasn't working.
Jeopardy?
I was trying.
So why is Dylan Gabriel getting more opportunities in better situations? That's the way it goes, numbnuts, for the higher draft pick. So get that through your head. And then someone chimed in on social media and said, this is why he fell. And they're exactly right. This noise, these accusations, these conspiracies, all the Dion noise that goes along with it, this is part of the reason on why he fell. But he was drafted after Gabriel. They gave Watson, who's black, all guaranteed money. And Shador Sanders also has a problem with pocket presence and taking sacks.
That was his big problem in Colorado. Is held on the ball too long, and
drift.
He would always a 8-yard sack would turn into a 20-yard sack every time with Shador.
And also, like, Kevin Stefanski's on the hot seat. Like, he's not going to sabotage him. If he could figure out that Shador Sanders is going to be the next Tom Brady, Dak Prescott, Russell Wilson, mid to late round pick that flourishes, he's going to play him to save his job.
Sure.
He's tied to him. He's tied to Dylan Gabriel. If you want to say you got a big problem with Joe Flacco playing, who didn't need to play because he's Joe Flacco and he's a million years old, I got no issue with that. If you got a problem that he took him out at the 2-minute warning.
I hate that. I hate that.
What?
That he took him out of the final
I hate
drive.
that too. I think that's a big problem.
But I don't think it's because he's trying to do Shador in.
But giving Gabriel more snaps, that's not an issue. I mean, Dylan Gabriel was drafted ahead of him. He's ahead of him on the depth chart. In order for a guy lower on the depth chart to get ahead, you've got to, be better, but the other guy's got to fall off. And Dylan Gabriel is probably one of the worst players to have ahead of you because he's never going to be that bad. He may never be great.
Right.
But he's seen like 6,000 snaps. I mean, he's never going to be that bad.
Shador was asked afterwards, are you going to make the 53? He goes, obviously. His brother Shiloh, by the way, was waived by the Buccaneers after a fight and punches thrown.
Yeah, by the way, I think that got misrepresented. The little tight end he was going back and forth with. The whole thing was just like, oh my gosh, what an awful thing that Shiloh did. That was two players chipping at each other. I didn't think that was just a cheap shot from Shiloh. I thought that was a little overblown by some people.
877-881-1053 as we got the great audience to start off the Monday edition of Sean and RJ, or maybe you just want Rangers Brewers tickets. That's fine. We're fine with you just sticking around to win stuff. We're going to have it during the commercial-free Expressway, a loaded best and worst of the weekend with Choppy back from Michigan, and why Jerry Jones may be more justified than you were previously thinking after he explained how Micah started all of this. Commercial-free on the home of America's team after this.
was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time experts, and the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
It's right between the hash marks at the Dallas 46. 64 for Aubrey to end the half. 64. Boomy, kicking, scoring. Oh, man. 64 for Aubrey. At halftime, the Cowboys lead 17-10.
Brad Sham with a call on this radio station. In case you did not know and you were new to us, this is your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. I'm Sean Schrafe alongside RJ Choppy, going 15 years strong. We got our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. This is the commercial-free expressway for the next 35 minutes, and we also have goodies at this time every single morning to hook you up with, including Rangers Brewers tickets, our best Ranger ticket giveaway of the entire season, with the Rangers coming off a sweep. So listen, commercial free right here. No reason to go anywhere else in order to win those tickets and get the latest on the Dallas Cowboy drama. Question for Micah laying on the training table. I don't know, Bobby, when you showed me the other pictures in the commercial break, that made me feel a type of way that I didn't when I first started the segment at 6:20 this morning. Just having Micah and the way he was also posing and just laying back there, it irritated me and it ticked me off. It ticked me off much more than him just laying back for what I was hoping was just for 3 minutes.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be there. He doesn't want to be out there right now.
Why is he there? That's the thing I've been asking to David Mulugeta, his agent, the entire time. And that's why I want to start this segment by asking how much of this is by design. I don't want to be hot take artists and first fake headlines by saying, is this an indictment of Micah's leadership? Because even asking a question like that kind of makes my skin crawl. But does that say more about like who Micah really is and is going to be during the year if he doesn't get a deal done? Or it's, yo, man, show up and act like you're half interested. Be a little bit of a headache and a problem so that they have more urgency to get a deal done. I'm trying to figure out like what's by design. I'm not going to wear my jersey. I'm going to say, call me to the Falcon fan. And I'm going to go out there and sit in a chair in Frisco and just give everyone the impression that I don't want to be there? Or is that Micah Parsons' natural body language?
So I think a lot of this is, look, if he doesn't show up to certain things, he gets fined. And a lot of people can go, well, you can just waive those fines when you get things done and you don't have to worry about it.
Right.
It's like, unless you don't plan on getting a deal done here. And so they're not going to waive the fine. So that will just be money lost. And he's requested a trade. And I know there's a lot of people just go, this is typical Cowboys negotiation. It is not. If it changes, fine. If something changes, could they salvage it? Could they turn it around? Yes. Listen, this is not normal. This negotiation right now is not normal for them. It's not normal for anybody. This is something where this is a serious level of right now. It doesn't look like it's getting done. And so, I mean, and everybody can say, this happened with CD, this happened with Dak. No, it didn't. Not like this. There's so many other factors here that are not similar to those deals and those negotiations that have complicated this. Again, could it be salvaged? Could it turn around? Yes. But what we know right now is it doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like that. Now, he'll have to play on the option year. Like, he's here. He can either miss money or he can play. But after that, I mean, I think the Cowboys look at it and go, all right, we're here into the offseason now. Let's just figure out what we can salvage from this.
Because they kept stressing the word leadership in the opening California press conference. Why? What have you not seen from him? Or would they sit behind the scenes and go, you see, if that was Dak Prescott, what would he have been doing on the sideline? You know, damn sure, guaranteed Dak Prescott ain't laying down on no table. If we want him to take over for Tank, if we want him to be Dak on the other side, if we're going to give him $45 million, we want to see more than that. I wonder how much they're talking about behind the scenes, as Brian Schottenheimer didn't want to comment on it afterwards and said, I'm going to talk to Micah before I talk to you guys.
Would we have a bigger problem with it if he was signed? Or less problem?
Well, I don't think he would be doing that if he were signed.
Yeah, probably not. But
I mean, it's directly correlated.
I agree. I think it's a statement. I'm sure. But like I'm saying, if he was already signed, or if Lamb did it, signed last year, would we have the same issue?
If CD, I'm just trying to guess. If CD was over there doing it, we're not talking about it like that.
I think we would laugh because everybody seems to like CD.
No, CD had a bunch of body language questions the last couple years too, so I think it's the same discussion. I do anyway. Like, I think that's exactly what we're talking about the next day. Which again, all we're talking about is he doesn't want to be there. All right, that's fine. Then you just probably shouldn't be there. Just don't show up. But I mean, like, to me, it's just he can do what he wants. It's just he's got to understand it's a poor optic that goes with it. But I think that it's a little bit like saying, like, would we have as much of a problem with Ja Morant doing finger guns if he hadn't already had a gun? Well, like, I mean, it's not even a question we're talking about that. Literally, you have to have that context.
If he plays in the regular season, do we notice any difference? This is asking you an unfair guess. Do we notice any difference in his sideline participation when they're on the bench?
Probably not. I don't think so.
All right, so I thought Stephen A. Smith did a nice job asking some different questions to Jerry Jones in his 15-minute sit-down in Frisco. He did chicken out and didn't man up after saying Jerry basically had dementia. And, Bobby, you were right on that. I was wrong. I thought he would own it because I usually give Stephen A. credit for having the balls to do that. He chickened out, and he didn't bring up, hey, I've been saying on the air. He goes, I thought he was doing it when he goes, tell me about your health. But he did it because of the gambler cancer scare. I was like, here it is. He's going to say, I've been on the air and I've been questioning your memory and talking about your kids needing to take over and stop you from talking and making my Biden comparisons. Didn't do it. So I was disappointed in Stephen A. for that. But I do think we got some new stuff. Otherwise, we would not be playing this. This is Jerry telling Stephen A. that Micah started. He was not lured into a room, and Jerry hit his evil lair red button, and all of a sudden, the walls came down, and he was locked inside with no way out. That's the way Micah portrayed it in his trade request. Jerry said Micah started all this.
Michael came in from Saudi Arabia. Called me from Saudi Arabia. Coming in.
Michael Irvin.
Micah
Parsons. Got it.
Stop right there. We have gotten nonstop corrections of Micah to Michael, Michael to Micah. So doing the Michael Irvin podcast has thrown Jerry off. So that's why Stephen A. was confused to start off. He's calling him Michael Parsons, and he's been doing it now for about 2 weeks. That is not intentional disrespect, in my opinion. That's just Jerry being Jerry. Continue, please.
Micah Parsons. Got it.
Coming in, want to talk. Now, he says he didn't want to talk
This is in
necessarily
March.
about a negotiation, but he wanted to talk.
Okay.
Okay? Jerry, can I have your cell number? I don't ever give anybody my cell number.
That is true.
I want to give you my cell number. We negotiate, we go back and forth, we come through, we go the next day, we negotiate, get it all done. I get a call. I don't want you to call me anymore. Micah, don't call me anymore.
He said
so
that
we
to
haven't
you?
called.
Micah Parsons said to you, I don't want you to call me anymore.
Don't call me anymore. Don't call me anymore.
After calling you,
that's correct.
And igniting a negotiation, he turns around and exchanging numbers
negotiate
and
negotiating. Don't call me anymore.
And then he called you back and said, "Don't call. I don't want you to call me anymore."
The agent calls. He says, "We need to start a negotiation with Micah." Guy says, "Well, we have negotiated. We'll send you over the deal. Proverbially, just keep it. I won't tell you where to put it, but just keep it. We're going to start a negotiation." Okay? We've had the negotiation, period.
Period. Now, a couple things there. Number one, I believe Jerry Jones, that Micah Parsons was like, hey, let me get your cell. I can do this. Let's start the negotiation. So that means, in my opinion, Micah did not tell the truth in his trade demand tweet. That kind of changes my mind because you had Charles Robinson, you had other agents come out and speak up. Joe Corey came on the show and said, this is a Jerry Jones tactic to kind of trick a player into talking deal under the premise of something else. Micah, let's talk about leadership. You take over for Tank. This is your team. This is your defense. Boom. Guaranteed terms. Let's talk about all that. Charles Robinson said that teams have been accusing Jerry of that for years. And I still believe that to be true. But Jerry said Micah's the one who said, yo, let's go ahead and sit down. That's number one. Number two, and this is kind of a media whisper that I'm going to unveil here for you. Jerry in that clip said, we did it, we talked. Next day, did it, we talked. I think that's very important. And the reason it's very important is part of the reason I believe Jerry Jones is really hurt and pissed off is because not only did they sit down and think they hammered it out once, I think this happened again with a second follow-up negotiation. I think the Cowboys' perspective is we sat down, Micah laid out his terms, Jerry said, I moved off my marks. Okay, he told that to Michael Irvin. Micah said, let me think about it. Let me come back with some other stuff the next day or a second time. And Jerry's like, okay. So that second negotiation also happened, which shows Micah knew what he was doing. And that has Jerry even ticked off. People have been whispering behind the scenes. Did Micah go and talk to the agent and get even more added to it? Or did Micah go and decide on himself, no, I need this, this, and this? I think that's what Jerry Jones is saying. Would anyone like to comment, or you want me to keep going?
Keep going.
All right. Next, Jerry detailing, and he kept saying this throughout the Stephen A. interview. He goes, we got him for 3 years. That's his number one fallback line, belief, and statement.
Yeah.
He's ours. He's locked in.
3 years.
He's ours for 3 years, period. Done. Whether you like it or not, here's Jerry explaining more about the offer to Stephen A.
I have Micah for 3 more years. I've got him under contract this year. I can franchise him the next year, and I can franchise him the next year. I have him 3 more years. Now, if you summed up what I'm going to pay him through what I'm going to pay him this year and those 2 years, it is much, much, much less. How about 60% of what I offered him?
I needed our Cowboy mathematicians for this. I tried to summon Kevin Hagelin on social media. Of course, Kevin rarely looks at Twitter, so he could not help me whatsoever. 6% and carry to that. And John Nash and the numbers flying. What I offered, franchise.
What was the number you used, David?
John Nash, good reference.
Yes.
I don't know who that is.
Beautiful mind.
Russell Crowe?
Yep.
Never saw it.
You've seen the meme, though.
So good. It would be probably way too much thinking for Chop. So I asked social media, hey, someone break this down for me. What's the tag, and what would the tag be for the next year? And then the offer of this and the offer of that. The number that most commonly came back to me from the Tolos, and thank y'all for the help, was about like $42, $43 million. So that's what Jerry's saying. What I offered him, much, much more than what he would be making this year and the next 2 years on the tag. So I was just trying to figure out, because we're all trying to figure out what the offer actually is. After last week, Choppy, you missed it. Jerry said, we talked years, guarantees, terms, all of it. We didn't just say, all right, here's the guarantee. And then David Mulligetta's like, where's the rest? We still have a hang-up. Jerry said, no, we worked out everything.
Yeah, you're talking $40 million a year.
More.
Minimum. But
More.
We're talking that.
And the most guaranteed, according to Jerry, the most guaranteed money for a non-quarterback in the NFL, in NFL history.
So, from that perspective, I mean, that's a legit, it's a solid offer. Now, how did it go about? You know, the agent, not the agent, that is completely different from this. But I mean, that there's nothing wrong with the offer. There's nothing wrong with the offer. There's the wrong is the process.
Well, if there's nothing wrong with the offer, I don't know that to be true. David Mulligetta and Micah can always they have to answer that. But if that is the case, and the offer's fine, and David Mulligetta's like, no, it's just the process, then I blame him. I blame Jerry Jones up to this point. But if David Mulligetta, because I think that Jerry's being childish, putting too much in a 26-year-old sitting down and negotiating with me. But I would say that's childish on David Mulligetta's part if the offer is fine, but no, you circumvented me. Your job is to get the money for the client on what the dream deal is. So if what you're saying is true, and it very well could be, then I blame David Mulligetta.
You work for the player.
Right.
You work for the player. The player would work for you. You work for the player. You do the player.
But Micah's position right now publicly, and I would assume privately now, is David negotiates it, which means at that point to Micah, it doesn't matter what the offer is. Micah's saying, I don't want to accept what has been just whatever was discussed earlier or thrown around. I don't want those to be the terms. David negotiates something. And so I would imagine David's telling the Cowboys, it doesn't matter what you think you agreed on. There wasn't an agreement, so we need to negotiate from a start.
But here's my point. Let's say that what Jerry offered Micah checked off every box of what Mulligetta wants. It doesn't matter that in my opinion, it doesn't matter that he didn't call David Mulligetta first. We're circumcising mosquitoes here. It's a peeing match. If what he offered Micah check, then David Mulligetta should call Jerry and finalize it. Period.
Right, but I think that
Jerry has to give his cell phone out.
Yeah, well, there's that.
Well, Micah can give it to him. Share contact.
There you go.
I think those details, though, the details matter. That's why they always say the devil's in the details. They used to say that about Zeke's contract. They would whisper to people, devil's in the details.
Yeah.
Devil's in the details. So I think...
And by the way, for the record, I'm assuming that it's not checking every single box. I think David Mulligetta would have already had this done if Jerry did offer Micah every single thing that they wanted. I'm not assuming that to be the case.
I don't know what the offer was. I would say that I think it's...
Some insider you are.
Yeah.
I know, yeah. I think it's... Okay, I don't know on the record what the offer was. I'm going to say that I think the number, because the current number of the second most guaranteed behind Deshaun Watson is like 122 or whatever it is. I don't think it was 123. I do think it was above that. I don't think it snuck past the line. I do think it went above that.
Yeah, so like you're checking off several boxes. You're going to lose. It's very difficult. Let's just say it's the guaranteed money is beyond the 122. It's closer to 130. And it's four for 42, 43 a year.
Because we heard 4 versus 5 was a thing too.
It's gonna be very difficult for you to kind of gain the favor of the fan base if that's the offer. If you're Micah, you're not gonna win the public battle if you're saying, you know what, 42 a year and the most guarantees ever, you're not going to win the public battle against the fan base. You're just not.
Probably not, but also it's all forgotten whenever it gets done.
Of course it is.
So if they think they can get it done at something higher, they'll get it done and people will forget about it.
I thought this was a great question from Stephen A. that we've been talking about on our show. Stephen A. sitting down with Jerry, Hour Plus in Frisco. Dude, Jerry, isn't it unfair to expect, just like Dez told us, isn't it unfair to expect Micah to walk in there and expertly negotiate with a billionaire?
I fully understand the difference in experience. Now, let me add something to this. Micah Parsons is brilliant. Really.
I'm not questioning his brilliance.
He's not only as an athlete, he actually is mentally. And he is very, very, very capable. The only one that I've ever seen that really matched him, and we'll put Michael in there because we did negotiate, was Charles Haley. Maybe one of the best money negotiators that I've ever been around, and there was a player to get it done. So it is very, very possible because just like you have advisors, they have advisors. And Micah's got agent.
Yeah. David Mulligetta, to be exact.
And that agent is within a phone call of talking about any detail that was there and was available with any detail that was there. We have agreed on how long this is going to be, and we've agreed on the amount of guarantees it's going to be.
You and Micah.
The package is the biggest ever paid a non-quarterback.
So there it is.
Yeah.
Everything agreed to, according to Jerry Jones. And then I'll play one more clip, and then our Ranger Brewers ticket giveaway, and then a loaded best and worst of the weekend with all of Choppy's tales from Michigan. He's going to talk again about Micah's team, and I think a point that we need to give some points to Jerry's side for if this is true.
And if for 1 second, if I had not thought that Micah had within the phone right there, step in the bathroom, go anywhere you want to go, or leave and talk to him, could not have his attorneys, hope he's got 3 of them. And I hope he's got 3 agents. And I'm not trying to, I know I sound condescending, but I'm not trying to be. There is no question that he had people to advise him.
My guess, as things stand today, with more and more that comes out, is Micah told Jerry, let's talk. Micah went in. They laid out parameters. Micah went home, came back another day with his adjustments. And in that time, RJ, I believe, as Jerry, I believe Jerry Jones believed, and I totally support him, that Micah left, called his agent, got the adjustments, went over it, go back in with this. And Jerry assumed that. So this whole thing of not including the agent, what Jerry's trying to say is, yo, man, I didn't hold him hostage. He can go to the bathroom and cheat like an SAT course and get on his phone or text his lawyers and advisors, or when he went home before coming back, I just naturally assume he talked to his agent, and this is their list of demands.
Again,
and we agreed to it. We want to send it over. Mulligetta said thanks, but no thanks. And now here we are.
Here we are.
That's my puzzle piecing together of where we are.
Look, is it petty? Is it circumcised mosquitoes? Is it all the devils, whatever cliche you want to use? Yeah, it probably is all that. Just renegotiate. Start over again. If you want to get this done, start over. Start with the starting point of you already agreed to these terms. Now let's go. Get back on the phone with everybody.
But who are you saying that to?
Well, I mean, if Jerry's unwilling to renegotiate from the start because he feels like, hey, I've already negotiated this.
Right.
All right. Look, your job is to get the contract done. I get what you're saying, Jerry. And then from the other standpoint of if your players agree to this, you're the agent. You're working for him. He's not working for you. Just get it done. This should not be that difficult. But it'll get done at 6:02 on Thursday.
I'm still leaning towards it getting done before the Eagles. That's where I stand.
That night.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm saying 6:02 p.m.
Oh, 6:02
on
p.m.
Thursday night.
Yeah.
During the middle of Football Night in America pregame show.
Well, that's what Dak did.
Yep.
I think Micah plays for Dallas this year, and I think he's playing somewhere else next year.
Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on. What a giveaway.
Brewers. That's right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see the Texas Rangers play the Milwaukee Brewers at Globe Life Field in Arlington on Tuesday, September 9th. And tollers, you want to get there early because the first 15,000 fans in the gate will also receive a Jock Pederson replica jersey. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
We haven't had this entertaining of a weekend from everybody on the morning show in a long, long time. Let us know what you got into on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line. It's called Best and Worst.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
RJ Choppy, Best and Worst, I guess, of the week.
Yeah.
Going on vacation in Michigan.
Yeah, and it started a week and a half ago, really, Friday. The previous Friday, so Friday the 15th, we get to leave the show and go right to the airport. Or went to my mom's house, I should say. And then Sarah's like, so Sarah Countryman, now Sarah Choppy, got married. Changed the name, as is customary. Trad wife. No big deal, right? I call ahead. They said just bring a passport.
So what is her license does not say Choppy?
So her license now says Choppy. Her old license obviously says Countryman. The plane ticket was booked under Countryman.
Why didn't you book it under Choppy?
I think we had booked it before we got married.
Oh.
Or she hadn't changed her name yet. Something like that.
Yep. This happens with Amanda as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So they said just bring a passport, some identification with your old name. Because her driver's license says Countryman is expired. And it had been expired. So we get to my mom's house and we're
no need for it. Throw it away. It
Right.
says, you have a license that says Choppy now.
We're getting ready to leave. And she goes, wouldn't it be funny? Because she picked up the passport book, the passport case. She goes, wouldn't it be funny if it was just your passport in here? And she looks at it, and it was my passport. It was not hers. So she had to go all the way back to the house.
Oh, no.
We're already in.
You are already rushing out of here. You're supposed to leave before crosstalk.
Already rushing out. She gets in the truck, and she just drives. I'm in the driveway of my mom's house, trying to rearrange the packing because we're over 50 pounds on one bag.
You always are.
Under 50 on another. And it's like...
you not have a scale in the house? Why you keep messing this up?
We have a scale. We have a pull scale. You pull it up with the luggage. It's a luggage scale. So you attach it and pull it up. But she knew this going in because she had packed stuff. She goes, hey, you need to change this over. So she drives back to the house. Meanwhile, I'm calling American. I'm like, hey, can we do this? And I'm on hold. 10 minutes. She gets to the exit, and they said, it's fine. She could just change it at the gate. So we get to the ticket counter. She drives all the way back. We get to the ticket counter, and they said, well, we could change it, but we got to take you off the reservation, and a lot of things are going to happen here. One, you're going to lose your seat.
Oh, I know that stings. What'd you get, aisle?
We got exit row.
Exit row.
So you're going to lose your seat. You are going to be charged for your bags because you're not on his anymore, and he gets free bags because of the credit card. And the kicker is he is going to get upgraded to first class because there's a seat available. And I was like, oh, well, shoot. Yeah. Go ahead and change it.
Secretly, you're like,
yeah, I'll sit up there in first class. You can sit down.
And what did her face look like after all that?
She was like, oh, we're not paying for the bags. I was like, oh, of course. We're not. It's for 2 bags, it's like $100, right? Plus, they're going to be heavy, so we're going to pay extra. So she says, well, what if I can get through TSA? And I was like, go do it. Somehow, TSA either allowed her through with a mismatching name or an expired driver's license. One of the two things happened. I have no idea which one, and I don't feel particularly good about either one.
You didn't ask her what she showed?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
You don't remember? You didn't get to the gate and say, what'd you show him? How'd you get in?
I think I forgot to ask. All I cared about was she got through.
Okay.
I didn't care about the how.
Okay.
All right.
It's got to be the expired license. That's got to be way more obvious than noticing a name is wrong, right? You just hold up the license, they look, they probably didn't even look at the date.
But she put it through the thing, the little the card reader. It's like a card reader thing now, and they take your photo.
Right.
So I don't know. I don't know which one she put through, but that was we were like, well, we're gonna miss this flight. I was like, well, I'm not missing the flight. I got a tea time.
Yeah.
I got a tea time. We're not missing this flight. So that started off.
Imagine if that was you who'd made all those mistakes.
Oh, I know. I never hear the end of it.
Imagine
I
that.
would never hear the end of it.
Yeah,
Never.
You'd still be getting texts during the show. More than normal.
So we get to Michigan, and the first thing you notice, and they had told me, they said, look, we had a wicked winter storm here. We lost like 1 million trees in northern Michigan.
1 million?
Oh, it's crazy. And They had 13,000 power lines that got knocked down. They were without power for 2 weeks. None of the trees have tops anymore. They all got so much ice.
But the course is called Tree Tops.
Tree Tops. It's now just tree.
Oh.
It's now just tree.
By the way, Fantex is saying if it's less than a year expired, TSA will still take it.
Yeah. They're not going to stop all these people who have not upgraded the license and say you're not getting on. I don't think.
Probably right. Yeah. But look, it looks completely, not completely different. It looks different because you can just see like, oh man, like they lost so many trees from these storms. It's sad. Now, and they'll grow back. They're already starting to grow back. We saw, they're probably planting some too, but man, it was stunning to see just the carnage in that entire part of the country from these winter storms.
RJ Choppy's best and worst of the weekend, a high bar to beat. Peyton Russell, you are up next.
So I'll start with my best. It was by far the best. I had Tolo Joshua out of Caddo Mills reach out to me early last week, and he asked if I was available Saturday night to come out to an event. He was raising money with a bunch of other vendors and everything at an elementary school in Josephine. He was raising money for a 10-year-old boy who was battling a stage 5 kidney disease. Great cause there. They raised a bunch of money, so congrats to them.
Yes.
But he had reached out to me, and so I said, okay, yeah, me and Mackenzie are free Saturday night. We'll head out there for a little bit. And he owns him and his wife, Paige, own an ice cream business, and so it's like and they've been out to like KNC and G-Bag remotes as well. They actually have ice cream with like liquor
breast milk
inside it. No breast milk, not yet. Maybe coming up in the future. But he has ice cream, normal ice cream as well, popsicles, but he also has like the liquor and alcohol in the ice cream too that's mixed together. So he calls it, I think, a boozy there. But they raised a bunch of money, so I was out there Saturday night with them. Very cool event. But then my worst came. My worst actually came earlier in the day. You know, I'm new to this homeowner stuff. You know, I try and
You've been hanging out with John Rocker too much.
I said homeowner. Whatever.
You've been hanging out with John Rocker too much.
And so I was, you know, I try and take care of my yard. You know, I know I'm an amateur to it, and it's not the best, but like I really do try. And I had a surrounding neighbor stop me in the alley because my home backs up to an alleyway, and so there's in the backyard it's a fence, but there's a bunch of shrubs and bushes right there, so you know it's a privacy thing. But sometimes they get overgrown a little bit. The previous owner didn't take the best care of it, but I've tried to trim as much as I could. And surrounding neighbors stopped me as I was taking garbage out. He says, "Hey, are you ever going to take care of that jungle back there?"
Whoa!
And I looked and I was like, I just trimmed. Like I showed him the bag of stuff, the shrubbery I just packed into the trash can. I was like, that same day.
You don't have to show him anything.
I just finished.
You don't know HOA
Screw
about
that guy.
And this guy all started. He was stopped in front of my house, or at the back of my house, I guess, because I guess he complained that my trash cans were, because you set them back there in the alleyway, and you have, you want to keep them on your side of the yard, but sometimes they can hang over a little bit the alleyway. He says mine was in the middle of the alleyway and he ran into it with his truck. I was like, no, it wasn't. It was back there by my fence. It wasn't near you. Just don't know how to drive. I didn't tell him that, thing, but he's like, he's north of 70, he's probably 75, close to 80. So I didn't want to, pick a fight with him. But yeah, he called me out for that, said it looked awful, and so now I just need to ask Bobby for advice on how I take care of this guy.
Well, you start by finding a paperweight.
Yeah, I wouldn't go with Bobby.
I think I know what house he lives at. I saw his truck. I think I know. It's like 3 or 4 down.
Yeah, Bobby's the only one to go to here. Depends how far you want to take it. You want to take it far, you got to go to Bobby. We need pictures of what these bushes look like.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, okay.
Do you think you obviously felt like you did an adequate job, right?
It's not like if you're driving a normal sized truck, you're not hitting the shrubbery. That's the thing. If your car is driving through it like you're in a car wash and it's in the side of your car, absolutely. Come tear me up with it. But I've done a good job of like keeping it where, again, it's
How often do you do it?
Oh, I think I've done it. I've trimmed it 3 times since I lived there.
Yeah.
And it's still a little overgrown, especially the top, but I think the top's not the issue.
Yeah.
It's how far out it goes. But I think I've done a good job. I'll send y'all pictures and stuff, but I don't think it's terrible. And I went out there again yesterday morning to do some more work on it.
What do you think? What do you think, Ralph? You're a green thumb.
Oh, look, we doing long play here?
Yeah.
Yeah. You gotta spray some you gotta get some, go to the store. There's gotta be a way to get lawn grubs. Just throw them on his lawn. It'll kill his lawn.
Oh, I thought you were about to say do something to his own tree. I thought Bobby was about to jump you. Don't give in. You're talking about attacking the yard.
Yeah, I just got to attack his yard. Gasoline, I don't know, something like that.
That's not good enough. That's not good enough. That stops way too short. Just like, I killed your grass. That's not
the
enough.
guy's a green thumb.
That's not enough for
do something
stopping
to
down.
Put glitter in his tank like last week.
Salt
Therefore,
the engine.
he can't even drive by and hit the bush.
Engine.
Yeah, some chick put glitter in the boyfriend's car and destroyed it. What was your idea?
Sugar's supposed
Look,
to be
he's
really
75,
bad.
80 years old. I would imagine he might be easily duped by like a phishing scam or a mail fraud thing. So I think if you tried to get money out of him through an email, find out what his email is, find a way to cut off whatever children he might have left. Like, I think there are options here where you can absolutely do that so that he's just basically by himself in the end.
Spray a jar with Roundup.
No money and by himself with his green grass.
We got to get pictures and see if you're at fault. We need the driveway, the road cam with the bush, and see how far out it goes. Because now you can come after you for scratching the truck. You know what I mean? It's like you basically keyed it because of your inept lawn care. Best and worst of the weekend. Commercial-free Expressway. Monday edition of Sean, RJ, and Roberto on DFW Sports Station. Do we all owe Trayvon Diggs an apology, or did he get a huge win over the Cowboys medical staff? Good news, I think, inside the Star on the home of the Dallas Cowboys after this. And it's always good news at Hurtado Barbecue.
On 105.3 The Fan.
Stick back to throw it over the middle. Quickly intercepted at the 45-yard line, and it's Shamar James, the rookie linebacker from Florida, returning at 10 yards with the first takeaway of the game.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
How are we all feeling about that Adrian Beltre statue? We'll get to that at 8:20 on a new Music Monday with the entire squad back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Brad Champ with a call on your home of the Cowboys. They beat the Falcons 31-13. And we got some more good news, I think. Brian Schottenheimer said he expects Trayvon Diggs to start the season on the 53-man roster. The unanswered question all off season long: when is Diggs coming back? Do the Cowboys have a handle on it? Did Trayvon sabotage his own rehab? Were the Cowboys right or wrong in finding him $500,000? Would Trayvon have been better off starting off the rehab process and sticking through it in Frisco? This has been a big story with a lot of bad feelings on both sides. Diggs said, were you in the locker room with Trayvon when he did all this?
No, I didn't hear Diggs talk.
Trayvon said his rehab work has picked up a lot recently, and it's expected to pick up even more next week. Highly unlikely he'll be ready for week 1, but he did not rule it out. He said, I'm hungry. I'm itching to get back on the field. I cannot wait. He said he feels way better than I should feel. And indications have been that he'd be ready to go before week 5. Again, non-committal about the Eagles game. He also, of course, they're Batman and Robin traveling everywhere together, had to speak for Micah Parsons in the locker room. And he said, yeah, Micah's back is kind of tight. Had to get that MRI. And Brian Schottenheimer said it came back pretty clean. But he said Micah's availability, Eagles, depends on how his back feels.
I wish the back would get better.
I know he was really sore this morning. Went and got it checked out. That is the last thing I heard. So, Trayvon Diggs versus Stephen Jones, Cowboys medical staff. Looks like what on the scoreboard?
I don't know that it says anything. I mean, it was always going to be a question of when he was ready to go. They obviously had a problem with him doing things off-site. I guess, like, my question would be is if he did things on-site, would he have been faster along with his rehab?
Right. The Cowboys probably would maintain he would have been a training camp participant if he was with us.
That's probably what they would say.
You had people like Shereen Williams and others say, like, we're looking at mid-season return, maybe even later, maybe even not this year. Shereen wrote multiple times for ProFootballTalk.com. So where do you end up on it, Bob?
I mean, obviously it's going to be a he said, she said thing because
weren't we all pleasantly surprised on the 53 or no?
From where he'd been. Like during the offseason, he was thought to, the Cowboys were publicly saying, and they've continued to say, which again, that's why it's he said, she said, this is just their take on it, is that he should have been able to participate some in training camp, and he didn't. And so they would say he was still behind. Stephen Jones, while he was in California, in that interview he gave with Ed Werder and Matt Mosley, had said he's behind. Said, like, just flat out said he's not where he's supposed to be at this point. And they didn't know where he was going to be by the time he showed up. So in that sense, their public position is that he's behind. He kept saying the whole time he was ahead of schedule. So there's some sort of split there that is undefined. I think that when it initially happened, the word was it could be anywhere from like 6 to 9 months, I think is what they had said initially. 6 months would have been July. 9 months obviously would have been October. So he ends up being ready beginning of September.
7.
So
7.5.
I mean, it kind of depends on how you view that. I look at it and just say, I know the Cowboys consistently have said they thought he should have been ready for training camp if everything had gone right.
Yeah, I don't know who to believe, really, because I would have to be able to tell you that Trayvon Diggs would have been on a faster rate of return in Frisco, and I would have to be able to tell you that Trayvon Diggs' own personal medical team is not as good as Britt Brown and everyone else, and I don't know any of that.
So, no, I mean, like, look,
I don't know.
There are certain.
Do I blame Diggs? That's another part of this. Sorry, Choppy. You blame Diggs for not rehabbing with the team? Well, then you have, professional athletes who. Tom Brady. Was working with Alex Guerrero a bad thing for Tom Brady? I would have to say no.
No, he was always healthy. Outside of the year where he got rolled up on.
Yeah, so it's hard for me to tell a pro athlete, like, don't work with the person you think is the best for your body.
Well, and I think there's a difference.
But I also understand the team's point of, we want to supervise. We're paying you the millions. We want to supervise what you're doing medically. Sorry.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between supplementary assistance or working with somebody who in addition to what you do with the team, and then just cutting the team out and only working with somebody else.
Yeah,
that's where I think there would be a hesitation.
Because, every team has, breaking news, different doctors, different trainers, and they all have different philosophies. Some are old school. Some don't keep up with the new stuff. Some are more advanced, and they're like, hey, you know what? This is new technology. Let's go use it. Some are like, hey, I want to hunker down and use what I've used for 50 years. Every training staff is different. And, was Diggs using a different type of recovery than what the Cowboys wanted or what the Cowboys recommend? And did it help him get, heal faster? If it did, then I don't really care what the team says, as long as he's healthy.
Yeah, I posted this. It kind of blew up on social media. Does this news that he passed the physical, moving him off the PUP list, make the Cowboys medical staff look silly? Because we've talked about the grading that the NFLPA puts out every year.
So they do a training room and training staff, and this is when they go through everything. Treatment of families. This is the report card from the NFLPA. And the Cowboys, for the training staff, got a C. Now, the bad thing is that, to me, a C, you're in the top 3. A, B, C.
But by the way, what I hear about that, what I'm told about that is it's not the quality of the people working on the players that is the C. They don't have enough. They don't
have enough personnel.
Yes, they're undermanned.
Yeah.
They're understaffed.
Well, okay, but
that's what I've been told.
I'm gonna read you the teams that also got grades in the C. Arizona. I mean, you don't want to be lumped in with Arizona on anything. Buffalo. They're a good team. That's a rinky-dink organization.
Oh.
You don't want to be lumped in with Buffalo. They can't even afford a roof. Building a brand new stadium.
They did figure out how to stop wind. We can't stop the sun. They stopped the wind. Captain Planet would be proud.
Cleveland. You want to be lumped in with them. The Chiefs. Chiefs are great. Chiefs have got a great organization. They've got one of the worst facilities, do they not? How old is that? Xavier Worthy walked into that and was like, where the hell am I? Remember that? Remember that video? Terrible facilities. The Patriots. Tom Brady was their only success. The Jets. Anyone been lumped in with them? Those are the C grades. You don't want to be lumped in with those.
Someone just texted me who would know. Dak went outside the Cowboys staff for his hamstring.
Yeah, I mean, you will end up getting guys who will do different things in like side work with the organization. It's when you cut it out completely.
He's going to keep them still informed, Dak.
That's the biggest problem. And it's not even just keep them informed. He's going to get work from both typically is what it's going to be. You'll get sort of like a team up on it. And yeah, on the fact of Dallas ranked 30 out of 32 teams to the question of do Cowboys players feel like they have enough full-time trainers? And then the other aspect was players report that the one-on-one time that they get with coaches, with training staff, that was 72% of Cowboys players agree with that. That was 29th out of 32. So like Sean said, that's where it was really dragging down was the amount of staff. There's not a whole lot in here that, at least is in here, that is critical of the staff itself. It's that they feel like it's understaffed.
Yeah, so the big question in this is this good news? Or where the Cowboys say, no, he should be even further along and he should be playing against the Eagles? I don't know. I can't answer that. So depends on which side you believe or take. No clue. 877-881-1053. Franklin Injury Attorney text line. Do you remember Matt Schaub, RJ Chopper?
Oh, I do.
Who was he?
He was quarterback. Houston Texans, Atlanta Falcons.
And who is he now, Bob?
He is a candidate or wants to be elected. The NFLPA president is what he wants now.
Matt Schaub is calling for an immediate grievance against Jerry Jones for directly negotiating with Micah Parsons. Now, Bob, we keep getting different explanations and interpretations on this.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's legal or illegal, CBA-wise, to do what Jerry Jones did with Micah one-on-one without the agent. What is the truth? What's the reality?
The truth is that it's like a lot of things that go to the Supreme Court or other things where the question is related to a matter of interpretation of what the CBA says. So the CBA specifically lists in there, it says that under enforcement, it says under procedures to be established by agreement between the NFL and the NFLPA, the commissioner shall disapprove any NFL player contract between a player and club unless such player A is represented in the negotiations with respect to such NFL player contract by an agent or representative duly certified by the PA, or B acts on his own behalf in negotiating such NFL player contracts. So there's a split to people who read that to say, okay, does that mean if you have an agent, you have to be represented by them? Or is it just once they tell you to work with the agent, you have to? So it's a matter of just legal interpretation and wording there. But there are a lot of people, Florio, one of them, who thinks that wording says that you have to negotiate with the agent.
Yeah. That one seemed to make the most common sense to me. Like, you can never say one thing to a player. Throughout. Like, would it qualify as David Mulligetta's involvement by just sending him what they talked about to look over and sign off? Does that qualify as enough not to violate if Jerry and Micah did the 95% of it?
Well, so the player, if it says acts on his own behalf, that's fine. Even if you have an agent, you can act on your own behalf. As soon as the player says, I'm not acting on my own behalf, that's where some people think legally, and depending on the language, somebody may rule that, a court might rule that, no, that's a violation.
I want to speak to my lawyer.
Right.
Interrogation.
Yeah, it's a very similar to the idea of that. Yeah, just like it's supposed to end the interrogation.
It's a it's a no penalty for a first offense, $62,000 for all violations afterwards. So a little slap on the wrist. And Jerry Jones was asked by Stephen A. Smith, and this has been my main criticism of Jerry. Look, man, he went in, he thought he was on Shark Tank. He thought he was, Tillman Fertitta, whatever his name is. He thought he was on one of these shows and his own businessman making his own pitch. It went sideways. He got in too deep. Can't you just give him a pass and get this thing done?
Stephen A., can you look across the first field and look out at the red border? That would be the top
yes,
pilot.
I'm looking at it.
I stood there on our last day of mini camps talking with Micah. Have your agent call me.
You told him that.
Call me. Yes.
You told him
Have your agent call me. Have your agent call me. Have your agent call me.
Last day of minicamp was around what time?
May, right?
June. Mm-hmm.
June.
Would have been early June.
So Jerry and Micah supposedly talked and negotiated all this in March. And then Jerry is saying in June, so according to Jerry Jones, Micah Parsons asked for a cell to walk in and negotiate. That got done. Once it officially didn't get done, he then told Micah, have your agent call me after their negotiation, months after, right there on that practice field in Frisco, and something did not happen. And
Have your agent call
that's where we are. So that's Jerry's side of it.
Yeah, and Jerry turned to me and he said, "Let's play this up for the cameras here. Let's play up the draft room." No, I never said that. No, there was nothing in your contract, Jimmy, that said this. This is all. That's why I say this is different. This is all sounding like the Jimmy stuff that went sideways from the America's Team documentary, where how they have two completely different stories as to what happened. That's concerning.
And Jerry, at the end of this, he talked about loyalty again in the Stephen A interview. Loyalty, loyalty, loyalty. Mikey B weighing in. You know he loves the NFL Players Association so much. I won't name the term that he named them, although he probably wouldn't care. The NFLPA are a bunch of blank. They will never win a grievance because they let owners do whatever they want to them.
Yeah, they know they're not missing games, so they do what they can to get more time off. Like that's what they try.
What does everyone think of the Adrian Beltre statue? We'll get it up on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, and a new Music Monday next.
It's
Basil babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Is it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
Personal and Jewelers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
And the pitch. And that one hit high and deep into right center. Martinez going back. Still going back. He looks. It's gone. Far into the Rangers bullpen. Home run, Rowdy Tellez. He gives Texas a 2-0 lead.
Making it rain with Sandoz in Arlington. Matt Hicks with the call on your home for Rangers baseball. Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again with a sweep of the Cleveland Guardians. 6.5 back in the West, 4.5 back in the wild card. Merrill Kelly, Jack Leiter, Jock Pederson, Rowdy Tellez, Wyatt Langford, and Nate Eovaldi. Your highlights of the weekend, the lowlights, Evan Carter and Marcus Semien, possibly both gone for the year. So that's not great.
No.
The biggest highlight, though, the unveiling of the Adrian Beltre statue, and Bobby Belt is about to get rid of statues altogether. Aiden, let's fire this up on the fan cam, Twitch.
About 5 years ago, I guess.
Fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Choppy, give us your thoughts first.
I don't know that there is a more appropriate pose for a statue. That is as perfect as it gets. I think they nailed. Now, what else? Like, what were the other options with Adrian?
Right.
You know, just a bunch of people trying to touch his head.
And Elvis did that. He went out there during the unveiling and put his hand right on the head.
So I think that's perfect. He's well-deserving. He's been a great ambassador for the organization. I think it's a perfect statue.
I guess my only question is, after the Brady one, should this be larger? Or do they want it this height, as Tolo Chris just speculated, so that everyone could go? They probably don't want people stepping up there.
Right.
And putting their hand on Adrian's head. Would Beltre, would he love that or not?
I mean, the Brady one is like the Colossus of Rhodes. It's just this massive, like, hey, we've arrived into the harbor.
Only the Landry one is maybe bigger.
The Landry one's huge. The Manning one we saw was big.
This looks to scale. Like, that looks about as big as he'd be, maybe a little bigger. Because, he just was standing next to it, and it was like maybe up to his collarbone. So, him down on one, I think that's pretty close.
I've got to go look at the Nolan one, because the Pudge one is low. He's in a catcher squat.
Mm-hmm.
He's very, that's the main entrance that at least one that I always go into, and I think that's a perfect size. It's for kids, take pictures with it. I think you got to figure that out.
Pay, what'd you think?
I like it. I like it a lot. Like RJ said, you had to use that pose. Everyone and their mom knew that that's what they were going to use. But yeah, the platform he's on, it's not proportional. It's not. You got to have the statue part has to be much larger. But I love it overall.
No, I think it actually is proportional. That was the point, Peyton. It is his actual size. You want it larger. You want him bigger. You want him like the Lincoln statue.
It's a statue.
I think I would want it a little bit larger. But Bobby, you just trying to get rid of this practice altogether?
It's a good statue. I like it. It's good. It's as good as a statue probably can be. The problem is, like, these bronze statues, you just can't actually make them look like somebody. It looks naturally, their face looks a little weird, or like, this looks wonky. This looks a little dumb. I would just propose we do away with bronze statues. Not get rid of the ones that are already there. I'm not trying to tear down history. Lord knows we've had debates about that around here for a while. But I'm talking about leaving those up, and then in the future, it's 2025 now.
I called that one.
I've seen Back to the Future too. I know what they're capable of with holograms and things like that. Get me a hologram of a play on a loop or something like that. That should start replacing these statues, because these
Didn't
bronze
the
ones, they
Commanders
just
already
don't
do that?
look
Mess
right.
that up with Sean Taylor?
No, they gave him an Oshman's display. That's completely different. They were like, I guess we'll just grab some stuff from the local.
Good reference, Oshman's display. Very good.
I guess we'll get the stuff that's just been discarded and put up there, and we're not even going to put tape on his face mask, and we're just going to put this like empty individual up there. But It's a good statue. Like I said, it's as good as you can get around there. It's just when you look at it still, it's like, yeah, this still doesn't totally look like his face is the thing. And none of them ever will. They'll always look a little funny. And so to me, I would just say, look, we've got Tupac performing at Coachella now and things like that. I think we can have hologram displays now.
I love a good statue. Keep bringing them out. Now, you can't overdo it. You can't give everyone a statue.
No.
But Beltre is like one of the guys that you would give one to. If you're in the Hall of Fame and you have that logo on your cap in Cooperstown, you probably should have a statue at your stadium.
You know how much pressure that probably is too? You're tasked with making whatever the statue is or whatever else. Because like if I screw this up, I'm destroyed for forever.
Well, the only people worse than this are the people who draw in the courtroom. I can't remember the last great courtroom drawing
Phil Spector
I've ever seen.
I don't remember what that one looks
Just
like.
the hair.
His hair looked like a dandelion that needed to be blown away.
So back to the Rangers with Diamond Cavs at 9:00. This is an opportunity on the schedule. I think Peyton was pointing it out. You get the Angels, and then did you say the Athletics after that?
Yes, on the weekend, but you're in Sacramento, wherever they are.
They're in Sacramento.
Yes.
So Angels and A's, 4.5 back. Diamond Cavs at 9 a.m. after the Broomsticks.
Bassick is going to be miserable in Sacramento. The heat. It's going to be like 110 degrees outside there. Oh, he's going to be miserable. He's probably going to send Murphy.
He's going to send him.
Yeah. Go do my bidding.
David, go do my games.
It's a New Music Monday.
I'm Casey Kasem. Coming up next are the 3 biggest hits of the year.
That's right. We're going to take a look at some of the songs that were released on Friday. I have never heard of the first one. That was the number one on Spotify. That was Laura's favorite of the week. But I guess this guy's pretty popular. I don't know. This is the song, and it's also a line from the movie Brokeback Mountain. I Wish I Knew How to Quit You
know.
by Somber.
Oh.
Good. I like it. It's not like a summer banger or whatever, but I think the production on it's really nice. I like the vocals. I think it's good. It's solid. It's not anything I would like remember for forever probably, but I think it's pretty solid.
It's a high floor, low ceiling song.
It's Will Greer.
High
Will
floor,
Greer.
low ceiling.
Yeah. Will Greer.
It's the Will Greer song. Big X the Plug, Dallas's own Big X the Plug, who was arrested late last week.
Yeah.
And then was released out on bail, Tupac style.
What was he arrested for?
Marijuana possession. He is released.
You can get arrested for
where?
marijuana?
Where?
I guess.
How much did he have on him?
I don't know. I didn't see that. I just saw he got arrested for it and he was released. And so that's what he did. He got released on the same day that his song was released with Jelly Roll, Box Me Up.
The image of you leaving in my head and keep repeating. And now I'm slowly sinking. Not reaching out for help, just slowly falling to the deep end. If I lose you tonight.
I'm in on anything Big X the Plug.
He sounded like Biggie a little bit right there.
I'm in on anything that's a Jelly Roll hook. It's probably going to be good.
Yeah?
If Jelly Roll's singing the hook, it's probably a good song. So it's a good decision right now in hip hop. If you say, "Hey, Jelly Roll, come jump on the song," I want you to sing a hook. Good song. I like it. It's solid. And then finally, this is a band that I like, Wolf Alice. This is not my favorite song of theirs, but it was one of the ones that was out this week as the chart toppers. This is a song called "Just Two Girls" by Wolf Alice. Whatever.
Yeah.
It's like a pseudo 70s, like
number 2 by far.
Lisa Loeb song. Not number 3. That's first one was great.
Number 3?
Yeah.
The one we're playing right now?
Yeah, this is the third, but third out of 3, but for sure.
No, number 2 is the best.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I thought you were saying like you were ranking this the second best song of the week. Yeah, number 2 was the best song.
Number 2 is the best. New Music Monday with Roberto here on DFW Sports Station. Let's wrap up your weekend as well. We didn't get to it in best and worst before Below the Belt with how the Cowboys 53 is going to look.
Yeah, I have no idea what this sentence means. I first heard the sentence when we got back from training camp. The girls were so excited. Not that I was home.
Because you were home?
Nope, not
You guys
because
do
of
the
that.
best family hugs in the airport. You should see it, Peyton. I mean, it's just like a 10-second embrace with all four.
We pulled up, and right when I got in the car, they were like, "Daddy, we have songs to show you." I was like, "Okay." And so I was like, "What is this?" And they're like, "It's from K-pop Demon Hunters."
Oh.
So I've read this out loud yesterday with the email. Two things I read out loud.
Two things.
RJ naked in the shower, fixing the shower naked. And then this. And I was like, what is this? And Amanda started chuckling.
I'm sure Amanda has to know it. This is K-pop Demon Hunters right here. Turn it up, Peyton.
Their name is K-pop Demon Hunters?
It's the name of a movie. So this movie came out on Netflix. It's got all these different K-pop songs on them. It's been out since July or something like that. All of these songs have like 300 million streams on Spotify.
Wow.
There's 7 of them. And this is blowing up. It blew up so much that theaters hosted a sing-along version of the movie in theaters this weekend. It's a nonsense movie. It's the most I've ever felt like my parents, where it's like, I have no idea what you're listening. Like, I don't understand your generation consuming this. This whole thing, this was a theater packed with like teenage and elementary school girls mostly, but some of the boys in there too, like dancing with glow sticks and singing along to this movie, where the plot of the movie is these 3 girls have been tasked with cleansing the souls of the like possessed population with their K-pop songs, and they're going to kill the demons with it. And I was like, Kristen, you let them watch this? It's the most Chia follow I've ever felt watching a movie. I'll say that. Where I'm looking at it and just going, I don't understand this plot. It doesn't make any sense to me. I argued with Laura about it over the weekend. Laura's yelling in my face. She goes, they have to sing to get the demons go. I went, why? Why do they have to do that, child? They don't say, and it doesn't make any sense.
The Tellez are texting, all the kids love this ass, straight up insanity. My kids went to the sing-along movie thing, and it was capital letters insane.
Dude, they are literally, it's kids jumping up out of their seats, running up and down the aisle, swinging glow sticks and singing along with the song. I've never seen anything like
Taylor
it.
Swift in theaters.
Something like that. It's insane. And you've got a lot of people on it. My son loves this song and the movie. Somebody else says, I mean, they did that with Taylor Swift in the movie theaters, like you just were pointing out. But this is the thing that has just blown. And when I tweeted about it, it was everybody replying, yeah, my kids, they won't stop playing these songs. And now Kristen has been brainwashed by this as well. And Kristen is wanting to play the songs all day. And them talking about it all day has now polluted my feed as my phone spies on me. And now my TikTok feed is nothing but K-pop Demon Hunters.
I just asked my 15-year-old, what do you know about K-pop Demon Hunters? And
Is he not in school? What happened to no cell phones in school?
He's in high school, so I don't know.
He doesn't even start till 12 in high school.
Probably. He goes, who?
Okay.
And I was like, haha, okay. He's at like a YouTube channel.
So was that your worst of the weekend?
Yeah, that was pretty much up there as the worst of the weekend. Also, the worst was this, which I texted after, and I don't know if Aiden's got it. We went to the place last night where I won't say what it is. I mean, it was fine.
Yeah,
but
don't be like Reetma.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. But they gave us, Kristen had ordered a salad that comes with some steak on it. And they asked you to say, what would you like? And there it is on the fan cam. They say, what would you like to cook? And she said, medium rare. And they dropped that on the plate. Uh-huh.
That's fantastic to me.
Rare is fine. I can eat rare steak. The point, though, is they clearly gave no concern for, what'd you say? I don't care what you said. We're making it rare because that is rare.
What is that, chat? Is that sendbackable?
What is that, chat? I never thought you would say chat.
Isn't that what it's all called?
Yes.
I don't like to separate fan cam, Twitch, YouTube. I thought that's what the cool kids call it.
Chat?
Like I'm gonna be a movie demon popper now.
Yeah, exactly.
Get this guy, chat.
I
Get
would
this
hear
restaurant.
you say chat.
Bobby sent that, and I was gonna be so proud that he cooked that. Like, oh my gosh! I already had Royal from Wild Fork hitting me up. Oh my God, Bobby, what should we send him? And then I said nothing because he said that it was undercooked for him in the restaurant.
No, not undercooked for me, but just you're told to cook it a certain way, and they didn't.
Yeah, that's not medium rare.
That's the only thing.
Did you eat him? Was it good?
It was Kristen's, and so no, she was like, I'm not gonna eat. She won't eat rare, so she's like, I'm gonna just take this home and I'm gonna throw it in the air fryer for an extra minute or something when we get home because that's not gonna work.
What type of steak was that?
I don't know. It was just steak on top of the thing, sirloin or something. I have no idea. But I will say is that if she would have ordered well done and they would have sent her medium rare, I would have been like, I would eat that. That looks good, but that is clearly not what you ordered. And that was just the thing to me is like, that just looked like a lazy cook where they're like, all right, throw that out there.
The games have all been played. Now we find out who is in and out on the Cowboys 53-man. That's next in Below. Right here on Sean and RJ.
But
be what was it? Pepper Lady.
Wasn't it the Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens.
Tree Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
Today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
I left formation. Play fake again. Milton going deep down the right side for Brooks in the end zone. Two hands down on the right side of the end zone, and he caught it. Touchdown, Jalen Brooks.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Who is in? Who is out? Who is going to piss you off when the Cowboys announce their 53-man roster? Let's talk about it in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. That's right, the two-time sponsor right over here, Chop. That's what I got. All right, so I started trying to work on the 53-man roster over the weekend after the Cowboys played their final preseason game. Got a victory, got a decent performance out of Joe Milton, saw some good performances from guys who probably needed to put him forward. Guys like Deuce Vaughn, Jalen Brooks, Ryan Flanoy. Saw some decent stuff at times from Mozzie Smith. Those are all good positives to have. Those are good things that you want to have in your on tape when you're getting ready to make these decisions and getting ready to head into your first preseason game. And as I started trying to cut this down, it felt like it was going to be a lot more difficult than by the time I got to the end of it. I think I had a pretty good sense of where the team was looking at a few different positions. So let's go down the list of what I think we're looking at for the Cowboys as they prepare to make their final decisions tomorrow, and had some discussions over the week. Sean mentioned it earlier. They've already started some of the cuts. Lyle Collins is now out. And they also mentioned that Trayvon Diggs is cleared. He will be on the active roster, it sounds like, to start the season, so there will be no issues in terms of trying to stash somebody through on PUP and then open up a spot that way. All right, so starting off, quarterback. Initial 53-man roster is going to be two, I think. I think it's going to be Dak and Joe Milton. And Will Grier, who is a vested veteran, they don't have to pass him through waivers. Will Grier, I think, will be cut, and then after that, they'll make whatever procedural moves they have to and hopefully bring him back, or they may sign him to the practice squad and have elevations with him.
How do you think Joe was better on Friday night compared to the first two games?
I just think you saw better touch on some of his throws down the field, some stuff where he was putting it on the money more consistently.
He was on time more,
showed
too.
the legs.
Yeah, he showed the legs. He didn't have as many of those throws where it's just like, where is that going?
There was a throw he made, pretty sure it was in the second half.
You were watching this in Michigan?
I went to the bar to get food. Right, I was going to get takeout. I just sat there because Sarah wasn't feeling well the last few days. She got some food poisoning.
In Michigan, they had Cowboys, Falcons on.
It was on NFL Network.
Oh, okay.
So, so I go. She wasn't feeling well, so I was like, all right, I'm going to run to the bar. I'm going to get something to eat. Like, I'll just get takeout. And while I'm waiting there, the game's on. So this is like, I think this is just the start of the third quarter, and there was a throw he made where he kind of rolls right, and he throws towards the sideline. And I thought for sure that he was going to hit the short receiver, maybe about 8 yards downfield. But he threw it like 25 downfield. And I was like, I was not expecting him to make that throw. I was like, all right, that's kind of what that pops the eye. That catches the eye.
Yeah, he was more consistent. It's still not consistent enough that you probably feel great about him, where you're like, man, he's ready to go, especially when he's 10 for 18, and it's, again, against a lot of backups and guys who were just out there getting their final game in. But overall, you feel better about some of the stuff that you saw, because the big problem for him is not, can he make these throws in terms of can he thread the needle? He's got the arm talent to do that kind of stuff. It's just about seeing it consistently. Running backs, I think they're going to carry 4.
Oh, by the way, before we move off of quarterbacks, Bobby, you brought this name up last week in a hypothetical deal. I said I would do it. Trade, was it Jalen Tolbert for Sam Howell? The Vikings traded Sam Howell and a 6 to the Eagles for a 5th and a 7th. So there's Howie saying, Sam Howell will be good enough for us to maybe have on the roster. So the Vikings trade Sam Howell to sign Carson Wentz.
Look at that. It all comes back together once again. I'm stunned Carson Wentz is still hanging around even as a backup, because whenever he steps out there, it looks like a guy who is not comfortable out there in a way similar to Joe Milton at times. All right, running backs, 4 of them. Javonte Williams, Miles Sanders, Jaden Blue, and then Hunter Lipke included in that. So I think no Deuce Vaughn, no Phil Maffa. I think both of them are probably off the roster.
How much would it surprise you if Miles doesn't make it?
Man, you're out for Miles Sanders. So you got the Miles vendetta all of a sudden. Where'd this come from?
It's not a vendetta. I would like, I'd like him to actually do something to earn a spot on the roster.
Well, what have you seen from Javonte? Why aren't you going after Javonte?
Nothing.
Why Miles?
No, I have no dog in the fight. They want to get rid of either one of them. Go ahead.
Okay, but why are you picking on Miles but not Javonte? You've seen the same amount from both.
That's a good point. I don't have anything.
Physical runner. He likes the toxic masculinity of just lowering your head and bowling over people.
And we saw, and I was wrong about this, we saw Deuce Vaughn blow up last year preseason. It meant nothing.
Nothing.
So who gives a rip what they're doing right now?
No, that's fair. That's fair. I've seen some stuff on social media, like what's Miles Sanders done to earn the spot? It's kind of like Turpin. Turpin's a nothing, but everybody seems to love him. They're burying Tolbert.
I mean, Turpin's clearly, by everything they've done in training camp, been a big focus of what they want to do, though. But it's part of what they want to do. So, wide receivers, 5 of them, because I think Jonathan Mingo's going to open the year on IR. So you're going to have CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, your third receiver, Kevontae Turpin. And then I think you've got Jalen Tolbert the 4th. And then the final one is probably Ryan Flanoy. That's still a close race, I think, between Jalen Brooks and Ryan Flanoy. I think the Cowboys are going to try to get Holden on the practice squad, which Trayshawn Holden was a guy who had a couple drops in this game. Didn't step up the way he had in some other moments. But I also think it's a case of, even if he doesn't drop those passes, I think it's like, we love you, but man, it's going to be harder for us to slip some other guys through, and these guys have been here a little bit longer, and we trust them a little more, so we're going to make that move. Tight end, I think you're going to carry 3. Jake Ferguson, Luke Schoonmaker, Brevin Spann-Ford.
So both Michigan guys making it.
Yeah, because I do think Mozzie's going to be on. I think Mozzie might be guy 52, 53. Like, it's right there, I think. And I think it may just be a case of you don't have a lot of great options behind him. If Jonathan Hankins were still on the roster this year, you probably move on from Mozzie Smith, I would guess. Offensive line, Tyler Guyton, Tyler Smith, Cooper Beebe, Tyler Booker, Terrence Steele, your starters, obviously, which Tyler Guyton continues to progress. He was out there during some of the warm-ups the other day. That sounds like they think there's a real shot. He could be ready to go week 1. If not week 1, week 2. The guys I have making it, Johnny Cornelius, Hakeem Adeniji, who I think that's another one that might be near the back end of the roster there. TJ Bass, Brock Hoffman, Nate Thomas, who Nate Thomas would likely be your starting left tackle if Tyler Guyton can't go week 1. Defensive line, they're going to go really heavy here, I think. 11. So this will be Dante Fowler, Marshawn Nealand, Sam Williams, Micah Parsons, Osa Odigizua, Solomon Thomas, Jay Toia, Donovan Ezeraku, James Houston, I think is on, Ernest Brown, Mozzie Smith. I think Mozzie is the last one. That also means that one of your offseason additions, Peyton Turner, I think is going to be part of the cuts here. I would not be surprised if Turner's out in this instance. Linebackers, Kenneth Murray, Jack Sanborn, Maris Leofau, Damone Clark, Shamar James. I don't think that's surprising to anybody. Linebackers, pretty solid. And then the defensive backs, I think you've got 10. Trayvon Diggs, who is obviously his availability now has kind of changed the composition of the roster. Deron Bland, Kyer Elam, Zion Childress, Andrew Booth. Then I think you've got Troy Pride, Marquise Bell, Donovan Wilson, Malik Hooker, and Wanye Thomas. Including that no Keemon Hall, who a lot of North Texas fans I think have liked, and a guy who's gotten some experienced reps with them at the end of last year and then into this offseason. And then maybe a bit surprising for me last week, but as the week went on, no Israel Mukwamu, who was playing really late into that game the other day for somebody who would be on the roster typically. And then the special teamers are Brian Anger, Brandon Aubrey, and Trent Sieg. So overall, and I should mention on the defensive backs, no Kalen Carson listed there. I think Carson's going to be one of their IR guys as well, starting the season off.
Brian Schottenheimer's star ups, by the way, against Atlanta. James Houston, Elijah Clark, DB Mike Smith, Deuce, Flanoy, Jalen Brooks, and Joe Milton.
Yeah, and I think a lot of those guys you're talking about there are guys that they're probably
What about
looking
my guy
at.
Troy Pride?
Troy Pride I've got on there. He would be like guy 53, somewhere around there. The guys that I think are off on this roster right now that are probably the toughest decisions and still may end up, because obviously this is just a projection. I think Deuce Vaughn is part of that, who he mentioned there. I think Princeton Fant, the tight end, is somebody that they could be looking at in that same way. And then I think when you look at, we already got some people on the fan text asking about this. Why no Perion Winfrey? I think Perion Winfrey's another guy who they would look at and like to keep if they could. I think it's just a matter of numbers game and some of the guys that they're keeping already and what they want to do with those guys. Like Ernest Brown, I don't think they anticipated being as impressed with him as they are. I think James Houston brought in here, that's taken up another defensive line spot because he was out there making plays for you and showing himself to be an effective rusher right out of the gate. So I think that's going to cause some of the tougher cuts. Again, Peyton Turner, I think, is out. That's just somebody who probably didn't do enough for them. And the fact that they would move on from somebody like Elijah Clark, who you mentioned, Mike Smith, those are guys who I think they would try to get to the practice squad. And the practice squad is obviously 17 members for Dallas. It's 16 for the whole NFL. Dallas then also has an extra exemption for Denzel Daxon as an international pathway player. So he would be on the practice squad as an extra player that they could carry. But overall, I think they're going to have to carry heavier on defense to start the season because they've got so many depth questions over there. Whereas it feels like the offense is pretty much set in terms of who they want, how they're going to be here. If Diggs plays week 1, now that he's on the active roster, I think then we're looking at Diggs and Elam are outside and Deron Bland's playing the nickel. And that's where he'll have to play. If Diggs can't go, now we've got a big question of who's going to even play the nickel at that point. It might be Zion Childress. It might be Andrew Booth outside. Since Booth, surprising some people, he was put on the shelf for the final game. They didn't even put him out there to play. That's usually a pretty solid sign that they like you and they have you here. And so I think both of those are pretty good indicators of how the Cowboys view their cornerback room stacking up heading in this first week.
Belo with our Cowboys insider, Bobby Roberto, who was right there in Arlington for the final preseason game. Nick Eatman at 9:20 with his Micah laying down reaction, and is Joe Milton going to be the official 2? But we are also your home of the Rangers. RJ Choppy, is he believing again after the sweep of Cleveland? Some Diamond Calves on the home of the Rangers next. But I got to give a shout out to the Wild Fork Weekend Tolos who stepped up their grill game.
RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Jock swings, and that one is crushed out to right. Who cares about the lefty? Pederson with a long ball. A laser shot, and the Rangers lead us 5-0.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
Look, it's tough to be romantic about running down towards the end of the season, out, handful of games in the wild card, but we can still figure out a way to be romantic about it.
Your teases are still on vacation.
Yeah, we praised your we praised your Diamond Cavs teases while you were out.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
And then you just let us down.
Well, running out of time here. Running out of things to be
Why? They
upbeat
just
about.
swept.
They did.
I mean, it's hard to be more romantic about anything else than sweeping.
That's true.
Keeping hope alive, 4.5 back in the wild card.
How can you not be romantic about 19 straight scoreless innings?
You know what? Fair. 21 plus.
You want to try? You want to try it again?
Yeah, no.
Pepe, cue it back up.
Yeah.
You ready? Let us know when you have it. We're gonna keep this streak of teases going.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about belly busters busting and starting pitchers not allowing any run? There we go.
Much better.
21 plus innings. Is that what they allow? One run?
Yeah.
The entire series, 21 plus innings. So the Rangers right now find themselves in a very precarious situation when it comes to making the postseason. You had mentioned that there was 10.7% chance to get into the playoffs. They're 4.5 back in the wild card. Good news and bad news. Good news is there's only one team between them and the last wild card spot, and that is the Royals. There's only one team ahead of them. Bad news is they're 4.5 back. Other good news, Royals got not the easiest schedule in the world. The Rangers' perspective, though, they've got one stretch that it really comes down to. They do play the Angels and the A's next, and they play Arizona. Now, those are on the road. A's and Arizona's on the road. This is a pretty tough stretch after that. They got 3 with Houston, 3 with Milwaukee, 3 at the Mets, and 3 at Houston. So that's 12 games. It's going to come down to those 12. If they could split the 12 games, you might have a chance. Because those are very, very difficult. Those are good teams. Houston's obviously in the playoffs. Milwaukee's got the best record in the sport. The Mets are always tough, and then you got Houston again. Miami's given up, although they've played really good baseball since the start of June. They played really, really good baseball. But could you beat Miami? Yeah, you could. I mean, they've swept teams. They've played well. Miami's played, like I said, really good baseball since June. Minnesota, and then Cleveland you just took care of. So it's really that 12-game stretch that you have to worry about that becomes the most difficult. And you're going to have to do it without Simeon and without Evan Carter, who are essentially done for the year. If Marcus Simeon plays, again, it's probably going to be the final 10 games of the season. He's out 4 to 6 weeks. And then Carter obviously is out.
For Simeon to be out, it's bad.
Yeah, he had missed games.
Yeah.
It's only the second IL stint of his whole career. The guy doesn't miss games. He is a 159 game a year player. He'll get a random off day here or there. For the most part, he's out there every single day.
Got the playoffs still.
What do you mean?
You got the playoffs where you could still come back for.
Shut up, bud.
He could come back for the playoffs. So that's
I'm being optimistic.
That's
sarcastic.
That's the big issue when it comes to the Rangers. They go out for 10 on Saturday. Obviously, another shutout on Sunday. Jack Leiter, that was a really dominant performance that he put out there on Saturday afternoon with the 10 strikeouts. That's a career high. No walks. I think that was the most important part of it. The strikeouts are great, but you go out there, you strike guys out, and you're not walking, and that's been a problem for him.
Yes. Sandler was cherry picking, but he still wanted to tweet that Jack's got a better ERA than Cease, Verlander, Severino, Bassett, Gallen, Alcantara, guys with all-star on their resume and a few Cy Youngs as well. Cherry picking, sure, but it has been a very good season for Jack.
So, you know who Dylan Cease is to me?
Not Jack Leiter, that's for sure.
No, not Jack Leiter. But remember in Moneyball, they were in the scout room, and the guy was like, he's a good hitter, and then Brad Pitt's character was like, well, if he's a good hitter, why doesn't he hit?
Mm-hmm.
That's what Dylan Cease is. He's a good pitcher. Well, if he's a good pitcher, why doesn't he ever pitch good?
I mean, he's
had 1 year.
Yeah, but you can't say he's never pitched well. He's been a good pitcher at times.
I don't know. I mean, for the stuff he has, he should be better.
Sure. I mean, he did finish top 5 in Cy Young twice.
He's like Miles Sanders.
So Leiter, if Leiter
read my overlap.
Yeah. If Leiter is able to
turn that one up. Cease has had a 3.91, a 2.20, a 3.47. The career ERA is a 3.88.
Yeah, look, not bad. Not bad.
4.71 this year.
But for a guy that's like, he's the best stuff of the sport, I would expect
11 strikeouts per 9 inning for his career. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's good stuff. He runs into a lot of bats.
Sure.
He run into some
It happens.
But anyway, back to Leiter. If he actually does continue this, and he's had a pretty decent year, you could save a lot of money. You could save a lot of money by not having to pay an outside third starter and not having to go get one. You could save your money to get a bat. Oh, that'd be a novel idea.
Because Kelly's a free agent, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Like everyone they traded for.
It's a very profitable rental, Chris. Good job.
Hey, your boy Nathaniel Lowe. Big 2-out RBI single last night.
Yeah, what's his average, though?
Well, I think he would have the most RBIs on the Rangers.
He might.
I think he's got like 73, 74 RBIs. But, hey, I mean, he got picked up by the Red Sox. It wasn't good enough to come here, but a team in contention will pick him up.
75 runs batted in, hitting 224, 17 home runs.
He's hitting 438 in 6 games with the Red Sox.
Maybe it took lineup protection. I don't know. Maybe he was like the only one they were focusing on with Washington. But I thought it would have been a decent pickup because you can put him at first base.
Every day in this lineup, it rotates at cleanup between Rowdy, Jock, Higgy. I didn't want Nate Lowe to come back, but when that's the state of your cleanup hitter, I shouldn't have been opposed to it.
Yeah, and that's the question.
When that's your cleanup, that's where you are.
You want the MLB TV deal stuff?
It's your segment.
All right. Get ready to change your viewing habits. So this came out over the weekend, and we're still getting information on it, but it appears that there's going to be a lot of changes starting with the MLB TV package and what you're going to be able to do. So we know ESPN's out after this year. They're trying to get back into it. We're still figuring that out. But right now, Sunday Night Baseball looks like it's going to NBC.
Okay.
All right. / Peacock.
Yeah, I love the headline. Football Night in America, Sunday night, NBC, #1 show in the country for years. And now they're going to try to do the same thing with baseball. Like, okay. Like, yeah, baseball just going to put up those monster ratings because it's on Sunday night on NBC.
That was NBC's doing. Sunday Night Football is popular because NBC leveled up the NFL.
Yeah, because they put Florio and Garrett on there.
Right. Now, is it good to be on Sunday night during a random June or July day? Probably, you know what? If it's on network TV, it might do something.
I never missed with Joe Morgan and John Miller.
Right. Apple TV appears to be no more on Friday nights. That's going to be NBC Peacock as well. NBC is also going to get playoff games. That's great for the league. Network TV.
NBC or Amazon? Like network NBC?
It says network NBC.
All right. That's great.
/ Peacock. That's all going to be part of it.
Okay.
Right? It also talks about what they're going to ESPN, just like they're basically taking over the NFL Network, they're also taking over MLB TV, which would be essentially their Sunday ticket, the extra innings package. So you're going to do all this through ESPN.
So compare the baseball package to the football package with Red Zone, Sunday ticket, and what you get with the baseball package. You love it, and how much is it roughly?
It's $130 for the year.
Okay.
Something like that, $150. But you get every game.
Seems like a pretty good deal.
Yeah. Now, the problem is that there's blackout restrictions. So let's say you are a Rockies fan. The 3 of them out there. Okay?
Yeah.
You can get Rockies games, except for you couldn't get them on Friday right, which is the Apple TV game.
Yeah.
Sometimes on Saturdays during the Fox window, you couldn't get them.
Okay.
Or if they're playing the team that is in your local market. So,
like if you were in Michigan,
if I was in Michigan,
you wouldn't be able to get the Rangers probably would have been blacked out on your app because you could have gotten it locally on TV against the Tigers.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you live here, right, obviously you live here, but you're a Rockies fan, and the Rockies are playing the Rangers, you cannot watch the Rockies broadcast. You have to watch the Rangers broadcast.
Okay.
So that's kind of how it works. But unless you have if you have a VPN, you might be able to. That's how you watch your hubs.
Yeah.
Right. You might be able to get around that. That though brings us to ESPN and what this means for what they're going to do, because they have announced a streaming service that is going to be $30 a month, the direct to consumer.
All right, let's get into this. $30 a month for what?
It's basically ESPN Plus.
Okay.
It's a streaming. So
I can still watch SportsCenter without paying for this. I can still turn on.
Yeah, because you're gonna have it on your TV.
Yes.
So this is ESPN Plus though.
Okay.
So
which
this
was never $30.
Never. It was like $3, right? $12.
Yeah, it was somewhere between like 10 and 15.
And that's what UFC fights would be on.
I'm assuming that's what they're going to be on.
No, they were.
No, pay-per-view. UFC a lot of times has been pay-per-view.
Okay, I thought there was an ESPN UFC package.
Right. So they're launching this service, and a lot of this is to so they used to be in 100 million homes. Well, now they're in 60 million homes. That's a big drop. That's a big drop. They produce $11 billion in revenue, plus another $2 billion or so in advertising. So $13 billion a year is what they get. But if that cable bundle thing didn't collapse, they'd be in the 20s in billions, 23, 25 billion. But they're paying so much money to these leagues. They're paying like
Let me be selfish real quick and cut to the damn point for me. This is all I care about. They're acquiring Red Zone and Sunday packaging, whatever NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Is that going to be in this? What is going to be in the $30 a month, and will it affect my Red Zone? Because that is my fear. Red Zone, what were we paying per month anyway? It costs a ton. Actually, the Red Zone is so much cheaper, I remember, than the Sunday ticket. I don't get the Sunday ticket. I don't need it. Watching all the Cowboys games locally. But is ESPN throwing now their NFL rights into this ESPN Plus? That's what I fear. That's what I would imagine they do.
Well, I think if you get it still on your TV, you're good to go. You could get it on your TV. Whether you can get it, though, everything. You probably can't get the Sunday ticket for $30 a month. Because that whole thing is $360 for the year. Sunday tickets over $400 for the year.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sunday ticket was a little goofy the way they used to do it too, because it'd be like $400, but apparently if you called and like threatened to cancel your subscription and you go like, I want it for free, they'd be like, all right, we'll give it to you for free. Stay signed up with us.
So you can get the ESPN Unlimited plan, and that has all their networks plus content on ESPN3, SEC Network Plus, HC Network, yada yada yada. 47,000 live events a year. The Select plan offers 32,000 live events a year, but it gives you access to the UFC, NHL, all that stuff. So the Unlimited is $30 a month. The Select plan is $12 a month. And there's your difference.
Diamond Cavs here on the home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan, back in action after the sweep of Cleveland.
And real quick, if you are already an ESPN Plus subscriber, you automatically will be a ESPN Select subscriber. So you would have to pay the extra to get all that extra stuff.
Does the locker room and Nick Eatman care about Micah laying down? Who's the number 2 quarterback? When is Diggs coming back? And who is on and off this roster? Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com next.
After we get you over to...
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Ben DiNucci, the quarterback, and the former Cowboy launches one deep to the middle, tipped in the air, intercepted by Robert Rochelle, and he comes left Rochelle to around the 30-yard line of Dallas.
And I believe that DiNucci was cut after the game by his 7th team. Brad Sham with the call here on your home of the Cowboys. Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again with our boy Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Good morning, Nicholas. How are you, sir?
Good morning, guys. How are you? Welcome back, everyone.
Thank you to the funniest guy on the show, RJ Choppy. What was Nick's rankings?
He had me one.
I was last to Peyton, and I said, "Is this still a thing?" He's like, "No. I think they dropped it."
He had me one. And then I think it was Choppy second, and then you third, and then Peyton last.
Yeah, I thought you and Nick had this. I thought you were shooing for one on Nick's rankings.
I'm a little. I don't know Nick's humor. He's an Arkansas guy.
I went with Bobby one, and then I tried to move on. You know what I mean? After that, doesn't matter, right?
Right, exactly. If you ain't first, you last, Nick.
All right, Nick, take us inside the press box for Micah Parsons laying on the trainer's table. Where were you? Did you have the good enough zoom in on the camera to get the good shot? Take us inside the press box for Micah laying down.
I didn't really get a great shot like that. I don't know what iPhone I'm rocking, but it's not like the best.
Yeah.
To get that shot. But yeah, it was one of those things that just kind of like, hey, you see Micah, and it just kind of trickles through the press box. I think. Did I tell Bob? I think I told Bob.
You did. You told me and Machota.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's right. Because guys, I'm gonna just tell you this, Bobby. I don't know what his 40 time is, but the quickness that he got to go grab his phone and get that, like it was very, very quick. Both of them, him and Machota. Yeah.
Is it something or nothing?
That's something. I mean, I'm definitely not going to say that's nothing. That's something. That's something because it's something we haven't seen. It's something that a statement that he's trying to make, and it's not. Listen, I think Micah Parsons is one of the best players in the NFL. I can't wait for him to be, signed and all this. Maybe, hopefully, I'll pass him, but just so we can kind of move on because I do think he's one of the most exciting players I've ever watched, especially on defense. But I don't think that was a good look. I think it's really hard, to say that I'm all in for my teammates. I'm the leader you want me to be because the defense was happening, and there's defensive ends, there's young players, there's young guys that should be looking up to him that probably do that are making plays or at least trying to make plays. And that's what you should be. You should be right there and watching them. So to me, it wasn't a great look. I don't know what's behind it. I don't know exactly what the purpose was, but hopefully I'm sure the Cowboys will have a conversation with him today, Shoddy, and, there may be some disciplinary action there with that. Again, I don't know, but I don't think it was a good look at all.
Nick, when does he have to practice to play at all against the Eagles?
To play well, I would think you would want him in, that Wednesday, which is a Sunday, but the Wednesday practice. Again, I just think that he's on a different level, like when you look at him as far as like being a freak, being able to come in there and play, I think he can do it. When I look at him, I think I said this on y'all show the other day, he just doesn't look like would be this menacing pass rusher off the edge, but he's got strengths that he just doesn't look normal. He's a stronger person. He's a freak of nature, and I think he could come in and do it. I really do. And I think with if he does play, I think he'll play well. I really do. I think that's just his. Now, you're risking soft tissue injuries, things like that. You got to be careful with. But I think as far as going out there and practicing and playing, I would think, 2 or 3 days beforehand, I'd like to see him on that Sunday practice, which is like the Wednesday before the game.
And then his snap count would be that game?
It's probably one of those It's right. I get the sense it's like that DeMarcus Ware game with the Saints. You start off and it's like, third downs only, and then midway through the game, they're like, screw that, and you play. So I don't know. I think it would go out the window. I really do. When you get in there and you start competing every day. Coach can't say compete every day and then expect his, the Lion to not want to be out there and do it, especially if he's playing well. But I mean, they obviously have to be smart about everything. You're still, what are we, maybe 12 days away, something like that. Less than that, actually, but
9.
maybe 10 days away. Yeah. It's there. It's getting serious, and it's not getting better as far as the things we're hearing and the things we're seeing on them getting back out there.
Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Nick, everybody's pretty much assumed, like the one thing that everybody I think has been united on is everyone thinks he's going to play, that he's not going to miss game checks. He's not going to do that. If he misses that game against Philadelphia, how much more does the seriousness of this situation ratchet up?
Yeah, I think it does, but with every game, it just shows how serious he is. And then also, every time you hear Jerry say, well, we've got him for 3 years. I mean, this year, and then we can franchise him, and after that. But if you also have to look at it too. If he were to be willing to miss games and sit out and do some of these things, you do have to wonder, like, okay, would he be in the plans for that long? Do you want to franchise this guy? Is that somebody?
Right.
And I think that would be what Micah would be trying to do. Like, you don't want me, I don't want to be here, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. I'm still a believer that a $42 million Band-Aid would really cure a lot of things. I'm a believer of that. I don't have any in my home, but I think that they would be really good to things. And I think that will still, I say 42, whatever it is, 41 and a half, whatever it's going to take. But I think that would cure a lot of things. But the more this goes on and the more things that are said back and forth, that it's going to be harder to put the toothpaste back in the bottle there.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline 105.3 The Fan. Who will be the number 2 quarterback?
I think it's Joe. I think Milton did enough to kind of show you he could be that guy. I think if it knock on wood, if it becomes something where somebody has to play long term, I don't know if he would be the case, but I think as far as coming in, being the backup, I could see that being I could see that happening. I could see Greer maybe if they can get him to the practice squad, maybe he's a game day elevation or move him up for the third. It depends on how they want to handle it. There's a lot of different things, but as far as the backup goes, I think Joe did enough to at least be that role. And what I said, to you guys on Friday was I just want to see him be a football player. Not so much a quarterback, but be a football player. Be a guy that can just go get in the rhythm of the game, run around, make plays. And I think once he does that, then he'll be even more comfortable throwing the ball.
What are your other roster bubble decisions?
Well, running backs got to get figured out one way or another, and I think that's kind of interesting. Do they keep Miles Sanders there? Do they try to put him on the practice squad and elevate him? Does Moffa make it? Deuce? I mean, a lot of things there. What did Blue give you as far as confidence wise of where to slot him? So this is a lot of questions there at running back, and then obviously defensive tackle is going to be interesting with Mozzie. What happens with does Perrion Winfrey make it? What about Ernest Brown? I think he's the guy that's now factoring into the equation. So defensive tackle, running back. I mean, it's kind of where we started, this season. That and cornerback, all three of those are still kind of up in the air.
It's obviously good news. They want Trayvon Diggs back on the field, but how much does Diggs' availability immediately on the 53 complicate some of their roster decisions?
I don't think it complicates it that much because if you think about it, most of the cornerback, there's going to be a cornerback inactive. Probably at some point, whoever makes the team, the fifth guy or whatever, he's going to be inactive for the game. So, Diggs could be, and I'm not saying he wouldn't. I actually talked to Diggs this morning, and he was excited about the news. He said he's going to give it a shot. He's going to try to play Philly. That doesn't mean he will, but I could see him being inactive for the game. And so, I don't know if it complicates it that much, but basically what that means is the guys that you're keeping, they're going to have to actually suit up and play. And for some of those guys, and from what we've seen, that is scary because, they've given up plays. Now, they've given up plays in the preseason. Practice is one thing because you think the receivers are really good here, but still, they've given up plays. And so there's going to be, that's where you really, really want to make sure Micah's out there because I think Micah can help any kind of coverage with if he's there, that this team can get a steady pass rush.
Does Trayvon starting the year on the 53-man roster justify his offseason approach?
I don't think No, I don't think it justifies it. You don't want to get into. I say this is why I hesitate. You don't want to get into anyone's money. If it's important for him to be where he was and to lose that kind of money, if that's where the priority was for him, fine. Yeah. But at the same time, he probably could have been back a lot earlier. At least that's what the Cowboys think. If he was getting ready and here and all that. But if he's, I got to give him credit because he's done it now 2 years in a row of an injury in the middle of the season or even early in the season and able to get back and ready to go. He seems like a relatively quick healer. And I think that he's done a really nice job of getting himself ready to go. And I could tell, I could tell that the Cowboys are kind of pulling for him. They really want him to be back, be ready. And when you think about cornerback, if he is back and he is playing like he's done, cornerback looks automatically looks a lot stronger.
Yeah.
Do you think 2-3 weeks ago they expected him to be cleared this early or at this point?
I don't think so. No, I don't think that was the case. I could be wrong, but I don't think. Now, again, cleared. It doesn't necessarily mean he's going to play. You guys know that. It's just that is he going to be week? Is he ready for week 1? If not, it's week 5, and then there's got to be somewhere in between. And so that's where the decision is. We think it'll be way earlier than week 5. So for him to play, so he's not going to miss those first 4 games. That doesn't mean he plays right off the bat against Philly, but he could come back and play against the Giants, or maybe he is ready. I just think that it's still a good sign to have him there. And like I said, the cornerback room looks totally different now with him in there, with Elam, and Bland. That looks like a strong unit now.
How was his mood or attitude when you spoke with him this morning? Do you feel like we're back to all in? Do you feel like, hey, I'm still kind of team Micah? I'm still feeling the type of way towards the front office. How would you summarize his? Yeah,
again, this was really quick as far and I've known him a little bit. We did a documentary together a couple years ago, so I've kind of I got to meet him. So we have I'm not saying it's a great relationship or anything like that, but we have a little bit of a history that we've worked together with his family and all that. So I like Trayvon, and I think it was just a quick conversation, but and I don't think it's changed as far as Team Micah and all that stuff. He understands the business part. He certainly understands the business part of it. Yeah. Based on when they took the money from him this year, but I think that he wants to get out there, wants to play, and there's a thought that these guys, they get their money, they get their contract, and all of a sudden they kind of have a different mindset. But for him to get himself back, get himself ready to play this season, I think that's a good thing, and I think it's really going to help the team.
Fantastic stuff, Nick. We'll talk on Wednesday. Thank you.
Thanks. See you.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Let's catch up with K&C in Crosstalk next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, your name.
Oh, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Let's crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece here on 105.3 The
Let me
Fan.
ask you a question, Sean.
Please do.
Gosh.
Has the amount somebody can bench press ever impacted who you'd vote for?
No. I'm not Clay Travis or RJ Choppy.
Every single time for me. That's all I care about.
Well, that doesn't surprise me at all.
Get rid of all elections. Just do a squat bench dead.
How much you think Trump can put up? How many times?
Not a lot.
Well, based on what he says he weighs,
but doesn't that mean it would be lower? By that logic, he can probably bench like 16 pounds.
I would think so. I don't know. That would makeup on his hand.
How much do you think Abbott can bench?
Honestly, I think probably quite a bit.
Really?
Yeah. Okay. Probably a decent amount.
What the hell? I have no answer to that.
Oh, no, you want to start stuff? You want to start? You want to try to make things uncomfortable?
Guys, for the first time ever in my life, thanks to Men's T Clinic, I'm benching 300 pounds.
Whoa! Time to run for city council.
Let's go. Let's go. Yeah. Let's go. Yeah, you're voting for me. You have to.
Shut up. Shut up. Don't say anything.
Corey, please tease the show.
At 11:20 today on 3 Sports, America's college football insider Brett McMurphy joins the show, and we got so much more for you today.
Better than.
Why are you looking at me?
Who'd you get? Seth Greenberg.
Seth Greenberg. That's right.
Which RJ tried to name his fantasy team that, but it rejected it. It rejected it last night in our fantasy draft.
Because I was going to put Seth Greenberg and then the greater than sign Brian Broaddus, because Broaddus complained about Seth Greenberg.
Oh,
but it
can't
wouldn't
use the greater than symbol?
Couldn't use the greater than symbol.
What about greater than or equal to?
I don't know how to do that one.
Me either.
So Brett McMurphy.
Yep.
What else?
That's it. That's the whole show.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Nice. We did have the fantasy draft. Me and Peyton got the A report card.
How come no one wanted Saquon?
Well, my big decision. All right, rank them for me in order.
Okay.
Saquon.
Bijan, Saquon, Gibbs, McCaffrey.
Bijan, Saquon.
I think actually, believe it or not, that might be the order I would put them
Bijan, then Saquon?
Yeah.
Then Gibbs, then McCaffrey? So. What about you? You drafted at Jake's the other day?
Yeah, I got Saquon number 6.
Dang.
And Bijan and Gibbs were taken before him, and I was just happy that Saquon was there.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I had picked 3, and so it's going to come down. It was between Gibbs and Saquon, and I let the pressure, the pressure of the internet get me into Jahmyr Gibbs.
I think you're gonna enjoy it. I think he's gonna be good.
I love Jahmyr Gibbs, but like Saquon, the argument was why I was thinking about taking him. No, not in the Madden curse. Like, how many 60-yarders is he going to break off? Is he going to break off all the 40-yarders again?
Okay.
Jalen steals touchdowns. But that was my big question, having the number 3 selection of Bijan, Gibbs, Saquon.
He's a receiver too, and that's a huge factor in PPR leagues. Jahmyr Gibbs, I don't know what Ben Johnson his missing is going to be for their offense.
Yeah.
I have no clue, but if I'm an offensive coordinator, I'm looking at that guy and saying I'm going to give him the ball as often as I can.
Only concern I would have with Gibbs is that Montgomery gets a lot of goal line stuff.
But then he scores from 20 yards out. Yeah, so he's like, I'm fine.
Gibbs is fantastic. I love the pick that you had. I would have taken Gibbs there, same spot.
Gibbs.
But I would listen to a word I do.
That's right. RJ usually gets the A report card, but is awful in fantasy. You said you were going to pass out during the draft. That would have been your best shot. Your best chance this year to compete.
See, I decided to do something different. So usually I'm usually like 1 or 2 in the report cards. I was like, I want to have as bad of a draft as I possibly can. So I finished dead last.
In the report card?
In the report card, I got the very worst grade. I got the only D grade out there.
Oh, and here it is.
Yeah.
Rowdy's Roundies.
Yeah, that's my team name. So I got the worst, report card. I was like, all right, I may,
Someone else's name, Belly Bandits.
That's
I don't know
Zach.
about that one.
Dallas Stars. Reetma. Sean's Tiny Hands. Brisket Sandos. Girthquakes. Good gosh.
Jeez.
Half the league is named after
the one interview.
G-Bag's interview.
What's my name?
Former employee of the Grande.
Yeah, I was wondering
what about your other name and your other league?
You and Alex stole every single player I wanted. Actually, no, it was you and Sandler.
That was
I thought you just said you were happy with your grade.
Well, I'm happy because I finished last. Like, I always finish at the top.
Yeah.
And I always finish at the bottom. But now let's reverse it.
So instead of managing better during the season, you thought I need to have a worse draft.
Right.
How many Cowboys? Who ended up with Dak that late? I was really jealous I took Mahomes that early because Dak went really late.
Did you know Dak Prescott finished second in MVP just a couple of years ago?
I've heard that.
I did. And then we'll go around the room with how many Cowboys you ended up with. I ended up with Jaden Blue. So I drafted him later on. Pepe, you also got...
0. No Cowboys.
Oh. That's why you got such a good grade.
That's right. Well, they're going to win 5 games this year. So, why would I do that?
5?
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
And Chop? What was your big great pick, and how many Cowboys did you end up with, or your big regret?
My big regret is I think I went 2 receiver heavy after the first round.
Well, we need to trade because my receivers suck.
Great. I got a ton of receivers.
Awful.
Let's go make some moves.
Okay.
Honestly, I wanted to get. I just wanted to get one Tennessee guy on my roster. I got Dylan Sampson. That's what I wanted.
Okay.
Sampson.
I want to talk Sampson.
And no Cowboys.
I don't think I have any Cowboys.
Rima got Dak, by the way.
He did, yeah. And Goff lasted forever on the board?
I got Goff. I got him very late. I took Goff and Penix in back-to-back picks round 12 and 13.
Oh, yeah.
You not learn your lesson from this weekend?
Are we allowed to play that? Do you think we should
G-Bag
bleep
probably
it?
played it. I mean, it would be fine.
What?
G-Bag probably played it, so we'll be fine.
Well, the game was on Friday night.
One of my favorite moments in history was some word was said that we were all questioning, and Brendan Smith, I don't know if y'all remember him.
Yeah.
He was one of the board ops. We said, "Can you say that?" He goes, "Well, I didn't dump it, so we're okay." And I was like, "That's not how this works."
Yeah, because we have a meeting too right after the show. So I would say you want to do it.
Let's do it. It's funny.
Oh my gosh.
Because he says
that's
he
Peyton.
doesn't say the S. He does say the X. I think that's what I heard.
I heard this.
I heard the X.
Bobby, what do you think? Can you say it?
I think you can. It's a body
medical
part.
It's
term.
how you say it, though, is the issue, but fine.
All right. Well, Peyton's neck is on the line for the meeting afterwards. Go ahead.
Hey, Michael Penix! Let's go, bro! Have a good season, bro. Yeah, have a good season. Huh? What you told me? I said Michael Penix.
That was in Arlington.
What did
that
he
is
stop
a Tolo
though? 'Cause
right
the
there.
video stopped right there. Did he say anything after that? Like, "Hey, don't ever call me that again," or
Right. He just said Penix, and
or he just said, "Hold on, I'm not going to let this slide. I'm going to stop you first."
I love how he tried to soften it by going, "Have a good season, man."
It's an anti-men's team.
Yeah. Have a good season, bro. That's all I was insulting you and
Help my fantasy
changing
team win.
your last name.
Yeah, I said I did. So I got Penix and Goff back to back, but I called him Penix. Penix.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said yes.
But you had a take on this.
On what did I have a take on?
Oh my God.
I don't know what we're talking about.
What we just literally played, the last sentence on the the crosstalk.
This was the number one on the things RJ Choppy would have said last week.
Look, because of the making fun of him?
Yes.
Yeah. Look, this can't bother him. This can't bother Michael Penix. Because there's a 100% chance that he has been made fun of for this last name since he was 4 years old.
Yeah.
I could see that.
Yep, absolutely.
But it also, I can understand how it would wear on you after 20 years of doing this. Yeah. By the way, if Michael Penix was born in the 70s, or the 60s, he would have been just his father, his parents, just mercilessly destroyed as a kid. No doubt. Like to the point of...
Well, you think it would have been worse in the 70s than today?
Yeah, because, bullying was all over the place. And it still is there, but it's like the verbal bullying has been softened. It's been taken out.
You surprised he didn't try to say like it was French and it was Pigné or something like that?
No.
How about the Holy Grail sports card?
Yes!
Dude. The Jordan Bryant sells for a record $12.9 million.
It's just down the street.
Is it?
It is?
At Heritage Auctions.
Number 1 of 1, and they didn't reveal the identity. Second most expensive sports.
Oh, they have now. Do you know who it is?
Mike Bassett?
No, I'm serious. The guy who was Mr. Wonderful on Shark Tank.
Paul Orndorff?
Kevin O'Leary?
Yes.
He got the card?
Not that one. Him and 2 other people are the ones who bought it. They just revealed it, I think, this morning on like CNBC or something.
Could you imagine having $12 million to spend on a card?
Are you booing Kevin O'Leary?
Imagine that
Who's
a lot.
booing that a person like that got the card?
You don't like him?
Like
you
what?
think it was going to be a poor person?
Yeah, you're right. I don't know what I'm thinking. I don't know what I'm thinking.
I thought this was the
O'Leary
one
that
for
was
the
the
little
problem
man. The $13 million purchase. The Jordan Brand card, second most expensive sports collectible of all time, behind Babe Ruth's 1932 called shot jersey, which sold for $24 million. 24. So these cards per box, though, that's what I wanted to focus on with you.
Sure.
$500 for one 5-card pack.
Right.
And then you can get up to, is this what like Logan Paul, these unboxings? What do we get up to now with card packs?
Oh, yeah. You can get boxes of National Treasure, which are just one pack, for at least $2,000. Like, I walked around with...
What's the most expensive pack you've ever bought?
Ooh.
Paid for?
Yeah, probably like $350.
$350. Did anything come out of it?
Yeah, I and it was when he was a rookie. I got a Sauce Gardner numbered out of 5 rookie patch auto. That was super cool. But like, I walked around on the Dallas Card Show with Derek Holland, and he goes,
"Wow."
He goes, "Well, where do you get the good cards out of?" And we're like, "Oh, these boxes right here." And he goes, "Well, why did anybody buy these other boxes?" And I was like, "Well, those boxes you're pointing at are like $30. These ones are $1,200. So not everybody has the financial means to just pick up a whole bunch of $1,200.
Do you play those little like lottery pack breaks? Will you do those?
I don't do those a lot, but those are hugely.
I had no idea this was like like its own industry.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
There's a lot of people spending money on that.
Breaking is humongous. Most shops or obviously streamers have some semblance of a break going on. Those are really, really popular.
So what is this card? What does it look like? They both signed it?
Yeah, and plus it's...
And if you get it signed on your own, is that a big no-no?
It's not a big no-no, but it's just, it doesn't carry as much value. It's really weird, even if
then
you
if
get
the card company does?
Yeah, exactly. Unless it was like, somebody who's dead and you're like, hey, I got this authenticated, blah, blah, blah.
What?
But, so all these card companies have like warehouses of stickers that are autographed, that are just sitting there. Like, you could go somewhere and find like a whole bunch, like a stack of LeBron autographed stickers that they just put on these cards. But the other thing about that card is they're the Logo Man patches, so they're not only from the jersey, it's the little Jerry West that is the patch you get. So it's pretty cool.
That's cool.
Not pretty cool. It's super cool.
What is the like the most sought after? Is the Logo Man the most sought after patch?
So that record could be annihilated if some of these people put their cards on sale. There are people, I think there's a couple of PSA 10s of the Mickey Mantle rookie.
Oh.
And then some PSA 9s. Those will go for easily $25 million.
Why is the Mantle rookie so much?
It's honestly, it's not even his first year. It's his first tops. But he had a Bowman card the year before. But it's just the most iconic card that exists in the hobby, and there's not a ton of them.
It's a beautiful card, too. It's one of those really cool looking cards.
My dad's claimed he had a bunch of them that Grandma threw away. Everybody, he was a big Mickey fan.
Yeah, my grandpa.
See,
too.
you could have afforded this card.
Yeah.
If you wouldn't have thrown
Could
it away.
have. I could have if she didn't throw them away.
Mr. Wonderful.
Oh, Rebecca.
All right, we're
I
back.
like that you said Paul Orndorff, though.
Yeah, that's Mr. Wonderful.
I know.
We're back tomorrow morning. Let's see if Peyton is in trouble after the show. The KNC Masterpiece next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Not Maidens? No.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. By the way, this is how I love that Mike Bassick is always listening. This is a great point. Thank you for adding.
The break?
He said Mantle is also short printed.
Ah, that's right.
Their Mantle was in the last series of 52, the fourth series of 52, I do believe. So he's always there to help us out.
It wasn't it was the Nolan Ryan card that was the Venezuelan card. Is that correct?
Kyle, who runs the Dallas Card Show, I believe has multiple of those, which are rarer than he says. Even the Mantle,
Wow.
He loves Nolan Ryan. He has an amazing Nolan Ryan collection. So
I got a Nolan Ryan card.
just don't be the person who's like, it's a rookie.
Yeah.
And you're like, it's from 1991 Donruss.
Yeah, it's a rookie. No, it's a rookie card. He's in a tuxedo.
That is not. That's from Stadium Club. That is not a rookie card.
All the rookies wear tuxedos that year, I believe.
No!
For their cards.
No to all of that.
877-881-1053 if you had a tuxedo on.
What? Who is listening to this show right now wearing a tuxedo?
I didn't say have one, had one.
Okay.
Yeah, if you've ever worn a tuxedo, text into the show and just text in tux.
Okay.
Not Tucks. That's not how you would spell it. It would be
medicated
Tux.
pad.
Yeah.
All right. Do you guys want to start with the Cowboys, the Rangers, or did I jinx the Wings?
Let's obviously the Wings now. Did you jinx the Wings?
I think it's possible.
Oh, no.
Because, well, their game did not go super well yesterday. Now, it's partially because they fell off rebounding. They couldn't hit a three-pointer to save their life, or the defense remains a little bit disappointing. Maybe, but for the first time in her WNBA career, Paige Beckers didn't score double digits, and I was there at the game.
Yeah, dude. She has had this amazing streak going.
It's possible that I messed that
Did
up.
she see you? And she was
She did. I was, thank you very much to the Dallas Wings. I was sitting very, very close.
She saw you, and she goes, that's the guy who co-hosts a show with the guy that asked me about my sweat.
Oh, yeah.
And then that's when she probably got a little shaken. Yeah, I can see that happening,
a little
dude.
sweaty.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying.
I totally understand. I'm sorry, dude. That's a bad cross to bear, you know?
Now, other people would argue because a third of their roster is injured, and that's really what took them down.
Oh, yeah, that could be
so,
it.
you know, it's been a struggle season. They're not going to make the playoffs. But I will tell you, that place was packed. I had a lot of fun, and we got to run into former 105.3 The Fan employee, Shonda. Sean Heath.
He
didn't work at the Fan.
Shonda, I believe, he's worked for Peaceathon.
That is true.
Shonda she was back whenever we first started here at the station, we had something called Fangirls. It's a little different than fanboys, you know, but fangirls, the fantasy girls, that's what it was.
Yes.
And they all wore referee outfits, all right?
Yes.
And they were awesome. It was really fun to work with a lot of them because they were really, really cool. Shonda is the arena MC for everything you ever see.
Pretty much. The Cowboys, the Wings.
Didn't she do stuff for the Rangers too at one point?
Yes. So if there's an event happening, there's a good chance that Shonda is the MC.
And yes, and if you say, hey, what do you think about the KNC Masterpiece? She's going to say, I love those guys, because she does.
It's true.
I believe.
She sought me out there. That was very nice.
Look at that.
All right, now let's talk about the Cowboys. Go ahead and give me cut number 2, because this was a nice play, but a complex situation for this player.
1 yard line. Second down, snap to Milton, handoff Blue, coming left, through an arm tackle and diving into the end zone. Yes, he can run between the tackles. Touchdown, Blue.
Now, Jane Blue with the touchdown right there, but also runs into an ankle injury on a day when obviously you were hoping we would see a ton of him. What is the concern level? Not necessarily about like, oh, the season's over, but this is somebody we wanted to see a lot more of. And now it looks like there's going to be a delay in that again.
And yeah, and wasn't it ankle injury prior that was holding him back? And he was like, no, I have no restrictions with this ankle. And now he had an ankle injury. So I think he's got great burst. I think he's got he understands how he fits into this offense, and I want to be able to see more of him. But a couple of weeks, Kevin, I think he'll be ready. I think he'll be ready for things to start off. He's on this team. There's no doubt about that. But where he fits in the hierarchy, Javonte Williams feels like the starter, and then you're going to try to find ways to get Jaden Blue onto the field.
Okay.
And so I think you still limited touches, but the touches that he has, I still think are going to be effective. I don't think you're going to see a lot of 1.2-yard runs for him, behind the offensive line. I think you're going to find ways to get him in space.
Now, I certainly understand how Joe Milton would be one of the answers to this, but gentlemen, any other storylines or players that stood out for you in Friday night's game? By the way, Friday night's win, if you're keeping track.
When was the last time that really mattered to you? The amount of wins.
As a kid.
Okay.
Like, I really, we go back, we talked a good deal about the documentary last week for the Cowboys on Netflix. I believe either the 89 Cowboys went undefeated or they were like 3-1 or something in the preseason. And I was like, hell yeah, you don't even know what's up. And I think they made reference to that. And then you saw how the season went, and it was like, oh, maybe the cause and effect is not really, except for with the Ravens. The Ravens seem to always take the preseason very seriously, and then they're usually really good.
Yeah.
So I get that.
I think the guy that, while you were out, we were asking about him, and everybody kept saying, they're like, what? Why aren't we talking more about this guy?
Right.
I think he showed that he belongs on this roster, Kevin, and that is one James Houston.
Yes.
Over the weekend, he immediately made the impact you were looking for, and I think you'd be a fool not to keep him on this roster because he's gonna. Now, I understand you're deep at that spot. Even Schottenheimer said he feels like they're deep in that area, but I think that's the guy like that you've been kind of hoping could make this team, and I think he solidified it on Friday night.
Alec, if you have anybody else you would like to add, I would love to hear it.
I think James Houston was the number one for me because the numbers game is going to get tricky there. So I'm intrigued to see how it works out. But I do think the more I see, the more I think about it, I do want Perrion Winfrey on this roster.
There you go.
And I heard Bobby say this morning that he doesn't have him on his projected 53.
What?
And I think just because it might be more of an indictment on Mozzie than it is kind of praising Winfrey, even though I do think Winfrey can be a good player. I don't know if I trust Mozzie enough to say we can afford to let that guy go and get claimed by another team or sign with another team, what have you. I hope he can slip onto the practice squad. That would be pretty cool if they do decide to make that move. But I think I've seen enough flash of just consistency. Flash isn't even the best word to use there. I think he's just been decent enough to warrant having a spot on the 53 because you need help there.
This morning when I got up and went to the gym, Kevin, the Cowboys post-game show was playing before Sean and RJ, so it was like 5:30. And I heard Zach and Broadus discussing Perrion Winfrey, and they brought up David Irving. And they were like, hey, Zach said he kind of reminds me of David Irving a little bit. And my first thought was, it seems like he's more powerful than David Irving. And Broadus said, David Irving was slanky, if I could use that term.
Slanky?
Like he could knife through. Perrion Winfrey's going to push you over, and he started talking about the power there more too. And so I like that, hearing that discussion between the two of them, because it helped kind of solidify some of the thoughts on him. I'm hopeful that he's on this team as well because, dude, I know Mozzie had 3 tackles in this game. One of them, I think Isaiah Stanback said that he paid $20 for everybody not to block on that play, and I was like, yeah. But that happens, but. Like there looks like if you're trying to get the best group of guys on the field, I feel like he's still at the top of the list. He's not on the top of the list. Mozzie, that is.
Now, a lot of people responded to the tuxedo thing, and here's 2 concerning things, because I thought this was from the same person. It was not.
All right.
From the 903, wore a tuxedo because I was the father of the bride. Marriage lasted 18 months. Never again. And here's the next one that until I saw the numbers, I thought surely that's from the same person. Surely not, from the 469.
Don't call me Shirley.
I wore a tux to my daughter's wedding a few years ago. Too bad the dude was a D-head loser.
Oh, no.
Should I assume that means they're no longer married?
Or no longer wearing a tuxedo?
That feels reasonable to think that's the case.
You feel like if you always wore the tuxedo you got married in, that you'd be more committed to your relationship because you're like, this is what I wore on the day. Every day I wear this.
Yes, I would. And you would know that she was committed to you because you're still wearing the exact same thing every single day and she's still there. All right, here's what I want to know from fathers of the bride. Then we're going to get to the Rangers and one more note before that. Did you think the wedding was going to succeed when you were there? Because we got two people straight away. It was like, I was the father of the bride, not looking forward to it, didn't work out. So I want to know, if you've been a father of the bride, did you have thoughts going into the wedding, positive or negative? Hopefully we get some more positive, and they're like, oh, yeah, this guy's great. They've got a bunch of kids, and they're in love, and blah, blah, blah. And that would be fantastic. And then I apologize to this person from the 469. I saw Kevin and said hi at the game, but he ignored me. But to be fair, he was busy talking to other people.
It tracks, though.
I'm sorry. As soon as I walked in there, a security guard named Dominique came up to me and he was like, are you by chance in radio? And I was like, I am in radio. He said he loved the show. We are huge in the WNBA community because the people in the row behind me tapped me on the shoulder and he said, do you mind taking a picture? And I was like, no problem. I thought he meant take a picture of him and his family.
Right.
But then he flipped the screen and like leaned into me and I was like, oh, you want to take a picture with me? Oh, okay, great. I thought I was just trying to help out. And so we did a picture and he goes, I'm really glad you're here. I want you guys to get into the WNBA. So that was nice.
When Adrian and I went to go see Jimmy We Eat World and Offspring at Dos Equis Pavilion on Friday night, and she goes, do you think you're going to get noticed tonight? And I was like, Nah, this isn't my crowd. This isn't my audience. All night long, dude.
Oh.
I owe her like $40 because she wanted to make dollar bets about it. So I owe her money.
But it's all still in the same account.
Pretty much.
Maybe. Yeah. All right. Go ahead and give me cut number 11 because we also need to talk about those Texas Rangers.
He throws that fastball, the splitter, and very occasionally a sweeper. Here's Jock Pederson, and he drives one deep into right. Jones going back. It's over his head. It bounces once and hits the wall. Here comes Seager. He scores. Jock Pederson with a walk-off double to right. And amazingly, the Rangers rally for a walk-off win here. The final 4-3.
Now, that would start a sweep for the Rangers. And I think in the last two games, they won like 15-0. Unbelievable.
What a cool sweeping the team in front of you for the wild card, though.
Absolutely. But this is why we can't have nice things.
Why? Merrill Kelly was great yesterday.
He was. And I have an amazing pitching statistic for you later in the show.
I dare you.
But find out Marcus Semien is going to go on the injured list for the first time in 8 years. Then we find out yesterday that he met with a foot specialist, and it's looking as though a fractured third metatarsal bone and a Linz-Frank sprain are going to have him out the next 4 to 6 weeks, a.k.a. the rest of the regular season. So now you're in a position where you have to continue to play super well, make a run at the playoffs without Marcus Semien.
But he'll be available for the playoffs.
That is a possibility.
Sounds like, yeah.
That is absolutely a possibility.
Guy who's always been such a nice guy in the league turns heel, huh?
True.
Because of foot injury.
And it's the first time in 8 years he's been on the injured list.
That is tough, man. But you're still going to have him around. This team is still fighting. You know, they're showing that they still have that fight in them. And that's all we can really ask, right? Like, you know, as Bruce was talking about that on Friday with us and breaking Evan Carter news with us, you know, this is one of those things where you're just like, okay, if y'all can keep doing this, it's awesome. I'm excited. Hopefully it's not too late.
Yeah.
But I hope they can, man. I really do. And no matter how, I know I waved the white flag, Kevin, but that doesn't mean that I don't care about these guys.
Sure.
And that I don't still want them. I'd love them to prove me wrong, dude.
Absolutely. From the 2 and 4, I like how that one guy stiff-armed his family to get a picture with Kevin.
No, I don't know.
His family was in the picture.
Actually,
we all did the
I'm
picture
kinda wondering
together.
If Kevin stiff-armed his family too.
No,
he was like,
we all-
leave those chumps out.
He really did mean with his family, and I was like, no. You're taking your picture with me. No. His family was in the picture. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Plus, one of the questions of the day, if I can steal from Alec, do you know what an actuary is? Next on The Fan.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name?
No, I'm Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is
That's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan from the 254. My youngest daughter's first wedding, I was already calling the groom the village idiot to his face.
Stop.
And he did say first wedding, so spoiler alert, it sounds like it didn't work out. Right now, brought to you by Ford. In your North Texas Ford dealers, Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. How's it going?
It's going very well. Do you think you can guess the first thing I'm going to ask you about?
Go ahead.
He's like, there's too many stories rolling around
That's
up there
right.
now.
How do you feel now? Have you caught James Houston fever, and can he make this roster?
I think he would be. I think I counted defensive linemen like 8, and now it depends on what they need and who they think can get through waivers to be put on the practice squad.
Do you think everybody understands, and I want to make sure I phrase this question correctly, that it's not necessarily just the best 53. It is a balancing act of who we want on the roster versus we want these guys, but we think we can float them through to practice squad as opposed to other players that we can't.
Yeah, I agree. And you guys were right to recognize what Houston did in the previous game and this one too. But part of playing defensive end is you got to be able to play the run.
Sure.
And there's only so many designated pass rushers you can have on the 53-man roster, right?
Yeah.
And so my thought on this is, did he just all of a sudden arrive, or are we getting a good look at what he really is, since that, when they kind of signed him middle of training camp?
Yeah.
And what was he doing out there?
Nothing.
And how many guys were on rosters at that time, right?
Yeah, where he was.
So maybe I think he's at least got his name in the conversation. Let's put it that way. I don't know if it's a, slam dunk. Yeah, he's one of the guys. And it comes down to also not just how many guys do I have at defensive end, and who do I have at defensive tackle, and do I need to go long at one spot as opposed to the other? So I think that he's at least one of the guys that you can probably release and sign to the practice squad. And remember, you get elevations, right?
Yeah.
So you can put a bunch of veteran guys on the practice squad that you think won't get picked up by another team. And then you can elevate the guys. And then if somebody comes and poaches them, they've got to put them on the 53-man roster for guaranteed 3 games.
Okay, then, Mickey, now the question I think that everybody was expecting. Maffa or Deuce Vaughn, who makes the team here?
Ooh, boy, that's a tough one.
Might be Deuce.
And I think that he continues to show that there's something there. Now it's a question of how many running backs can you keep?
Yes.
You're going to keep 3, right? For sure. And Lipke is the 4th. Now, can you keep a 5th?
Right.
And I think that's where the Deuce discussion comes in, as opposed to what are you going to do at tight end? Because
you don't think they can keep 5 with some of the other positional, I don't know if depth deficiencies is the right describer. Do you think they can keep 5?
I think that depends on what you do at some of the other spots. And are you counting Lipke as a tight end / running back / fullback, right?
Yeah.
And they've used him they haven't, and I'm trying to check myself here, they haven't used him as much in the preseason games as a one-back in a nickel offense as they did in training camp. And I'm assuming that they didn't waste snaps in training camp just doing that, right? So I think they look at him also as a one-back in the offense. So that might have an effect on Maffa and Deuce, because I think those two guys are on the edge. And then the other thing with Miles Sanders, if you look at the contract they signed him to and when they signed him, he was signed as the veteran exception, where you get a limited signing bonus and then your salary, what you get as the base, does not count as much against the cap. So I don't know that he's automatically on the 53-man roster.
Agreed.
And he could be another one of those guys that you think, well, okay, he's a veteran. Maybe I can sneak him onto the practice squad. And then if I need him, I can elevate him. I think the week that he missed really hurt him. Now, he didn't play, right? So that's always an indication of one of two things, that, well, I don't want him to get hurt, or I don't want to expose him, and I need to look at these other guys to get a better evaluation of them in the final preseason game.
Yeah, whether it's because they got hurt or because they didn't want to expose them, is it right that I am kind of disappointed with how the Cowboys handled the preseason with their running backs? Because, Javonte Williams seems to be the number one back, but it's not like he's run for 1,000 yards in the last 7 consecutive seasons, and so we didn't even put him out there. And then because of injuries, you didn't get to see a bunch of Blue, you didn't get to see a bunch of Maffa. It just feels like we didn't get to see a whole lot of the players that are actually going to be the running backs for these.
But they got a lot. They got to see him a lot in practice and the Rams scrimmage.
Yep.
And he ran first team in practice all through training camp. And he ran pretty well. Well, they didn't run the ball that well against the Rams in the scrimmage, but he would have been the best on that day. So they're basing that decision not only on that, but, as I always say, follow the money. He got paid $3.5 million. And there was a $2 million guarantee on it, I believe. So he's your starting running back. And then, this idea about committee. Okay, so who's the next guy in this committee? Cause you pause, didn't it?
I don't know, because I would have said Jaden Blue.
First thought's Blue immediately.
Yeah, and now he's dealing with that knee ankle deal, right? He didn't finish the game. Now, he looked good when he was in there.
Sure.
Now, is he a guy that and they'll look at it this way. Williams gets hurt. Who's your guy? Who's going to go in there and take 20 snaps?
Yeah.
Joe Milton.
Oh, my God.
yeah, that's a good one. See, he skirted the real answer.
Yeah, because the answer is, I don't know.
Exactly.
That's it,
to be determined, right? Yeah. And I don't know that Blue's ready for 20 snaps. And then that's where the Miles Sanders things comes into play. But again, if you can sneak them onto the practice squad and then, elevate as needed, then you might be able to keep somebody else that you might not have thought you could keep. And I think that's where, that's kind of getting around the question you asked me, but the Deuce thing and the Maffa thing.
So I that might be your answer right there. But whenever you said maybe you have the opportunity to get somebody on the roster that you didn't think, are those one of those two guys who come to mind, or are there other players that you're like, you know what, maybe that person does find their way?
Well, I think it's on the wide receiver. You keeping 5, you keeping 6. Now, this is not the way you wanted to work it out, but that Milton's going to go on IR makes it a little bit easier to get another guy to keep the rights right from the start, right? Can you keep 6? But then I take you to tight end, and with Schoonmaker in concussion protocol, and they said it didn't seem that serious unless it's Schoonmaker, right? Then how many tight ends can I keep? Because Brevin Spann-Ford, has not practiced in 3-4 weeks, right? Are you going to keep him? Or are you going to put him on IR, or are you going to put him on the roster and then put him on IR and he's got to miss 4 weeks? Because Princeton Fant has kind of shown he's valuable, not only as a tight end, but also as a fullback. So those are the discussions. And sometimes it doesn't come down to, well, who played the best. It's where is my need just in case. And I think so those are the juggling acts, they're going through right now. And then the other thing is some of these other guys, are they going to stay on NFI? Are they going to stay on PUP? And they got to miss those first 4 games. They solved the thing with Diggs by taking him off of PUP. Okay, now he's going to be on the roster. Is he ready to play in the first game? And if he is, how many snaps? Because he hadn't been in pads in eight months or so.
Definitely don't want him, re-injuring a soft tissue.
Exactly. So those are the other considerations. So do I need to go long at cornerback just because, even if Diggs is there, how many snaps can he take on? And they really don't know that answer yet because he hasn't practiced in pads yet. So it's almost like you kind of got to see how much of a ramp up he might need. And then where's His Highness going to fit in?
Oh, is that
That's my new
Parsons?
nickname.
Okay. All right.
Come on, laying on the table on the sideline. Are you kidding me?
It's clear he wasn't very comfortable. There must have been a P underneath that.
Oh, my.
What a weird reference. I understood it, though.
So anyway, what's going to happen there, right?
Well, today's the day to get people paid, apparently, because Terry McLaurin just agreed to a deal, Mickey.
He did.
Yes.
Did they sign it?
3 years.
You know what?
It was just a handshake deal. It could go awry very quickly.
Well, you know about handshake deals, right?
That's a great point. Okay, let me restate. Theoretically, they have a 3-year, $96 million deal in place.
So what was his situation? Was he under contract looking for an extension, or was...
Correct.
He was.
Yeah,
okay.
And he had the last year, and he was hoping for an extension at about this number, was what I heard, 32. And maybe the Commanders are thinking more like 27, 28 per year. I haven't seen the guaranteed money.
That's what you got to find out.
I don't, maybe that's out there. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
I just saw the 3 years for $96 million, which would theoretically hit the annual value. But like we talk about, the guaranteed money's the thing. I get
and that's the only thing that counts,
for
right?
sure.
And
for sure.
and that's when we talk hang-ups, it's like, well, what is the guarantee? Doesn't matter what the total package is. You could put a lot of kind of periphery stuff in that contract, and it really doesn't count. The only thing that counts is the guarantee. So they got to, and that's got to be a consideration. Is he on the 53, or is there some sort of list that they can put him on that doesn't count against the 53, and he doesn't get paid?
And just a quick clarification. I want to make sure I heard this right, or maybe I did not. Did you say that Joe Milton is going to go on the injured reserve?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
If I did, I meant. Where were we talking about?
I thought you were breaking news.
I meant Mingo.
Oh, okay.
I might have got my M's mixed up there.
I was about to say, hold on. Do we need to go
Mingo.
back to that? Okay.
No. Then that's the other consideration. Do you keep 2 quarterbacks, or do you keep 3?
Are you resigned to the fact that they're going to keep 3?
I think they will.
Yeah.
And good for Milton. That was much better, right?
He looked very
But are you
comfortable.
Do you think he can go in and do that, at the drop of a hat without much practice, second game of the season?
Yeah.
I think that's and I started looking to see quarterbacks that already have been released. Oh my. No, it's like nobody.
Oh, okay. So that was a bad oh my.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
There's some names I do recognize, but they've really not done anything in the league, so you might as well stay the way you are, other than Minnesota signing Carson Wentz.
Right.
And he was out there, right? Anybody could have had him.
Yeah.
But you knew that was kind of in the back pocket if you needed him, and I don't know if the injury that the Eagles, the Eagles ended up trading for Sam Howell,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
And that created a spot in Minnesota. So, yeah, there's some adjustments being made. You know the other name I saw?
Who's
Jordan
that?
Phillips.
Oh.
I didn't realize he was still out there. He just signed again with Buffalo.
Yeah,
so he didn't want to go to training camp.
I mean,
because he's
I
been injured a
get
lot
it.
in his career. That could be
Yeah.
something. He's like, I don't want to deal with that.
So anyway, because I was looking for like names at defensive tackle so far, and I didn't see any names show up other than him signing. And I don't think you want to do that again.
No, probably not. Well, thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
And, well, maybe we'll get some answers early.
Oh, hey.
Except you don't get them until, officially till 3 o'clock.
Well, if you get secret answers, let us know.
First phone call I'll make.
That's what I'm talking about,
I
Mick.
choose to believe that.
I do too.
Thank you very much, Mickey.
See you guys.
Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Have either one of you seen guaranteed money on that? Because, I'm seeing 3 years up to $96 million. And again, I know that's exactly from what we hear, Terry McLaurin was looking for.
Yeah, I'm going to say all of it's guaranteed, Kevin, is what I'm just going to assume.
I will be stunned.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. No, I've not seen the full grouping yet.
All right. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's tough for baseball nuggets where the big dumper is now on top. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
to say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking out of your head.
Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Cal, blast off, left field, there it goes, Cal Raleigh! His 49th home run, storybook season by Cal Raleigh, he has done it!
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you missed the breaking news on the other side in the last segment, 3 years, up to $96 million for Terry McLaurin. Still waiting on seeing what that guarantee is, but up to $96 million will show you that it's not fully guaranteed, but I don't think we actually thought that was going to be the case. But good for him. It looks like, depending on the guaranteed money, he might have ended up with exactly what he wanted.
Yeah, Barnwell's asking, is it closer to Mike Evans and Cortland Sutton at $41 million guaranteed, or DK Metcalf at $60 million?
Because if it's the former, then good for the Commanders for convincing him to get that done.
Okay, Tom Pelissero is saying a $30 million signing bonus per a source.
Okay, so the guaranteed money could still be a good bit higher than that.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry about that.
But I was going to say, if he agreed for $30 million guaranteed, I'd be like, good for the Commanders. Smart thinking right there. All right, so I better do this properly. I'm sorry, Alec. Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for baseball and Terry McLaurin Nuggets. Man, maybe could that be baseball and like one other random thing, Nuggets, every single day? All right. So for the big dumper, he now has set the record for most home runs by a primary catcher in a season at 49. So good for Cal Raleigh. Here are the other things that await him. How many players do you think in history have hit 50 home runs? Not number of times it's happened, number of players.
8.
Okay.
King Griffey Jr. is one of them. Is that what you're doing next?
No, I do not need you to name all of them, because unfortunately there's significantly more than that.
Oh, okay.
It would take a while. 32.
80. Ooh. All right.
It's between 8 and
times
80.
4 is 32, so good job.
There you go. Corey was a fourth of the way there. I don't know.
I just did math.
So good job. He would be the 33rd player to get 50 home runs. The record for a switch hitter which this feels very much in range, is Mickey Mantle in 1961 hit 54. Now, you mentioned Ken Griffey Jr. has reached 50 home runs. He had 56, I believe, in both 1997 and 1998.
Okay.
So Cal Raleigh is on pace for 61, which would break that record as well.
So it sounds like it's super easy to hit 50 home runs in Seattle. That's basically what I'm hearing here.
Ooh, you know what? That is a good point.
Yep.
Now, these might be the only two, so I don't know if that... You know what? That's an intriguing point. Now, Corey, I'm going to give you another shot. How many players have hit 60 or more home runs in a season?
Ooh, 8.
Can you name them?
Babe Ruth. Lou Gehrig.
Nope.
I mean, Honus Wagner. Nope. I'm going to say Mark McGwire.
Correct.
Is that one of them?
Yes.
I'm going to also say Barry Bonds. Do you still count him?
Yeah. Oh, well, MLB.com. MLB does, so.
Aaron Judge.
Yes.
Roger Maris.
Correct. One more.
Sammy Sosa.
That is correct. It's actually 6. So he would be the 7th player in the history of Major League Baseball to hit 60 home runs in a season. And of course, you remember, because we saw it in Globe Life Field, he's on pace for 61. The American League record is 62 by Aaron Judge.
Dude, isn't it wild? Like, Sammy Sosa did it 3 times.
He did.
McGwire did it how many times? 3?
Twice?
It's just nuts that those dudes were able to do that.
I think, and
so cleanly.
Yeah, especially with Sammy Sosa. I think everyone accepts like the way it went down. But with Sammy Sosa, the fact that he actually also got caught corking his bat, and he was like, "Nah, I swear, it was the first time. Except as soon as I hit the ball and saw the bat fly, I knew to go run and get the bat, as opposed to run to first base."
What's the most home runs Honus Wagner ever hit?
I don't. It's probably like 8. People used to not really hit a lot of home runs.
All right, hold on.
I'm going to say 8 to 12.
Pick a number then.
8.
10.
10. Oh, it's right in the middle.
2 times he hit 10 home runs in a 21-year career.
Well, wasn't that the thing where like Babe Ruth hit as many home runs as like every player in Major League Baseball? I know it wasn't quite like that, but he hit more home runs than like every club.
You know,
I think
we don't talk about this much, but one time Dak finished second in MVP voting.
We talk about that all the time.
In 1912, Honus Wagner finished second in MVP voting, and he had 7 home runs.
It's so weird. Like, we need to go back.
He hit 324. He was a 328 career hitter, and he hit. That's why he didn't get first in MVP voting.
We need to go back and like Sammy Baugh led the league in passing with 812 yards 1 year or something. Like, wow, what an accomplishment.
Larry Doyle defeated him that year. He had 10 home runs. God.
Used to be
so dumb.
The game used to be so different.
The ball flew less.
Couple more things for you. The Yankees, they were mad. They lost to the Red Sox on Saturday. That was their 8th straight defeat at the hands of the Red Sox. They said, this is unacceptable. And it was, at least for one day, because they came back yesterday. They beat the Red Sox 7-2, but the Yankees still have plenty of work to do themselves when you look at their postseason hopes. Let's go from that to Zach Wheeler.
So hold on.
Go ahead.
On the losing streak the Yankees are dealing with, or this direction things are going for them. Do you think the Rangers can steal one from them, like steal that last spot in the wild card from them, or is it going to be Seattle? We need to, fingers crossed, hope they fall apart.
New York makes a whole lot of sense, but my stock answer has been, I'll believe it when I see it from the Mariners. So obviously I would say this is where you can look back, and that Kansas City series really hurts because that's the next team that you need to jump over.
Yep.
But I would still be inclined to say Seattle, though obviously New York has had plenty of its own struggles, and it's not like Boston has cleared everybody by that much either.
Yeah, it's so wild.
All right, a couple more things for you. President Trump has now demanded Roger Clemens be enshrined into the Hall of Fame right now. And look,
This seems like a waste of our time.
Yes.
Okay.
And maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't. But I would say those two were not in the Hall of Fame, with Pete Rose being the other one, for very, very different reasons.
Like what?
I mean, one was steroid use, and the first one was gambling.
So is he demanding Bondsby in too?
You know, that's an interesting point. I think I only saw Clemens. Maybe that has... I don't know if that has to do with, like, players' political leanings as well. I really probably should look into that more, I guess. And then the Baseball Writers of America, for the first time since 1983, they're adding a new award. And you know, it's super weird. 1983 is when they added Manager of the Year. So before that, they were like,
83?
Yeah. Whoever. Who is the manager? That doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So
Pete Rose never won it then, is what you're saying.
Oh, he was managing after that.
Oh, okay.
But not for that long. So 1983, they added Manager of the Year. Now they're going to add a new award for the best relief pitcher. You know how, like, there's been an ongoing discussion about should a relief pitcher win Cy Young? And I'm like, well, if all they had otherwise was the Rolaids Award, then yes, I do think they should win. Do you remember when that was like a huge deal? So now they're going to get their own proper award via the Baseball Writers.
That's awesome.
Of America.
And it won't be sponsored by Rolaids.
I can't promise that.
Okay.
I don't know what the business model is looking like for Rolaids nowadays, but if they still got that cash,
we should retroactively go back and award these things then.
You know what?
Hey, he won the Rolaids Award.
If you can magically take away titles and or Heisman trophies and not name a new winner, and Auburn can just come up with 7 new titles, and Texas A&M made up a Big 12 title for a game I watched them lose by like 40 points, then why the hell not? We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Cowboys questions that matter after the final preseason game. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys questions that matter after the final preseason game. By the way, coming up in about 20 minutes, we will talk Farmageddon with Brett McMurphy. We'll probably talk other college football things as well.
Are you excited? College football is about to begin, really? Last week, I understand what this weekend was, week 0.
Yes.
But it's really about to start.
I'm super excited, and I'm really excited to talk to Brett McMurphy. But also, we have our in-house person who knows more about college football than I could ever conceive to know about anything.
What's his name?
That's Carter Freeman.
Mm-hmm.
We will talk with him tomorrow because he's like, I'll let Brett go first, and then I'll clean it up for him.
Oh,
tomorrow.
wow.
That's a quote that I made up. All right, so Cowboys questions that matter. By the way, in all sincerity, about Brett McMurphy coming up, man, he's got a bunch of fire quotes about the SEC expanding to 9 conference games and how the ACC responded. We will talk about one of them. Is just incredible.
Fascinating.
All right. Cowboys questions that matter. Both of you gentlemen, I would like you to weigh in. I would also like to hear from the fans. 877-881-1053, Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line. Do you have any issues with Micah on Friday night? Because I know I'm supposed to think it's the biggest travesty in the history of sports, and I can't quite dial up that enthusiasm or that anger for it. Do you guys have an issue with Micah Parsons from Friday night?
Other than he wasn't playing, no.
Okay.
Like, he got some nachos and laid down on a training bench.
Right.
Okay. Like, all right, let's move on to the season now. Let's get this thing done.
Be more angry.
And honestly, Kevin, it's two sides of this. If you think it's just one being greedy, there's no way that's the case in this whole situation.
Oh.
This is two sides having a problem coming up with a resolution to the conflict.
Yeah.
And not doing a very good job of communicating to each other on how to get this thing solved. So I don't have a problem with what's going on. It was a preseason game, and most of the guys didn't really care anyway.
Alec.
Except for the guys that were on the field, like they wanted to play, you know?
James Houston cared.
Probably CeeDee Lamb, because CeeDee Lamb cares about everything.
That is true, man. You talk about, like, I know Michael Irvin is one of a kind, but if you talk about a receiver who also cares a lot about all aspects of the game, and if everything is clicking right, CeeDee Lamb is that dude.
I agree.
Alec, do you care, or are you upset with Micah Parsons from Friday night?
You know, Kevin, it's the only thing I wanted to talk about today for 4
You're
hours.
Such a liar.
Just fed up. No, I really don't care. And I'm trying to remember who it was. It might have been Mike Leslie. It was somebody in the local media that was.
It was Mike Leslie. Yeah.
You know, that was like maybe 5-10 minutes kind of thing. Like it wasn't even a majority. It wasn't even a quarter of the game that he was doing that. And hey, to his argument, you know what his excuse for not practicing on a medical side has been? Bad back.
Yeah.
You know what helps a bad back? Laying down. So if he wants to use that as his argument, who am I to deny it? I don't know if his back is actually hurting or not. Somebody that has a bad lower back speaking here. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Did you feel like Shoddy tried to undercut that part just a little bit when he goes, his MRI for his back came out fairly clean?
Yeah, he did. And look,
what do MRIs know?
What's their success rate?
Yeah.
I feel like it's pretty high, right?
Sounds to me like a robot trying to do a human's job.
Oh.
You know?
And that scares me
I'm
now.
not okay with that.
As of like 2 hours ago.
We'll get an update on that in the show, I believe.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me, and I don't think it changes anything. I don't think it affects anything.
If he's doing that week 1, though, I might have a problem.
Exactly. When the games matter, if he's not playing, when he should be playing, and he's just not locked in whatsoever, then yeah, I have a problem at that point.
Would you have Mozzie Smith on your 53-man roster?
No.
You answer that so fast.
I feel like you have the positions, you have the people to fill it, and Mozzie. There's just if the reality of this defense is penetrate the offensive line, get into the backfield, wreak havoc back there, create lanes for your linebackers to go through without just being a hold 'em up guy,
right?
Then Mozzie doesn't fit that for this team. If it is when he comes off the ball, he doesn't come off and fire a certain way that I want to see. He looks strong, but that strength is slow. It's not a fast strength, and I just don't think that he fits what this defense needs. And it just hasn't changed or grown or developed from what we thought we were going to get when we drafted him.
Did you say groaned?
Groaned.
Okay. Alec.
It's not a word.
It should
unless
be.
you groan in the past.
You have Mozzie Smith on your 53-man roster.
I mean, I will have groaned if he is on the roster. There you go, Corey.
Have you prepared yourself mentally for the fact that, come on, dude, that's going to happen?
Yeah, but at the same time, I'm like, you know what? I think they're kind of screwed at the position either way in terms of just run stopping. I think it's done for. Like, all things accounted for, they're not going to be a good run stopping
We haven't even started
team.
the season, and it's done for?
I said run stopping. I didn't say the whole season. I just said run stopping itself. I think that's just a theme with this team. It feels like years over, a lot of teams have themes when it comes to certain areas, like one specific area. It's like no matter the coaching turnover or whatever, this team just sucks or they're really good at one thing, no matter what. And I think the Cowboys, just for now, are going to be a bad run-stopping team. So it's weird to say I don't really care. Like, I'd rather him not be on the team, but I don't think it really affects anything.
Bonus non-Cowboys question. What percentage, when you were growing up, of school dances were essentially themed A Night Under the Stars or some version of that? Because he's talking about themes.
Bonus question.
I feel like...
Why are you bringing this up?
I feel like every dance was like A Night Under the Stars or something like that. Like, for my senior prom, I was on student council, and they wanted to do like an Egyptian theme. I voted for that because I was like, man, that's totally different. But instead, we came up with like A Night to Remember.
Night to Remember is the best, dude.
Stupid.
You don't want to forget those nights.
No, not at all.
Not if you're doing it right.
I feel like 3 of the dances I went to were A Night Under the Stars, A Night to Remember.
Yeah, exactly. All right, I'll ask you a football question again.
I remember all of them.
Oh my god. Alec, do you remember all the dances you went to?
Yeah, my prom was Great Gatsby themed. I remember that. And then I went to one other social in like 5th grade.
You wish they would have picked a better book.
Yeah, honestly. And the venue it was at fit though because it was old, super old, not very impressive. But yeah, I think like 5th, 6th grade, there was definitely a Night Under the Stars kind of thing because I was on the committee for it. I remember planning it.
Sorry, Alec.
Yeah.
All right, next Cowboys question for you. All right, Alex says we should give up on our run stopping. It's not going to be good. I don't know if this question will fit. Do you think it's possible linebacker could be a strength of this team?
Yes, I do actually. And I understand what he's saying because what we saw were a bunch of different guys trying to figure out if they're on this team, and I think that maybe it could be a little bit better with some of your starters. That's what I'm hoping. But I do feel like you have better linebackers than you had last year. That's something I'll say that I feel was improved this season. And if this defense, as we were just discussing, if they're disciplined in the way that they fill gaps, then I think they're going to do a fine job. But I have a lot of faith in the linebacking group this year. Actually, I felt like they were light at that position last year, not just in the physical size of them, but in the amount of people. Their depth wasn't very good, and this year I feel like it's better.
I thought they did enough in the offseason on paper for it to be like a respectable group. But watching some of these guys play, I've actually felt like this is more than a respectable group. This is like a legit group of linebackers, at least on paper. And we talked about Maris Taliafout all offseason, and I think he's only going to get better over time. But I do think the Kenneth Murray addition was underrated because I think that there's still a lot of untapped potential there. He hasn't been great in his NFL career, but he's got intangibles that can be worked around and that can be coached up to an even higher place. And then Jack Sanborn just being the perfect scheme fit for the Eberflus system and being successful just a year ago in that system, I do think it can be a strength of the defense.
And the bonus, this is going to be by far the best season of Damone Clark's career.
Hope so. What we saw in the preseason,
so?
I hope. No, I don't think so. Because I don't know how they're going to use him, Kevin. I hope so. I really do hope so, because if it is, dude, if he's plays the way that he did in the preseason and they convert that to regular season play, dude, we got studs back there then.
I felt like each of the past 2 seasons have been Damone Clark's year to figure it out and to get those reps and everything. So I'm scared. I'm a little gun shy to say, yeah, this is it. This is going to be the best. But I think the opportunities will be there for him. So I think he can maximize those. I think he's just going to get more chances to actually do what he's good at. And I think the preseason proved that. So I think this system is definitely going to benefit him. So I will cautiously be optimistic and say, yes, this will be the best year of Damone Clark's career.
Are you saying this will be the year that he puts it all together?
I think it is.
All right.
Just how important is Tyler Booker being good immediately to the success of this team?
Ooh. To the success of the team. I think it's... Let's go with a number grade, a percentage here, Kevin. I'm going to say 70%.
See, and I think I would have it even higher, like 85. That feels like something that is vitally important.
I mean, if they can run behind him and feel confident running behind the 2 guards, man, you're going to feel pretty good. But a lot still weighs on your left tackle, and who that's going to be, how good and productive they're going to be, and how that group works together offensively. But the rest, I mean, that defense... Does that make sense? Like I got to give 30% to the defense now too. But him being good immediately, I wonder how many games, Kevin, it's going to take you before you go, all right, we have officially replaced Zach Martin.
Oh, that is a
because this is a guy that
Can I just say we have a really good right guard? That feels like an impossibly high standard.
Full season, though, if he goes through and you're like, dude, he replaced Zach Martin.
If he is an all-pro as a rookie, then I will be like, well, hell yeah.
All right, there you go.
Second team is just fine.
Just as long as it's all pro.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh, I made the Pro Bowl. Neat. All right, Alec, just how important is Tyler Booker being good immediately to the success of the team?
I think it is important. I don't want to levy expectations on him, but I think it would be important because we talk about how many running backs this team is probably going to carry, and none of them wow you. So if you're going to be rotating, if you're going to have situational play calling built around certain players, I would want some consistency along the offensive line. And on top of that, people started to annihilate Tyler Guyton last season, especially across the offseason, because he wasn't Pro Bowl status day one. And I think that's unfair, but it's going to happen.
Which we tried to warn people about, right?
Yeah.
I feel like we tried to tell people that wasn't going to be the case.
And with any other team in the league, that isn't the case.
Yeah.
But with this team, because of the expectations the team levies on their draft picks, it's going to happen. So just for his mentals, I think it's probably a good thing that happens.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next from On 3 Sports, it's America's college football insider, Brett McMurphy, right here on the Fan.
of V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. Right now from On 3 Sports, it's America's College Football Insider, Brett McMurphy. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
We're doing great. Thank you very much for jumping on with us. I know it was just the first game, but how important was Farmageddon and that outcome considering Iowa State and Kansas State? They were two of the favorites, if not the two teams predicted to meet in the Big 12 title game.
Yeah, you're right. The Big 12 got rid of the preseason media poll, so I asked each of the 16 coaches to anonymously predict what two teams they thought would meet in the championship game, and Iowa State and Kansas State received the most votes. Actually, Kansas State received the most votes to win the title, so certainly Kansas State's not eliminated by any means, but it's huge for Iowa State. And, certainly puts them a leg up now. And, of course, any tiebreakers down the road, they have that head-to-head. But I thought it was very impressive. You know, everyone knows or should know how good Rocco Beck is at quarterback. He certainly proved that. And, you know, they have a big game against Iowa coming up. If Iowa State can beat that, certainly they could, you know, creep up the rankings. And I think the biggest thing for the Big 12 is no matter who the top team is or the top two teams are, you know, for the sake of the Big 12, hopefully they can distance themselves from the rest of the conference because, you know, look, I think we're going to have a log jam at the top of the conference. And when I say the top of the conference, I mean the top 14 or 15 teams.
Right.
That's how deep it is. So if the Big 12 wants to get two in the college football playoff, they need whoever those top two teams are to get the double-digit wins and separate from the rest of the pack. Because if not, I'm afraid, like last year, the Big 12 will only get their champion in the playoff. But great start by Iowa State, and obviously, you know, Kansas State, they're not out of it, but you never want to start with a loss.
Hang tight with us for just 1 second. We're going to try to reconnect with Brett McMurphy. And then, obviously, the other thing for Kansas State, not only did they lose, afterwards, the weird fight with the Kansas State quarterback, Avery Johnson, his dad.
What a weird thing to happen here.
Okay, and his brother. And they released a joint statement after it happened, but just like, I don't know how that happens. I guess one would assume maybe alcohol and the passions of sports, especially college football. Man, that might be a question for another day. All right, we've got Brett McMurphy back. Sorry about that. Just wanted to reconnect. The aftermath of that game with Avery Johnson's dad and his brother, that feels like a unique scenario right there.
Yeah, it's unique. I mean, again, everyone loves it on Twitter, but what does that mean for the Kansas State moving forward? Absolutely nothing. I'm sure that's not the first time something like that's happened.
Right.
But now with everybody having a camera phone, it's going to blow up. But yeah, it's not a good look, certainly. But you know, I'm guessing that won't be the last or the worst thing we see that happens after a game between fans or fan bases. So it's only week 0.
do you
Wait
think
for week 1?
Yeah, so we were just talking about this, and I know it could be the combination of passionate fans. I'm sure alcohol works into some of these situations. Do you think college football has like the most combustible fans?
Oh yeah.
Yes, but I'd put an asterisk by soccer fans that literally throw smoke bombs onto the field.
That's a very fair point.
Yeah, we don't have fences around the fields yet for college football games, but certainly, look, that's why I love college football, and that's why I hate that college football is becoming more like the NFL. And I'm not talking about playing players. I'm just talking about the rules regarding the timing plays, and they want the game to continually speed up, and 2-minute warnings and all this. I don't want NFL light. I love the college game for all the oddities and weird stuff that you mentioned. Don't change that, or I think we lose a lot.
Now, I know a lot of people are talking about the SEC expansion to the 9 conference game schedule, but what I want to talk about is the quote that you got from an ACC AD. I'm going to read the quote, and you tell me if that sounds correct and what you think about that. So the ACC, it's mathematically impossible for a 17-team ACC to play 9 league games. So how are they going to figure it out? And you had an AD tell you, we have the highest rated academic schools of any Power 4 conference. We'll figure it out. Does that sound right? And how do you suppose they'll figure it out?
No, that's an accurate quote. I mean, I quoted him accurately, and it's kind of like a smug flex by the ACC.
For sure.
Saying we're smarter than you. And you know what? They are. So whether that translates into a national championship this year in football, we'll find out. But certainly, hey, the ACC can flex their brains as much as possible. There's some challenges on figuring out what you want to do because, yeah, you can't have 17 teams play 9 games because the math doesn't work. one way that you can do it is have 12 of the 17 play 9 games, and then the remaining 5 conference teams play 8 games, and then for their 9th conference game, ACC plays 5 games a year against Notre Dame. You have the game against Notre Dame count as an ACC game in the league standings. That way you can get the 9 for everybody. Obviously, that's not going to be equal for everybody. That's one way to do it. You could actually have, is it fair? Yeah, well, it's when you have 16, 17, 18 team conferences, the schedules are never fair anyway. But that's one way to do it. That's the easy way to do it. Will they end up with that? I don't know. Like I said, they already play Notre Dame 5 games a year. You just simply count that game against Notre Dame as a league game, because remember the COVID season, Notre Dame was a quasi ACC member that year.
Right.
So that's one way to do it. The difference between the SEC and the ACC going to 9 is the SEC going to 9, they add more value to their media rights deal because they're adding another conference game that ESPN did not have. By the ACC doing that, yes, they add another conference game. It doesn't have the same amount of value as the SEC game. Sorry, ACC fans, that's the reality of it. But if you say that, well, the Notre Dame game counts as an ACC game, that adds value, right? Actually, it doesn't, because those games are already scheduled. So you're not adding additional games against Notre Dame. You're just simply calling it something different. So that's why it's not, 100% sure on how the ACC will get to this 9-game format. But the good news is, by doing this, we're certainly a step closer to having a 16-team playoff. If the Big Ten will come off their I'm going to die on this hill and require automatic qualifiers, then I think we'll get to a 16-team playoff in 2026.
Ooh. Talk with Brett McMurphy right here on 105.3 The Fan. Do you think if you crack the ACC formula for the schedule and getting more media rights money, they will let you into their brain trust of intelligence?
No, I'm an Oklahoma State grad, so I wouldn't qualify, and I admit that openly. But I'd appreciate it. Maybe they'll make me an honorary.
An emeritus,
academic honoree or whatever they call it. Sure.
Now, for the SEC, in addition to the 9-game conference schedule, also next year, SEC teams required to have at least one non-league power conference opponent. This feels like a little bit of a shift, or am I off on that?
No, it is, and that's the thing. I was at SEC media days, in Atlanta. I was in Big Ten media days in Las Vegas, and every Big Ten coach, it's literally like they had an implant in them where you pressed a button and they all said the same thing. Well, we played 9 games, and the SEC only plays 8, so why would we want to do the college football playoff the same as them? Yada, yada, yada. Well, the SEC said, okay, we'll take that nonsense and we'll trump you by not only are we going to play 9, but now we're going to require our teams to play a 10th conference game. No, you're right. It's different. It's huge. And also, if the SEC does this, now you force the Big Ten to do it, because the Big Ten's been belly aching about the conference schedules are different. So now that the SEC is saying, okay, you want us to play 9? We're not only going to play 9, we're going to play 10. So I think the Big Ten will then follow suit. And then I also think the Big 12 and the ACC will follow suit. So then we'll have the 4 power conferences all playing 10 power league conference games. Now, what will be fascinating to see is, what does Notre Dame do? Look, Notre Dame's isn't being forced into a conference. They will stay an independent until the end of time. I truly believe that. But will Notre Dame feel pressure to have to schedule 10 power conference opponents? Because right now they don't do that. Certainly they won't be forced to do that by the playoff. That would be a choice by them, because of course they only have to play 12 games and never have to play a conference championship game.
How much trouble is Frank Reich in Stanford after losing that? Or is it just that weird things happen in Honolulu? Is that how it goes?
He's done after this year. That's how much trouble he's in. But this is a 1-year deal anyway. So he's a placeholder, if you will. Andrew Luck made that clear. I talked to Frank at ACC spring meetings, and he's like, yeah, this is a one-year deal. Came in to help Andrew and help Stanford, and tough loss for them. They had the game won, and they're running the ball down Hawaii's throat. Then they throw a little pass, and it's intercepted, and everything changes. But Frank's not there long term. So the old adage, you can't fire me, I quit. He's done. He's done after this season. No matter if they would have went 12-0 or 0-12.
It feels natural that all of us will maybe have a more vested interest in North Carolina football than usual. Yeah. I know you're locked in on all the programs, but I'll admit I am more interested in North Carolina football by far than usual. And then we get news this morning that they will also be the focus of a Hulu show as we go along the way during the season. What are realistic expectations, I guess, for the Tar Heels?
Well, to put it in perspective, I think their projected win total is like 7.5. So basically, the experts are saying they'll win between either 7 or 8 games. I think that's realistic. I actually don't think they're going to win 8 games. I think they'll win below 7. They'll win 7 or fewer games. To put it in perspective, TCU opened the year as a 3-point underdog against North Carolina because of a lot of the hype surrounding Bill Belichick. And now, as we get closer to kickoff, TCU's now, I think, a 3.5-point favorite.
Wow.
So I think people have looked a little bit closer at the rosters and what exactly is going on there. And, look, it's going to be different but similar to the, car wreck, like can't take your eyes off Colorado situation with Deion in year one.
Yeah.
With Belichick in North Carolina. And so, whether you can say they were relevant before or whether they're relevant now, I don't know, but certainly they're going to be must-watch TV to see what happens with Belichick at the college level. But I just think, with the additions they made, I don't see them getting to double-digit wins. I don't see them as a college football playoff team. I think they're going to be somewhere around 500. But still, like Colorado was Deion's first year when they won 3 games, they were the most talked about 3-win team in the history of college football.
Right.
North Carolina's probably going to be the most talked about, 500 team in college football this season.
Well, there's a reason you're America's college football insider. Thank you very much for all of the info. We would love to have you on again anytime.
Hey, you got it, guys, and I'll let you know when the ACC puts me in that accident.
Thank you very much, good sir. Brett McMurphy, potential ACC emeritus from On3 Sports right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're the KNC Masterpiece, and I know you have been waiting for this. If you've been listening to this show, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, and this is why you don't call him Penix.
Okay.
Next on The Fan.
Coming.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. What say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy?
Dip it and rip it.
Let's go to cut number 15. We're going to start with this. For many, many, many months, if not now more than a year, y'all have attempted to call Michael Penix Michael Penix. My name is Michael Penix.
Yeah, I don't think there's any audio of me saying it, but there's definitely audio of you saying it right there.
There should be. So that was me saying if he ever comes out and says that's his name, then we'll do that.
Allegedly.
We're going to play an audio clip where you can decide, does that Cowboys fan yell Penix? Does he yell penis? One or the other. But Michael Penix is not having it. And listen to this audio because first of all, it's fun. Second of all, listen to how quickly he backtracks with realizing that guy heard him.
Hey, Michael Penix! Let's go, bro! Have a good season, bro. Yeah, have a good season. Huh? What you told me? I said Michael Penix.
So I think he says Penix. I think he's a Tolo. But also, as soon as he looks over at him, he goes, hey, have a good season, bro. And because he's like, hold on, I'm sitting at field level. That person can come over to me. Like, it's a lot easier to say whatever when you're like, what is that guy going to do? High jump 10 feet up in here? I don't think so.
I still am very fascinated. I need somebody to tell me what happened immediately after.
Yeah.
Because the simple fact that he stopped and walked over and said, hey, what did you just call me? Like that, I like it. I appreciate Michael for doing that. I do. But I want to know, did he say, don't ever say that again?
Right.
Or did he say, that's actually pretty funny. I've never heard that before.
All right.
Which would be insane to me.
I do think I might have to concede the point if he was like, you know what? You can call me that. That's pretty funny. Then I'd be like, oh,
but
dip.
I also wonder, too, because of what recently happened with the news station on the TV.
That probably didn't help.
I wonder if that's like amplified this and made him not like it more. And that could be problematic.
Michael Penis Jr. I don't know why only I have the drops. That was what
You're
they
the only
did.
one that says it?
Lies. Lies!
877-881-1053 if you've ever heard anybody but Kevin say it.
I swear
that
to
way.
God, I know we like doing bits in the fan text. Tell the truth, fan texters. Tell the truth! All right. Let's go from that to the Eagles. So the Eagles let Fred Johnson, the offensive tackle, move on down the road, and he went to Jacksonville. And then Jacksonville was like, I'm gonna pass on that. They traded him back to Philadelphia for a 2026 7th round pick. Is that a huge transaction? No. I just thought it was kind of funny.
I like Ross Tucker, our friend Ross.
Yes.
He's
although sometimes I think he does not like it.
Yeah, he's very adamant that Howie Roseman won't stop trading. And like that is what he does. He just moves the roster around. Bill Parcells said that, I think a lot of people in your fantasy leagues do the same thing, right? Where you're just like, I'm just constantly milling the bottom of my roster, trying to find somebody
Which
who
is
has
not
a hot
bad
hand
at all.
And that's what he does, man. And he's good at it. And that's the difference between them and other franchises. And I won't say which ones.
He means the Cowboys.
Only call him.
Shut up!
Kevin is
Shut
calling
up,
that.
fan text.
You can't handle the truth, Kevin. Only time I've ever heard his name is from Kevin.
Injury attorney text line.
Until I hear a drop of Corey saying it, it's all hearsay. Kevin's the only one.
This is a den of lies. The Twitch and the YouTube as well. Den of lies. Charlatans, all of you, for not admitting the truth. Can't trust a guy who leaves his car unattended while gassing it up. You know what? And I did that again the other day for the first time in a long time. I'd fallen in line with what you guys said about just standing there to gas up my car.
In the C block today, that comment will be very prevalent.
Oh, okay.
If I use that word correctly.
I don't know if you did. All right, let's
relevant.
Let's go to spare quarterback talk. Because you might be like, oh, you got a story? I got 3. So
it's definitely not the right word.
I was like, The Vikings traded Sam Howell to the Eagles because they're like, oh, he sucks. And then they signed Carson Wentz, who probably sucks, as J.J. McCarthy's backup. So that's spare quarterback story number 1. Let's go from that to Aiden O'Connell, who is going to be the backup for the Raiders. He is getting surgery on a fractured wrist. Looks like he's probably going to be out 6 to 8 weeks. And then, still one of my favorite stories of the offseason is Kellen Moore, almost instantaneously, one would imagine, regretting his decision to take the Saints head coaching job, as Tyler Shuck and Spencer Rattler was there for the taking, and neither one of them wanted to take it. They were a very underwhelming 17 of 28 for 155 yards, and of course, no passing touchdowns.
Wow.
So, although Shuck did run for a touchdown, and Kellen Moore said after the game, they will start making their they will make their starting quarterback selection at, I'm going to say the words, but I'm going to say it in how I interpret it. At some point this week, I guess. He didn't say I guess, but the rest of it is accurate. At some point this week, after they reviewed the tape, had discussions, and then what Kellen Moore was thinking probably is, and realized we have no other options but to pick one of these jabronis.
Or player coach.
I would love to see it. A million
we
percent.
Saw it with Peyton Manning.
I would rather see Kellen Moore play quarterback for the Saints than either one of these two. 1,000,000%.
He's out there he's not wearing pads though. He's dressed as a coach playing quarterback,
yes.
And you're just like, what? Why does he? He's like, no, that's how good he is. He knows all the plays.
Honestly, now that's all I want to see. All right, let's go to, well, not the best weekend in the world for the Sanders family. Let's go to Shedeur Sanders, who completed 3 of 6 passes for 14 yards. It appeared as though he was limited by his oblique injury.
Oh.
Then he got taken out with about 2 minutes in the game when he thought he was going to go back into the game. And Stefanski could have said it was his oblique, but he confirmed that Shedeur Sanders was not removed for health reasons.
Oh, no.
So, at a time...
What's the problem?
He just wasn't playing well. At a time when in a preseason game, he could have been like, yeah, we want to protect him with the oblique. He was like, nope. That is not why we took him out.
You really could have seen the kid run through the 2-minute drill.
Yes.
And experience that whole thing for him, which is important.
And if you see the video on the sideline, he was stunned that he was not going back in the game. But not the worst of the Sanders family this weekend. Unfortunately, Shiloh Sanders decided to throw a punch. Go ahead and give me cut number 16, and then we'll talk about the aftermath.
Sanders, right there, and a shove back.
That's not going to be good
for either one of them.
That is a great point. So Shiloh Sanders ejected from the game, and then ejected from being part of the Bucs franchise for now.
Oh, no.
As they went ahead and waived him because he was undrafted and is punching people.
But he was showing some
game.
fight.
He was showing some fight. It's tough to balance the right amount of fight.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I feel like I fall in that category sometimes, not in terms of physical, but in terms of my thoughts, that I balance between what an employee that cares a lot between that guy's an ass.
Mm-hmm.
And so that is a delicate balance.
Kind of like the practice. We were out there and they were like, next person that throws a punch, you're done with practice for the day. And then the next person threw a punch. We were like, all right, is he really done for the day? And
yes.
Like, we'll see.
Yeah. I understand that. I really, really do. All right, let's go from that to, it was also a tough weekend for the Bengals. Because the Bengals are having a Ring of Honor ceremony. And the word circulating is that multiple Bengals legends have been told that, hey, we'd love to have you there as long as you pay for your flight and hotel. And you'd think like, oh, maybe that's just like one or two players. And then Boomer Esiason went on his radio show, and you know he knows about things that aren't right. And he said that that was true, that the Bengals said, hey, we'd love to have you out here if you can pay for your hotel room and flight.
Mm-hmm.
And so...
Would you do it?
No.
Or would you be like...
No.
Okay, you're getting honored for something at Duke.
No, if I'm the person getting honored, but I'm saying like even the people who were
just
there,
invited,
yeah,
yeah.
like how much does this suck for? Well, I know Darren Woodson like lives around here, but if it was like one of those Cowboys legends is like, hey, we're doing the triplets Ring of Honor, so you might want to book. I don't know if you like American, like whatever, pay for your stuff. And you're like, wait, what?
Don't I mean, it seems like all Cowboys just stick around DFW and live here. They don't stick around Cincinnati and live there.
No,
what's
they also think that chili is overrated.
What's Boomer doing? Like he doesn't want to honor the city?
Hey,
and stick around.
Boomer is fighting crime from the radio booth where he's like, this dude right here, he's stealing and selling tickets. You got to put him in the clink. That look it up. That's what happened.
It did happen.
I don't think Boomer was the informant, but the rest of that story is accurate, and that is what happened. Okay, by the way, one more quick question. Maybe we discuss this later. So Terry McLaurin signs today, 3 years, up to $96 million. Do you look at 13 days and you're like, that should be fine, and he should be, for a veteran, he should be good to take the field?
Yeah, he was
for the open.
He was around the last week or so because he was like, look, if I really want to be ready for this, I need to go ahead and start the process of it. So yeah, I think for the season opener, he will be available for Washington. Maybe not completely full, like as in like maybe the reps will be just a little bit less, but he should be, reasonably ready to go.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Rangers make positive history, but nothing is ever that simple with this team. Next on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
Hey, everybody. Best Buy Windows and Siding, they got 0 down, 0% financing with approved credit and a lifetime warranty on every window. You need to take advantage of that. That's huge for you because you can take care of it now.
Something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got, Corey Majors. And, of course, the famous Monday Night Raw starts right after the show is over. Alec Medford. See, he was already...
Is that all he's thinking about today?
For sure.
Always thinking about that. Yeah.
See, there you go. All right. We're going to talk some more about the Texas Rangers. If you can go and give me cut number 9. There were great pitching performances all weekend, but I know for a lot of folks, Jack Leiter caught their attention.
1-2 Leiter to Fry. Swing and a miss! Double digits! Jack Leiter with a career-high 10th strikeout as he walks off the mound with 7 shutout innings to his name.
Feels like easy to say the best appearance of Jack Leiter's young major league career. Also, I believe he didn't walk anybody.
That's fair.
If I recall correctly.
Yeah, that's a fair thing to say. He looked so confident, dude.
He did.
Like, he just looked... There's a difference when a pitcher has that type of confidence. They just, as the pitch has been released, there's a difference in their body language. And I'm sure Mike can attest to that. You know when you got somebody. And whenever he's got his 97, 98 mile an hour heater and just blasts it right past somebody, but he also just destroying their souls with his changeup, you're like, he had everything rolling for him. And I don't know, here's the good question. I like that we're able to ask this question. Did he figure it out? Has he now, because he's had some good games this year. He's had some really good games this year. And I'm wondering, okay, does he finally have confidence in a good sequencing that he's working with? Does he have confidence that his pitches, he now knows what he can beat people with and what he can't beat people with? Or was that just one of those games that sticks out in the regular season? I'm going to go with the way that it looks. We're going to continue to watch him grow and become that pitcher we hope he could be.
Yeah. And it was obviously a team effort. We'll talk about the offense in just a little bit, but Nathan Eovaldi, Jack Leiter, and Merrill Kelly, they all pitched at least 7+ innings, giving up 4 fewer hits and 1 or fewer earned runs. And they did it back to back to back. That is the second time ever the Rangers have had that.
Okay. All right. Other time. Nolan Ryan, Charlie Huff, and Kevin Grossman.
Grossman?
They weren't pitching together at the same time. That would have been like a Roger Pavlik, Kevin Grossman group.
I was going to say, unfortunately, I'm so sorry, none of those is correct.
All right. C.J. Wilson.
Nope.
Colby Lewis.
Nope. You're way too modern.
All right. Gaylord Perry.
That is correct.
Yes! All right. I'm in that era somewhere. I'm just going to leave it at that. Gaylord Perry.
So it was Gaylord Perry, Bert Blyleven, and Doc Ellis from September 21st to September 23rd, 1977. Now, that 1977 Rangers team was really, really good. They went 94-68, which I believe was the franchise record for most wins in a season until 99. So that record stood for over 20 years. You know what's wild? That team didn't even make the playoffs.
What?
Because remember,
They had a very smaller.
They had a very rigid playoff system, and if you didn't win your division, then you didn't make the playoffs. And guess what? They finished second in the AL West, so they didn't make the playoffs. By the way, that year they finished second by 8 games.
Really?
Think about it. They would have needed to win 102 or 103 games to make those playoffs. But my point is, this just shows yet again how incredible this pitching staff has been. And then you get the sweep. And so now you're back up to 500. You've won 4 of 5. You've won 3 in a row. You're going in to series that feel certainly very winnable. Though that's not to say the Rangers will win them because, well, you've watched this season. But nothing is ever as easy as it seems with this team. So Adolis Garcia, he came back. Yay! Hit a home run. Woohoo! All's right with the world. But then you find out that Marcus Semien has to go on the injured list. This is his first time on the injured list with the Rangers, and the first time on the injured list in 8 years. And as soon as they make that move retroactive to August 22nd, you're thinking, okay, this is a deal where the second that time is up, he's ready to go. Then unfortunately, Evan Grant with the report yesterday that there was a variety of issues when he met with the specialist that didn't show up on the MRI. And 4 to 6 weeks is now the time frame. And it looks very well like he will not play the rest of the regular season. And that's what is so maddening about the Rangers. And I know they personally didn't do anything bad for this, but like at a time when you should be on a high, you accomplish something very, very rare pitching-wise in franchise history and got a sweep, and then you're like maybe the heart and soul of this team, or one of the heart and souls, because I think Adolis can fit that bill as well, is out for the rest of the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, Michael Young is what I always compare him to.
I could see that.
Because the way that they answer questions is very similar. The way they carry themselves. You hear both managers, Ron Washington and Bruce Bochy, talk about them in the same way. And that is, they're grinding for 162 games a year. That's what they do. I wonder.
Bochy said Semien is one of the toughest players, if not the toughest he's ever had.
And that's where I asked this question. I wonder if because of that, that's why there are some more complications that we're not seen or aware of, because he's so tough, for one, and he's not willing to come out of games because that's his identity. My identity is that I play baseball games and I'm here. I only have a short period of time to play all these games. I want to play as many as I can. And I wonder, because he's so tough and because of that mentality, if that, maybe hindered him a little bit.
I think that is a very fair theory. We talked about this. That was one of the questions that we asked Boch was, do you have to be extra cautious with Marcus because he's going to be like, I'm good? And he goes, you really do. And I used to think the same way about Josh Hamilton. Is I could never begrudge him for the way he played baseball, because he played baseball like balls to the wall. I'm going to play as hard as conceivably possible. And sometimes he got dinged up. And I know some people are like, ooh, I'd love it if he changed. And I was like, you can't change him. Like, that's who he is as a person, as a baseball player, and everything like that. So you're probably right, but I don't think I would want it any other way.
It's like Jaden Daniels whenever he ran into the end zone.
In the preseason game, yeah.
Why did you do that in a preseason game? And he goes, because
I had to.
I wanted to score.
Yes.
Like, that's how Josh Hamilton thought. I wanted to dive and catch that ball. Like, that's just the way that I'm wired.
Yeah, look,
you're not.
It's tough to argue against that, but now you find yourself sitting back in, I don't know, was this weekend a lateral move then? Which I know sounds crazy if you go 3-0, obviously, hooray. But if I could tell you, like, let's go back to the start of this weekend.
Okay.
I say you go 3-0 and lose Marcus Simeon, or you go 0-3 and he's fine. Like, maybe you have to think about it for a little bit, but that just shows how tough the weekend was, that we're not just all celebration all the time with 3 straight wins over, as you said at the beginning of the show, Corey, a team that you need to move out of your way if you're going to make the wild card.
It is sad, though, Kevin, that starting the weekend, I think you had an 11.7% chance of being in the playoffs, and now you're at 11.
Oh,
even though you
see that to the point about, is this a weird net neutral weekend? And we need to have some fun with them. But how devastating of a weekend was it for Gavin Dawson?
What do you mean?
And the G-Bag Nation.
Dude, I don't think that this is a direct
Jack
thing.
Leiter pitch is awesome. Rowdy Tellez is hitting home runs. Man. Tough break for them.
Why is that a tough break? They want the Rangers to be good.
I know. I'm just kidding.
They love the Rangers. They want them to be good.
I am just kidding. Now, one of the things that goes along with all of this.
Unfortunate conversation one time.
That's right. And then they let it go. So the Rangers are 4.5 games. Oh, come on. They know. They know. The Rangers are 4.5 games back in the wild card, which is still that's a tough road ahead. But now you've cut it down to 2 teams again that you have to jump. Now, don't get it twisted. Cleveland is not far behind. Tampa Bay is not far behind.
It could be a fun race, dude. This could be an absolute blast down the stretch, which baseball loves.
Sure. And you just hope you can clear those teams out of the way, because look at your schedule coming up. The Angels, you're already free and clear of them. The A's, you're already free and clear of them. So theoretically, you're going up against teams that, again, you should beat all the way up to the Houston series. We talked about how agitating that Arizona series was. Arizona is like, hey, we got rid of a whole bunch of people. We don't entirely know who we've got coming out, what we're going to do. And so hopefully
they were all trying hard, you know.
That is
they
true.
were all like, hey, I might have a job, so let's try hard.
It's just this Rangers team has played with our emotions so much, is that every time it's the reverse of Roddy Piper. Like, if you ever watched Roddy Piper back in the 80s, one of the really famous things that he said was, every time you think you have the answer, I change the question. It feels like the Rangers continually take a test with the same questions, but then the answer key changes. And so the Rangers are like, wait, I don't know what to do. And so I can't tell you they're going to go sweep the A's. They're going to sweep the Angels, because there is nothing in this season that should lead you with any confidence to believe that. But by God, if I'm not bought in because they beat Cleveland and I'm having all these wild dreams about a lengthy winning streak, and I should know better, but I don't.
That's why I'm in the boat I'm in, Kevin, where I'm like, look, I can be happy for you, but I have given up, all right? I'll be honest. I'm sorry, guys. If y'all go on a tear, y'all can look at me and go, you dummy, what were you doing? I'm perfectly okay being there, but I'm hoping for the best. But Kevin, if you're going to stay in that place that you're at right now, I want you to go into that clubhouse. You kick that door open. All right. And I want you to say, "Hey, Boach, how's it going?" And him go, "Hey, Kevin, how's it going?" And then I want you to say, "Hey, I was talking about this Roddy Piper quote.
Yeah.
But that quote's stupid.
Oh.
You guys don't need to worry about the answers anymore. Here's what y'all need to say to yourselves. Who do you think you are? I am." That's the one you should be rolling out there, Kevin. That quote. So they all know that they are.
Okay, so now the question becomes this.
And then you're going to get carried out by security.
Which quote do you like the best? Who do you think you are? I am. Every time they think they have the answer, I change the question. Or, I have come here to kick ass and chew bubble gum, and I'm all out of bubble gum.
Don't say that wrong, by the way.
Good Lord, dude. All right, so
You don't want to kick bubble gum. It's going to stick to your shoe.
we had already told you about the release of Lyle Collins, but the Cowboys have also released Christian Matthew, Nick Broker, Josh Kelly, John Stevens Jr. That one might be of note for some people. Tyler Neville, Troy Pride, and Denzel Daxon.
Couple tight ends gone there.
Yes.
Interesting.
So big day for Luke Schoonmaker.
You think?
I do.
Okay.
I know.
Are you on team Luke? Or have you been kind of like trying to figure out where he fits in this
I'm
thing?
on team. I don't think he's going to get cut, but
You want to see more?
Yeah,
I
pretty
got
much
you.
that.
Yeah, I think we all are.
just but. Yeah. No, shut up. In the context of that sentence, you know what? Shut up. I don't know how to get out of this. They released all of these people, and I just wanted to update you on that. And Corey's a jerk. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway with AM on the FM as well as NFL overreaction or reality.
The more time.
never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember?
This way on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On-Time Experts.
Will give it a Vaughn. Sweep left to the 10. Breaks a tackle 5. Turns right. And Deuce Vaughn dances into the end zone for the touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And it's time for some NFL overreaction or reality. And we are going to actually start right there with that particular player. Overreaction or reality? You would be upset if the Cowboys kept Deuce Vaughn on the roster over Phil Maffa.
No, because I honestly haven't seen enough from Maffa to separate him from the pack. I haven't seen enough from Deuce to separate him from the pack either.
Okay.
I think if I read this correctly on Twitter earlier, Broadus may have been insinuating that Maffa has a bit of an injury that could put him in a situation where where he could be picked on the practice squad.
Yep.
So like that could,
injured list.
that could be the case to allow for some things. But if Deuce Vaughn's on the team, he earned it, right?
Tell me more about that.
He better have earned it. Like that's what Brian Schottenheimer's told us. is that you're earning, you're competing, you're fighting for these things. You're not just giving anything out here. I like Phil Maffa. I think he's got some great qualities that I like. He runs tough. Deuce Vaughn, I've always liked the shiftiness and the speed. But there was one thing missing, and that was proof of pass protection.
Okay.
But I do think he can get around the edge. I think he can get around corners sometimes. But, man, you saw it a couple different times. When he gets close to the end zone, he's not a powerful runner. So he's not going to run through anybody to get to the end zone. He's going to get his yards by escaping people. Tony Pollard style. Remember he said, I'm trying not to get hit.
Okay.
And that's going to be his style. But no, I wouldn't be upset because in my mind, those guys went through it and they decided he earned that.
Okay. And now, Alex, same question to you. And this is an example I wanted to use of this is not one of my opinions, but perhaps the rumblings are that this is the way it could go.
I'd say I'd be mildly upset. So reality, and the reason I say that is because I fear that it's going to be a similar situation with Deuce that it was with the McCarthy staff, was that they're going to say, there are ways to use him. Like, we have ways to use him. There is a spot for him on this team. There is a role, but they're not actually going to show us that. They're not actually going to do it because they said that a lot last year. Like, no, he has a place. He has a job. We know creative ways to use him that could be successful. And then they barely ever put him out on the field.
Right.
With Maffa, I don't feel like you need special situations for him. I think he's X running back needs a breather. Send him in. Or if you think maybe on second down, he gives you a different look. I don't know. Like, I feel like you can just send him in more situations than we have special situations for this unique player.
I feel like Maffa would be a better to replace Javonte Williams.
Okay.
In the lion's share of carries, like he's going to get those. He might not be your home run hitter, but he's going to get you your tough yards. Like, that's the hope. When you're talking about Alex talking about the,
did you almost say a boot?
Maybe, I don't know. When he's talking about the special situations, don't you already have Jaden Blue for special?
Yes,
and also Kavonte Turpin for special situations. It feels like they have a lot of special situation guys, and they don't need a bunch more.
I mean, unless this is the wackiest offense we've seen in some time.
Hey,
I would not hate. No.
I would take wacky.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, NFL overreaction or reality. The NFC East will finish like this. Philadelphia first, Washington second, Dallas third, the Giants fourth.
I can't say that, Kevin, because you have convinced me.
Oh, yeah.
That the history of the NFC East will not change anytime soon.
Fact.
And therefore, Washington is going to win.
How would you go from there?
Don't make me do this.
Oh, it's happening.
Washington, Philadelphia, Dallas, New York, barely.
All right, Alec, overreaction or reality? We'll get back to your order in just a second. Philly, Washington, Dallas, Giants is how this division is going to shake out.
I'm going to say reality. I think they're going to go against the grain here. I think that the trend is going to stop. And I do think that the most loaded roster in the division is going to get it done in that regard. I do think Washington has a really good chance. And, maybe they have some good mojo on their side that they got the Terry McLaurin deal done today. Yep. And everybody's happy. Everything's perfect in Washington, D.C. Maybe everything is just so perfect that it goes their way. And maybe that offense is so dominant that they win some games that they probably shouldn't. You saw it happen last year. They won a game where they turned the ball over 5 times. I think you could see something like that, but I think the safe bet is just to say that Philadelphia didn't have enough turnover on their roster for me to even think about them regressing in any kind of way, really.
Now, these are the top 2 betting odds. So number 1, about 3-1 on your money, Philly, Washington, Dallas, Giants. Corey, yours that flips it, about 5-1 on your money if you get Washington, Philly, Cowboys, and Giants. But the thing about that is, and why the numbers are so good, you have to get it exactly right. Like, you have to get 1, 2, 3, and 4 exactly
and
right.
all their records?
No, but the best odds with Dallas at the top. Dallas first, Philly second, Washington third, and the Giants fourth, 18-1. on your money if it goes down like that.
All right.
NFL overreaction or reality? Myles Garrett is the best non-quarterback in the league.
Hey, there are other. Yes, reality.
Okay. Alex,
is he that much? Offense gets a lot of love
for sure.
Is he that much better than Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson, or am I just in love with offense?
Well, to your point, it's not just you. So ESPN put out their top 100. Myles Garrett is the only player in the top 5 who's not a quarterback. So it goes Mahomes 1, Allen 2, Garrett 3, Lamar Jackson 4, and Joe Burrow 5.
Okay. All right. Well, good for all them.
After that, Pat Surtain, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase.
Really, Surtain.
Yes.
I'm glad he's getting the respect he deserves, and that could have been a Cowboy.
Micah Parsons 9, Chris Jones 10.
Behind Surtain, huh?
Yes.
Interesting.
Would you rather have Patrick Surtain than Micah Parsons?
I mean, do we have Micah Parsons?
Oh, man, that is a good point.
Hopefully someday.
Overreaction or reality, Alec? Myles Garrett is the best non-quarterback in the NFL.
Remember, Corey, it's your highness now.
If you missed it earlier, that was Mickey Spagnuolo's terminology for him, and lots of people had lots of thoughts about that.
That was amazing. It's a fun question because I would, for fun, make the argument for Patrick Surtain because I think outside of quarterback, cornerback is the hardest position in the NFL to play. So I could make that, but I think Myles Garrett is one of the few true 5-tool players in the NFL where he can beat the guy lining up in front of him in pretty much any of the ways that you're taught as a pass rusher. He can do it with finesse. He can do it with power. He can do it with speed. Like, he can beat the opposition in pretty much any way because he's so athletically gifted, which not everybody can get that, you know? So I think he has certain things that other players just can't that go in his favor, and then he's got the IQ on top of it to make himself a true 5-tool player. So I'd say that's a reality.
NFL overreaction or reality? There is no quarterback who is a better player than Joe Burrow. So I want to go back to an article, and I totally understand what he's getting at. I believe it was in The Athletic.
Okay.
Joe Burrow said, I'm not sure I would say anyone is playing the position better than I am right now. But you understand why he wasn't in the MVP conversation last year the way he should. Like, he put together an MVP season, but his defense is the drizzling S.
Which doesn't make sense.
And it's really weird from sport to sport how that's different. Because in baseball, they don't really seem to care that much if your team is in the playoffs or not. Where football, that feels like maybe the number one prerequisite. Your team has to be top probably at least 3 or 4, and then you probably play quarterback on that team. So overreaction or reality, there is no better quarterback playing right now than Joe Burrow.
The way he played last year, yes.
I get it.
He's the level that he's played at since he came into the league has been fantastic as well. I mean, he got the Bengals to a Super Bowl, bro.
That is still pretty astonishing.
Like, who else does that?
Do you think he's sad
Boomer.
that Boomer Esiason did get him there? Do you think Joe Burrow's also sad that when he comes back to support his teammates, the Bengals are going to be like, hey, check the Radisson. They might have good rates.
Yeah, he's like, what are we doing here? We're not even paying Trey Hendrickson.
No.
I was trying to think. Baker had a really good season last year. Lamar Jackson was phenomenal last year, too. For what it was worth, too, I wonder if Joe Burrow's season would have been that good had they not been in the situation they were in defensively. Like, as he put up those numbers, if he doesn't have to pass to catch up in games at times. But the simple fact is he sees the game a certain way. He's delivering the ball beautifully, and he has some really good receivers to go along with it as well.
I think the reason I'm going to lean reality is because the team has been so bad. and he's been able to do some special things while under incredible pressure. Because remember, at the end of last season, there were some ways that they could have made something happen. The way that they were putting up, it felt like 50 points a game.
Yeah.
They were in it more than they should have been in terms of a playoff hunt. So I think that the weight that he carries added something special when you watch the games, because it felt like even when you knew this game is over, like he was doing everything he possibly could with the assets that were given to him to win that game. And there's no stat that will measure that. You just have to watch. You go back and watch last season. There was just a look in his face. There was a demeanor to him, and the results were there. You know, it was incredible. It feels like those screenshots you see of baseball highlights where it's like Aaron Judge hits a 500-foot home run to cut the deficit to 15. Like something like that. That was Joe Burrow every single game with how he was playing. He was just incredible.
Now, frequently we have questions grounded in reality in this segment. Are you ready for a complete and total nonsense question?
I am now.
We will take all salary cap implications out of consideration for
all
this.
Right.
Overreaction to reality. You would trade CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons for Jaden Daniels. So Micah's 9. Okay. Micah's 9 on the list. CeeDee's 19 on the list, and Jaden Daniels is 24 on the list. And I know how much everyone says quarterback moves the needle above all else.
Yeah, I mean, no, listen, Jaden Daniels is fantastic. He did benefit from Kingsbury called some tremendous games last year. So that combination of the two of them was perfect. He was fun to watch. But I love CeeDee Lamb. So I'm going to stick with that in that. Now, Micah, a little bit of a different situation just because of the position itself.
Right.
The frustrating thing for me is when he's on the field, do I feel like we can stop the run? And sometimes I say no. So that's just having seen times when teams are like, we're going to run his direction.
Right.
Or run away from him so he can't make an impact on this play. And just the two different ways that they can do that to keep him from being effective. CeeDee Lamb, though, it seems like he's just going to be effective because they can force it to him, or it can be effective because he's that kind of player. But I will say, having a top-flight quarterback, you saw whenever Dak Prescott is at his best, this Cowboys team's record is better. And having a top-flight quarterback makes a huge difference.
I would go overreaction.
Okay.
And
I'd give it a shot.
Yeah, I see where you're going with it, but for me, it's as simple as I would rather have two franchise players that have proven something year in and year out.
Than
a one-year franchise player. I don't think Daniels is going to regress because, to Corey's point, I think that offense was perfect for him. I think that is a match made by the football gods themselves. That is just incredible what Cliff Kingsbury was able to do. Say, hey, he's really good at X, Y, and Z. How about we do that in the NFL? It was as simple as that, and he even said it in the offseason leading into his rookie year. I'm just going to do the offense that he played really well in college, and it worked. But again, if he's done it for 3 years, I might listen on that conversation a little bit more. But two franchise players over 1 year of one franchise player, I'd take that.
Alec, you want one more?
Let's do one more.
All right, this one is more grounded in things happening today. NFL overreaction reality. You would rather have the 5th or 6th pick in your fantasy football draft than the 1st in a snake draft?
I had 6 this year.
Alex, did you have 1?
I had 7 and 3.
There were a couple of moments that the people that I was surrounded by were good at drafting. Sometimes you get that dummy that doesn't know what he's doing before or after you, and so he's not going to take the person that you're going to want. Unfortunately, I was surrounded by 2 of the good ones this year.
Okay.
But I do like kind of being in that middle area because I can get whatever running back falls. A lot of times a running back's just going to kind of fall in your lap. You don't have to stress about which one to take. You're just going to get the one that's left. And then you're kind of in that middle to get another, depending on how big your league is, another top 15, top 16 player because you're in that spot. I think, Kevin, sometimes being the last one is really good, but then whenever you get those two, now you got to wait a long time before you get the draft again, it feels.
Yeah. The 10 and 11 or 12 and 13, depending on what your league looks like. All right, Alec, I know you're a fantasy guru. Overreaction reality, you'd rather have like the 5th or 6th pick than the 1st.
The recency bias almost crept into my answer because I am jealous in both leagues that I'm in of the number 1 pick. Their team ended up being really, really nice.
Yeah, mine did too.
And I think it's because some of the people in the middle areas where I was, in at least one league, they kind of screwed up and reached. So the guy who had the number 1 pick ended up getting some great value on some of those players. But I will say historically, yes, I'd rather be in the middle of the round because, to Corey's point, you are going to get some great value because of one person.
Yeah.
One person getting overzealous about, oh, this guy, it's going to be the year that he puts it all together, or I love this player so much, I'm going to take him instead. That helps you out more times than not, and I feel like I did pretty good in both of my leagues.
Okay, excellent. Thank you guys very much for participating in NFL overreaction or reality.
The 214, I accidentally auto-drafted in Blake Elliott's league, and it drafted me 3 quarterbacks somehow.
Oh, no. Oh.
I'm so sorry. You don't need 3. You can only play 1.
Hey, you don't know. This could be some sort of bold
3 quarterback league, yeah.
In that case, you're doing great, buddy. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, you're going to hear an aspiring broadcaster's dreams get ruined in the course of about 5 seconds.
Oh, no.
We'll get to that here in just a little bit. Some of the best audio I heard this weekend in the world of baseball. But first, gentlemen, before we get to any of that, Jordan Schultz is back to reporting as he does on Twitter. Sources say the Bengals have restarted talks with All-Pro defensive end Trey Hendrickson on a new deal. My understanding is the two sides have been exploring a more, quote, unique avenue to get something done. Giving Hendrickson more money this season while still letting his contract expire after the season has been discussed.
And so, because 'tis the season, right? Like, you've kind of hit the breaking point in terms of, can I have you at full or almost full capacity when the regular season starts? And it is unfortunate that that's happening there. Terry McLaurin got done, and the Cowboys play before, obviously, either one of those teams, and it still feels like we're sitting here
waiting for that to be done so that we can get Micah.
I'm glad you jumped in because I was about to say something else,
but
that was not radio friendly.
Well, Kevin, we're waiting for all the leaves to fall. I know we haven't said it this year, but that's essentially what's happening, right?
What? Why?
Because they have to fall. Otherwise, you're going to have to rake them back up again.
Look, you can rake them up. You're going to have to make another pass either way. If you ever rake leaves, let me know if there's ever been one single time you've made that pile and you're like, all right, I'm done.
And then a dog jumps in it. There was this old lady in my neighborhood, though. I would watch this lady every year. She would pick these leaves up by hand, and she would walk around with a stack of leaves in her hand every day. If there was a leaf, I watched her once. Watch the leaf fall all the way to the ground, and then she immediately walked out and picked it up.
Hell yeah. I was
love
like, that.
Jeez. And she never had a leaf in her yard, though, ever.
Yeah.
She did that.
Didn't sound like she knew anybody either. I'm sorry, Alec.
There were times when I was like, get a life.
God.
But that was her life.
All right. Thanks for the info, Corey. Now I know that your neighborhood is a true party. 877-881-1053 for the question of the day, gentlemen. I'm going to ask you a unique question. You could go a lot of different ways with this, and I want to know what the first thing that comes to mind is. You can mute one sound in the world forever. Which one do you pick? Twitch and YouTube available for you as well.
One sound forever. So you're saying like Jim Rome or
can I
Colin
pick a
Cowherd?
human?
You can pick the sound of their voice. It's a sound.
I'm picking Jim Rome then.
Hey, clones. Remember when I used to matter 20 years ago?
Jeez.
Yeah, me too.
I'm muting the sound of my son whistling. My son, I whistle loud, okay? I'm good at whistling, proud of it too. I whistle loud, but I don't walk around our house whistling. And this kid, for whatever reason, and I'm sorry if that was your grandmother that was picking up those leaves. I wasn't making fun of her. I thought she was amazing and tidy. But my son will whistle, and I can hear it all over the house. And it sounds like it's the only thing that echoes in our house. I go, not going to echo, all right? Not going to echo. But when he starts, I can't even whistle now.
I thought you just said you were great at whistling.
I think you're hypocritical.
When he starts whistling, it just drives me nuts. And that's the one thing that I wish I could mute is just him. That or whenever my daughter says her iPad doesn't work. It works. You just got to plug it in.
I love that.
For the 214, I have lots of questions about this one because right before it's 707, kids or babies crying. I get that.
There we go. Sorry.
From the 214, I hate wet mouth people. What does that mean? What does that mean?
What is wet mouth people?
I need you to follow up.
And what are dry mouth people at that point? Have you ever seen
dry mouth people the one that are like?
Bill Parcells, I thought, was a dry mouth person. You know, the way he would like lick his teeth in the middle of conversation and then he was always chewing on ice. You're like, dude. From the 972, Corey needs more tables to dampen the noise. No, I think the tables might be part of the problem.
How?
Is that backed by physics?
Reflecting sound.
Oh,
Kevin, yes, physics. Hard surfaces reflect sound. Soft surfaces absorb sound.
So if you just put like some loaves of bread on those tables,
sure, loaves of bread is exactly what
suck up that sound.
So yes, lay some pancakes out there.
Yeah,
that's how you solve oil spills.
I'll be like, why don't you pancake your ass back to your room?
All right. Thanks for that. I do see from the 469, I wish I could mute Corey trying to whistle.
Yeah, no, I didn't do a successful job there, and I have lots of whistling options.
From the 469, this is kind of specific, and I don't know if I understand. People who chew on invisible gum.
Yes. I will make an admission right here and right now.
Is that a thing?
I have been a person who has chewed on invisible gum. I don't know why. I think it's like a weird nervous tick when I just don't really know what to do or say with somebody, and you'll like, because then it feels like you're at least doing something. Hey, I'm not talking to you, but I'm chewing gum over here. So I'm like busy doing my own thing. That's the best I can think of. I have been.
Are you the kind of person that will answer a fake phone call to avoid conversation?
I've absolutely done that.
Oh, yeah. I've done it too.
Absolutely. And then I'll pretend to have the start of that conversation.
Oh, yeah.
And that's the genius of your cell phone now versus like your old landline where it would be like, boop, boop, boop. We're sorry. Please hang up and you're busted. Now you can't see my cell phone. I could be talking to somebody.
And especially if you have one of those privacy screen protectors on there where you can't see it from certain angles. Because some people, like if you leave the phone on and you don't have an active phone call going, people will just see he's on his home screen. He's not fooling anybody.
By the way, lots of people had answers to what a wet mouth person was. From the 972, you see saliva on the corner of their mouth when they talk. I had a teacher from the 940 in high school that had a spit bubble formed at the front of his lips when he talked. From the 469, those French bulldog looking people who got all that moisture happening around their mouth. I had no idea. And then for the 972, it means you're juicy mouthed and have extra spit.
I don't like that.
But you should mark it.
Yeah, I'm going to.
Damn it.
I don't like it when you say it. How about that? From the 325 cicadas. That's a great one.
No.
Especially this time of the year.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
That is the sound of my childhood, okay? Actually, Adrian and I were just discussing this on Friday. We were standing outside of Dos Equis Pavilion. The cicadas were going insane. And we just looked at each other and we were like, it feels like summer, right? You know, because that's the sound of summer right there. Yes.
No. I had, what was this, maybe in June? No, it was July because it was after the All-Star game. My buddy Michael pulls up to my house and we were just chatting outside. And he's in the middle of a sentence and all the cicadas in my tree start going nuts. And he just stops and just stares into my tree and goes, "Really?"
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, it happens a lot. That's why I usually have conversations indoors, or like in a car, because it gets loud out here. And then the dude down the street with the motorcycle.
I'm sorry, pause.
I usually talk in my car.
Can we go back to Alec going, that's why I usually have conversations indoors or in my car. I just love the way you said that.
And also, he did get his car from Platinum Chevy, so it makes a lot of sense.
I spent a lot of time in it.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true.
Oh, I feel like the 214 might be onto me. Is AM on the FM just bait to get you guys to contribute to Masterpiece of the Week?
Oh, is it?
I choose not to answer. Back to the question of the day.
Expert level baiting, if you will.
Gob.
What else would you call that, Corey? Anyways,
superior baiting.
Stop it.
Back to the question of the day. You can mute one sound in the world forever. Which one do you pick? 877-881-1053.
Oh, can I add one? I'm sorry.
Please do.
Anytime paper is scratched with fingernails or makes that kind of sound is the worst for me. Oh, stop it! Stop that right now. I'm getting, look.
My bad.
Yeah,
okay.
Dude, just even thinking about it.
I just didn't really understand.
It does.
I have a sound
Back to y'all. I'm sorry.
that this kid broadcaster might want to mute forever in his memory. This is from the Mariners TV broadcast over the weekend playing the Athletics. And they did a thing where they had a kid named Russell come into the booth and do play-by-play for an at-bat. His first ever at-bat doing play-by-play did not go so well thanks to Jacob Wilson. And just listen to his response.
And pitch. Hit out into left field.
It's a home run.
Russell, what are we doing?
Why?
You can think of it as being very lucky or
What
very
is going on around here, Russell?
Man. It's just sad.
It's just sad. He doesn't even say that it's a home run or anything, but this goes into the left field bullpen.
And he
off the
did
bat
say
of Jacob
pitch,
Wilson.
right?
Yes.
Yeah, he said pitch. I thought the same
and he was
thing.
trying to be professional. He was setting it up. He gave the count before it, everything, and the pitch. And Jacob Wilson pimps it into the bullpen. And I think the dream of broadcasting for the Mariners might be dead for young Russell. And that was just so sad to hear. And it was just silence after that. I would have gave the full minute of the play-by-play, but he just sat there in pure sad silence after and didn't want to do play-by-play anymore. So Jacob Wilson, the young phenom for the Athletics, ruining dreams out here.
That is Kevin, that moment as a broadcaster where you have to remember you're not a fan at that right then. You have to keep saying some words, but I think that you hear it a lot of times. The broadcasters are just like, hey, I care about these teams. I feel this way. You feel that way at home while you're listening to this probably. So this is how we all feel.
I don't think I would hate it, though, if one time Jared goes, oh, man, and then just refused to call, like, the next batter because he was just really upset.
When he comes back and he goes, what the crap was that?
Yes. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
A hilarious moment in police chase history. Next on The Fan.
It's a must listen on your lunch break. K&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Major.
Oh, Kevin, are you seeing these reports from Nick Harris right now?
Oh.
Your friend Nick Harris has said, after talking with some folks, these are some bubble players that I expect to be on the roster.
Okay, here we go. Do it.
Cornelius.
Okay.
Johnny Cornelius. Damone Clark.
Oh, I would have been surprised if he didn't make it, but okay.
Oh, because you're a fan?
That's true.
Makes sense. Miles Sanders.
Oh, really?
Andrew Booth. And Mozzie Smith. He expects them to be on the roster. Your thoughts?
I'm really disappointed that, not to say he won't make it, but I did not hear James Houston's name in that group. And also, I get it. Like, the Cowboys drafted him first, and they're going to tell you how many kick-ass things they saw from Mozzie Smith. And it's only his third year. And you know what? I guarantee you at some point, Tom Landry used to tell us, third year for defensive tackle. And I hope that's right.
I think I just saw the Eagles, they moved on from Kenyon Green. He was a first-round pick, right?
Yes.
In 22. You can do that. I mean, it's okay to move on from players that have been first-round picks before if they are not working out. But the patience to wait 3 years for a defensive tackle is very important.
And was it... I saw Pat Doney talking about this, that Taco Charlton was like, don't compare my situation with Mozzie's situation.
Just because I went to Michigan?
Yeah, and found a coach that didn't like me, and I tweeted something, and I'm like, look, man, you might be right, but right now, both of y'all are in the category of humongous first-round bust for the Cowboys. Or first pick bust or whatever. Back to you.
Kevin, do you know who Rampage Jackson is?
I do.
His son...
Yeah, I saw this.
Over the weekend... was shown on Kick, a live streaming platform, slamming Stuart Smith, otherwise known as Psycho Stu, to the mat before punching him several times in the head while the wrestler was motionless on the canvas. Knox Pro Entertainment Academy released a statement Sunday condemning Jackson's actions and apologized to its fans. First and foremost, our thoughts and prayers are with Mr. Smith as he remains a priority. We're monitoring his well-being. What was supposed to be a planned and agreed upon wrestling spot turned into a selfish, irresponsible act of violence against Mr. Smith. And the act is reprehensible and never should have occurred in the 17 years of operation. Never been anything heinous like this take place.
It is horrifying.
If you haven't seen the video of this, he just is sitting outside of the ring, hops up into the ring, takes Stewart and throws him on the ground, picks him up and throws him on the ground, and then just starts punching him in the face.
And so that first part kind of felt like a rampage, like his dad, like a rampage slam. Now, did I think he dropped him pretty stiff? I did, but I understand that first part. But then, you're right, he just starts tagging him with live punches. And after the first or second one, that dude is he is out. I don't know why it keeps happening. And then I didn't understand his dad's explanation either. Though, to be fair, I get it. That's your kid. You're going to try to protect your kid. He said that maybe his kid wasn't made all the way aware of how you were supposed to work that thing. But that's confusing because Rampage has done professional wrestling. And so it feels like he would have really explained to him, it's planned. We're working in coordination and cooperation for this, not just you dropping live punches on somebody. So that part I don't really understand either, but it is horrifying. And if he faces criminal charges for that, I get it. That was so far out of bounds.
Yeah, the physical kicking and punching and stuff that takes place is really a dance.
Yeah.
More than it is a boxing match or a kickboxing match.
And they'll call it, you got potatoed. And that's just a thing that happens. You get potatoed, somebody just popped you full out with a full punch. It's a Brock Lesnar and I think Braun Strowman clip from a while back where Braun Strowman just smashes Brock Lesnar for real, and he gets up and just drops that dude.
Really?
But like then it was over and it's done. He didn't like sit on top of him and like, well, you're going into a coma.
Yeah. I just and I do wonder sometimes, like some of the punches, like you see sometimes that how they do those things. This did not look anything like anything I've ever seen in wrestling that I've watched. I've watched. Now, Kevin, I think there was one time you've told me, and I think I've watched the video, a guy jumped up into the ring and Hunter or Triple H just leveled the guy.
Look,
I was like, you don't belong here.
But that was a fan. Like
Stone Cold did that too, right? Like you don't belong here.
Exactly. And look, if you're in the ring and somebody runs into what you're doing, you have no idea what they're going to do. Like you hold them down or beat them down. You'll see, like that's what refs will do, is they'll try to tackle somebody if they see it. But yeah, Triple H like jumped off of, I think he had a headlock or something on Stone Cold and took the fan down because who the hell knows? But like this was part of the thing. Rampage's kid was supposed to come in there, probably do the Rampage slam, maybe drop a punch or like a series of kind of worked punches or elbows, and that most definitely is not what happened.
All right, Kevin, I have some audio here that I want you to enjoy. Now I've reduced this. We've actually Alec reduced this down to a smaller clip because it was 3 minutes and 27 seconds.
Oh,
and there was no way we were going to be able to play this.
That is a long
There
time.
was a man being chased by the police in L.A., and here's what happened.
Southbound Long Beach now making another westbound turn here, finding another gas station. Might even be the same one. He must be low on gas. Driver stepping out of the vehicle. And he's going to drop it right here. He's going to get gas. This driver nervously getting gas after feeling some degree of relief here, although you can tell he's still very animated. He's got his shirt covering his face. Wild scene here as he just drops the pump and continues on after a quick splash of gas. Now back on the run here, but there's nobody behind him as he continues to drive like a maniac through here. And now getting back onto Long Beach Boulevard. There's CHP now just about one block behind him with lights and sirens.
Bailed.
He's out. He pulled it. He bailed under the freeway and the vehicle is rolling. Law enforcement pulling up here, spotting the lonely vehicle, the empty vehicle, and that suspect is on foot right behind them. You have to presume.
The guy, Kevin,
I have lots of questions.
Pulls into a gas station.
Yeah.
As he's being chased by the cops.
Right.
Because of the way LA traffic is, he went against the grain and the cops went right by him. And he had 3 minutes to fill up his gas tank, and he's standing there with his shirt over his face, and there's a guy on a motorcycle, doesn't care, not paying attention at all, and this guy's filling his gas tank up so he can get on the run a little bit more, gets back out on the street, takes off. As soon as he gets back out onto the street to take off, the cops are right there behind him. They didn't get to the gas station in time, but they were right there as soon as he took off. As he's driving off, Kevin, he goes under the bridge and disappears. The car, he bails on the car keeps rolling into a pole, and the guy escapes. And I don't know what's happened since then, so I don't know if he was caught or anything, but at that moment, Kevin, in this video, they didn't catch him, and that is insane to me. That I believe he escaped. This dude he pulled in and got gas and then escaped from the cops.
Which I question that strategy because the guy, the news chopper guy, I guess, or whatever, chopper, he said he got a splash of gas.
Splash of gas.
All right, so you need to make that decision. Like, we've all been on a tight budget. You decide, am I getting 2 gallons? Am I going to stop at $5? Like, well, what was the decision? Because if he just got a splash of gas, you're not going to get that much farther, so you're not in this for the long run on the police chase.
Yeah.
But I guess it worked out if he escaped.
Was able to go under a bridge and disappear.
But don't get in a police chase, right? That
this
feels
is interesting
fair.
because I do believe that last week we were talking about Adrian was in a situation where some people pulled up and then just took off running out of their car. And that's when I asked, I was like, any of you guys ever been around that? A friend of mine, his daughter went to the same daycare the car Avery went to. and he was a police officer in Dallas, and he got shot right here in front of right on this service road. They were in a police chase, and he had pulled his car up, and the gunshot sang out, if you will, and it got him in the hip. Now he was okay, but it did get him in the hip, and he had to deal with that for a while. But man, police chases are wild, bro.
It is such a, I'm not going to get into the politics of all this or that. It's just, that is a terrifying job to have when you might just think I'm doing a traffic stop and then you could be dead.
Yeah. Have you ever thought, though, if I ever get into a police chase, I'm going to stop and get gasoline? I don't think any of us would ever even think about that. Oh, I got to get gas. No.
Yeah.
Just got to figure something else out because that's too long of a stop. Unless you got a pit crew waiting on you.
And see, and at that point, you've already broken the law. Do you not pull up by a car and you're like, that person looks responsible. They probably have lots of gas in their car.
This is my next car.
Yeah, and look, you've already gone too far. You should probably, don't do any of this.
Is what you're saying.
Yeah, and plus.
So you're suggesting don't do things to get into a police chase.
Yes, exactly. And also, does that mean he took out his credit card and swiped it?
I don't know.
And they're like, can you scan it again? You're like, I don't have time for that.
Don't you understand? Can you get gas without paying for it first now?
Yes, but this was in I was in a really rural town in South Dakota.
Okay.
All right. And I pulled up to this gas station. I didn't even need to fill up with gas just quite yet, but it was one of those mom and pop looking stores that had one pump, and it was the old timey pump where you pull the thing and reset the numbers when you pump the gas. And so I went in there and I was like, hey, can I do prepay? And he goes, just go ahead and pump it and let us know. And so I did that, and the total was, I don't know, it was $20.50 or something. And I went in there and I told him, and he goes, how about just $20? And I was like, oh, are you sure it said? And he goes, we don't care about a few cents here and there.
Really?
Yeah. And I was like, awesome. Here you go. Thank you so much. But I feel like those are probably pretty rare.
A lot of people ask you how he paid. From the 860.
That's a valid question because you're covering your face, but you're using your credit card.
Well, and here's the other thing. I don't know if that was a stolen car or his. So the license plate's already got you. Unless he stole the car. And if that's the case, then maybe there was a card. Maybe somebody else's card was in the car, and maybe that's how he paid.
Yeah,
maybe he a old vending machine. He just put some quarters in there, and then the gas started. That's not how they work, Kevin. But somebody did say the pump asked him if he'd like a car wash today, and he said,
or see the cashier. Yeah. So, man, if you let me ask you this, and I'm sorry, do you have other things, or can I ask a follow-up question?
We're good.
All right. Have you ever just given up on getting gas in that moment when it says, please see cashier, and you're like, you know what? I still got a third of a tank. I'm fine. You have lost my business. Or are you now you got to do the arduous thing of maybe you go see the cashier, or maybe you get in your car and you do that stupid turn where you maybe try to get to the next one and it's almost like a U-turn there and you feel like a dummy.
I stopped going to a 7-Eleven in my neighborhood because of that. And now I'm a racetrack only person.
Okay.
I guess unless 7-Eleven wants to
they have good pizza,
have me endorse them, and then we have a conversation to have.
Sure.
But yeah, I because every time that one specific 7-Eleven I would go to, it was a little sketchy anyway. But also they always had to see the cashier, or they were always out of gas. I was like, your job is to have gasoline. Why do you always have yellow bags over your pumps?
Man, I do wonder that. And then why did that one pump? Why does nobody ever use that pump? It still has gas.
In-N-Out Burger, Kevin, we're a Whataburger family here.
True.
But In-N-Out Burger has officially expanded to the state of Washington. People are waiting 2+ hours.
I don't get it.
For In-N-Out Burger. Now, whenever In-N-Out first came here, I had already had it before. I'd had it in Vegas. I think
when it got here, I had not. I have now since had it, and I had it for the first time in Vegas. And I'll admit, I think their double cheeseburger is good.
It's good. It's a good burger. But you remember when we started here, Kevin, was whenever In-N-Out got here, and it went insane.
Yes.
I waited 30 minutes. I do remember because my wife was like, I would like some. I was like, all right, that's fine. We'll take the kids. We'll get shakes and stuff like that. and it was 30 minutes, and it wasn't that bad of a deal. As a matter of fact, Kevin, it was next to the Taco Bueno that we had our first Taco Bueno show at. That one right there.
We'll be back at that Taco Bueno in a little bit for Friday Football Fun Feast.
I've also waited Friday Football Feast.
Yeah.
It's fun.
It is fun.
I've also waited 30 minutes for a Popeye's chicken sandwich. What's the longest you've ever waited in a drive-thru for some food?
And it's tough because you never know what that time is. Because if they just ask you to pull forward, you don't know how long that's going to take. By the way,
yeah, you could be sitting out in the front, and they're like, hey, just pull in that spot right there.
Do you know why they do that too?
Yes, because they have like times.
Yes, correct.
And they want to make sure that they don't get dinged.
Correct. I remember when, again, at the Popeyes, 15 minutes for the biscuits. And I was like, well, obviously we're not going to wait for that. And Colby goes, okay.
Yeah, we'll wait.
And so, yeah, I would just be like, give me something else that you have that is somewhat equivalent. Like, you don't have biscuits, give me a large soda. Like, I don't know how that scale exactly works.
Give me a loaf of bread.
But it just depends. Like, did you go to Popeyes and you like their chicken fine, but you think their biscuits are elite? And then if they're like, we don't have biscuits yet, you're like, I'll wait. That's sort of the way I feel about Golden Chick rolls. I think their rolls are tremendous. And so I would wait if they're like, hey, we got fresh batch coming up. Do you want to wait? I would be like, okay, I would.
That's the one.
But I think it's more like that 10-minute range. If they're like, it's going to take 25 minutes. First of all, what?
Yeah.
Are you?
Who has that time?
Are you putting together the dough in the back and then you need to knead it and whatever? But like 10 minutes, that feels fair.
All right. That's the C block.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the NFL Fun Rankings, and are the Cowboys going to be a fun team to watch this season? Plus, we try to get to the bottom of what an actuary is next on The Fan.
V product? You gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Cool. Wait a second. Is that Rachel? Oh, is that your name? No, I think it's your name. No, I'm Jack. Right, but I just feel like this is your but that's your I'm not saying this is your hair.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
I left formation. Play fake again. Milton going deep down the right side for Brooks in the end zone. 2 hands down on the right side of the end zone, and he caught it. Touchdown, Jalen Brooks.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Are the Cowboys going to be a fun team to watch this season? We will get into some of the NFL fun rankings in just a minute, but this is something we didn't get to mention earlier. I'm going to go back to the Little League World Series. So Chinese Taipei won the Little League World Series. They beat Nevada 7-0 in the championship. It's their 18th Little League World Series title, but their first in 29 years.
Oh, really?
So, yeah.
Like the Cowboys.
Oh, dude.
What are you saying? Well, you said 29. It's been 30, so not just like the Cowboys.
But still.
Yeah.
Now, I want to go to cut 12. This is the broadcasters for the Little League World Series. You know how they have all the players have a dream job and it's like, oh, astronaut, MLB player, whatever. This kid, Brian Palazzolo, his dream job is to be an actuary. So I'm going to let the Little League World Series crew take it from there.
Okay, let's talk about the dream job. An actuary. Fraze, you ever have that thought?
Of what?
Being an actuary?
No, I have not.
No? Jess?
No.
Brian Palazzolo. I think that's a first in about 20 years. But I've seen somebody say actuary. Todd, you know what an actuary does?
No, I need a good explanation, please.
Jess?
Nada.
Alec, do you know what an actuary is and or does?
Something to do with like math and finding like the probabilities of stuff. I don't know. Something like that.
I believe.
I have it pulled up.
Yeah, I think I know the answer.
All right.
And I think Ben Stiller played an actuary.
Okay. Along came Polly?
Yes. So it's essentially using, as Alex said, math to determine risk factors for things. So they have complex mathematical formulas to help determine, like, this is worth this is worth this, and figure out risk factors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The business professional uses math stats, financial theory to evaluate the financial risks and costs of uncertain future events, primarily for insurance companies, pension plans, and other organizations. Good job, Kevin.
This feels like a career that this kid is ahead of the game.
And that's why that's why Ben Stiller's character couldn't commit to her, because she was so risky and not a safe person for him.
Yes.
So that's what he needed.
Really groundbreaking screenplay they had for that movie.
Rainmaker.
So that is that the movie with Philip Seymour Hoffman and
the sweaty guy.
All right.
Oh, that was so gross when he goes up for that shot.
Yeah.
His underarm just slides up Ben Stiller's face. Ugh.
So good for that kid for knowing exactly the path in life that he already wants to take. And it feels like a very achievable job, especially if he's good at math, that he can go down that path. Good for him.
No comprende.
Okay.
Yeah. Definitely, I understand that Mike did not comprende.
Oh, my God. Mike would be the worst at being an actuary. He'd be like, I don't know. If you want to do it, do it. And like, what does that look like in policy form? I don't know. So do you think the Cowboys will be a fun team to watch this year? ESPN put together their watchability rankings, so essentially their fun rankings, from, of course, 1 to 32. Do you think going into the season, the Cowboys will be a fun team to watch?
All right. There's a lot of ifs. Okay. There's a lot of ifs that need to happen. I think Pickens and CeeDee Lamb are going to be a blast.
Agreed.
Do you find running the football fun?
If you're good at it, yeah.
What if you're picking up 3.5 yards and you're just consistently doing that.
I think it sucks.
And then you're converting third downs, and then picking up on the first two,
if we do that, yes.
So drives can be fun. I know, like, when I think of running the ball, Jahmyr Gibbs and just every once in a while, David Montgomery is like, well, hey, we're going to plod down the field. So I think running the ball can be a lot of fun.
Because they're good at it,
and
yes,
I think
I
the
agree.
mixture of Javon, I think, the practice hasn't been put into play yet, but I think the mixture of Javonte and Jaden Blue, maybe Miles Sanders, can be fun. But the most fun thing on this team, I think, is going to be your two receivers if Dak can get them the ball. And that's nothing against Dak. That's obviously a lot of other factors that go into it. The defense, I'm very concerned. I'm hoping that it can be fun. So, Kevin, no. I would put them, if I was going to rank them somewhere, I would have them probably in the, not even middle of the pack, a little lower in fun rankings.
It feels like you'll never go broke making guesses that the Cowboys are in the middle of the pack. They are a tiny bit above. They are number 14.
Okay.
So they're just above the middle of the pack. At times, Cowboys watchability can reach a terminal velocity with so many primetime games and national TV slots that overwhelm one's interest. Now, it's different for us because obviously we are Cowboys fans. They're objectively watchable, which I think is the best description I've heard of them in a long time. Dak throwing to CeeDee Lamb's a good time. The addition of George Pickens can be really fun. And
if Ferguson's good, that can be fun,
yes,
too.
And they have a lot of other potentially fun players, but maybe you're not sure how quickly they will be here. Because think about it. I'm not saying these have to be the top three, but they're in the mix of most fun defensive players to watch for the Cowboys. Trayvon Diggs, Micah Parsons, and DeMarvion Overshown. Trayvon Diggs is not going to start on the PUP list, so obviously the thought is he will miss fewer than 4 games, and he might be able to start the season. He is very fun to watch. So is DeMarvion Overshown, but he's also coming back from an injury. We all know how fun Micah Parsons is, and I don't know if you've heard. Bland's another one.
An absolute blast.
Yeah, Bland's another one.
If they're not getting toasted.
And so 3 of those 4, you're like, I am not 100% sure when I am going to see them.
Yes.
And so I definitely think that hurts because if you were coming off the year where Trayvon Diggs intercepted it felt like every pass that went to him, or Deron Bland was having the insane run of pick sixes, I think that definitely helped their watchability.
Yeah.
Now,
and you know what? I go back to when the J-Ron Curse group.
Yep.
When Dan Quinn's pass rush was at its highest, and that safety and secondary group knew the ball's going to go up in the air on third down. We're going to have a chance. That was an absolute blast. But then when teams realize they can run on you and they don't have to throw the ball because they can beat you with the run, and that's going to screw up your game plan. That's when the Cowboys get hurt and aren't fun defensively. I hope they are fun defensively, though. I'd love to watch a good, fun defense again.
Who do you think are teams that jump to mind as the least fun to watch this year?
Well, not the Titans, as I've established, Kevin, because Cam Ward's there now.
Hey, I think that makes them much more watchable.
I feel like the Dolphins might be not fun to watch this year because that thing might fall apart completely.
Ooh, okay. Alec, do you have a team or teams that you just do not think will be fun to watch this year?
I don't care how much we joke about having 4 quarterbacks on the team. The Cleveland Browns are going to be miserable to watch.
The Cleveland Browns are dead last on the list of watchability rankings.
What about your quarterbackless team?
The Saints?
Unless Kellen Moore starts, will the quarterbackless team be not fun? And I guess that does have a lot to do with it because quarterbacks are important for the fun part of watching the game.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that is very fair, guys. You're doing well today. The Cleveland Browns, dead last.
Oh.
The New Orleans Saints, next to dead last, followed by, this part makes my head hurt a little bit. All right?
The Jets.
Okay. The Jets, I would understand, but they're actually a little bit higher up on the list at 24.
Okay.
ESPN has the Chiefs at 30.
Okay.
Yeah.
They were not fun to watch last year.
Okay.
Like, it was because Travis Kelce wasn't good. Offensively, that was the most fun thing, was their offense. And they weren't productive last year offensively.
And they didn't
got
have
wins.
big plays.
Yeah, they didn't do a lot last year that lent itself to. By the way, Kevin, I just want to throw this out there real quick. Tyler Guyton's at practice. Diggs is at practice. Jaden Blue's at practice. Schoonmaker's at practice. Span Ford is at practice as well. So keep an eye on those things. But yeah, Tyler Guyton being back out there is a good sign.
I mean, that is an excellent
So that's improvement.
That is improvement.
It is. Agreed, Jerry.
Maffa wasn't practicing during the open portion to the media, and Micah was not there during the media portion.
Is Maffa being dinged up now? Is that going to cost him a roster spot?
Probably.
And this could actually all be bizarrely good news for Miles Sanders.
Yeah. And
then
dude, the ability to manipulate the roster now, the way that they've done things, has really changed your ability to predict a lot of things.
I agree.
But
that is very fair. Now, to the Chiefs, they were 28th in explosive pass rate last year and 30th in explosive rush rate. So they would grind you down, but just move down the field in kind of a boring fashion. All right.
Colts.
The Colts, you also have...
They bore me.
Low on the list. It looks like the Colts are significantly higher than you would guess. They're 19. But now let's talk about the good ones.
Okay, let's go to the fun ones.
Who are going to be the most fun NFL teams to watch?
I think Washington is going to be a blast again this year. They have that Dan Quinn pass rush, and they also have a very exciting quarterback who's in his sophomore season. It could be a slump.
Yeah.
But they got McLaurin back too. So.
More fun than Detroit?
Because Ben Johnson's not there, I'm taking myself. I think Cliff Kingsbury's offense is fun to watch.
Washington is number 1. Detroit is number 3.
Okay.
Alec, you have other teams that jump to mind that will be the most fun this year to watch.
Well, Corey just said the name of the head coach of the team. Ben Johnson's Chicago Bears, I feel like, are going to have a lot of intrigue. First year as a head coach, Caleb Williams. See how that goes.
Ooh, you know what? I have an overreaction or reality question for you tomorrow that might kind of feed into this. They're 21st.
What?
On the list.
Wow.
And I feel like a lot of what they've done in the preseason is being kind of like projected on to the regular season.
Okay.
Because it's been kind of
Lamar Jackson is always fun to watch, and so is Derrick Henry.
Fact. Number 2 on the list, the Baltimore Ravens. The top 5 goes like this: Washington 1, Baltimore 2, Detroit 3, Cincinnati 4. I would make an argument for Cincinnati at number 1, and here's why. They have a crazy 1-2 punch at wide receiver.
Absolutely.
Joe Burrow's amazing. And
Chase
plus,
Brown's a good running back, too.
And if you love big plays, watch the whole Bengals game. You'll see a lot of them. Now, unfortunately for the Bengals, a lot of them will be against their crappy defense. But I think the Bengals are super watchable because of the wild swings that you'll see in their games. And then the Philadelphia Eagles are number 5. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what say we chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up.
Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your hair.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
They go quickly now. Here's an option and a peel out to the right by Milton. And Joe Milton strolls in and walks the dog for the touchdown.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how the heck are you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
I am doing great. Thank you very much for asking. On the Cowboys front, I know people were hoping and dreaming of it. It good for Joe Milton. It just feels too late for them to even ponder only carrying two quarterbacks, right?
They're going to carry two.
Are they?
Yeah. They're going to need the extra roster spot, I believe.
Okay.
I think the plan right now is to carry two.
Okay.
They're going to try and put the other guy in the practice squad if they can.
Right.
I believe as talking to people the last couple of days, that's what they were thinking about.
Okay.
They're going to need the roster spots just because of the situation at corner. They might want to go long at defensive line. They might go short at offensive line. So there's a lot of moving parts here. I mean, you talk to people, it's like, oh, we're talking about this, we're talking about that. So, but I have a feeling they're going to go just two, and then try and put the other guy in the practice squad.
Interesting. Love that insight right there. If you go long on defensive line, I figure James Houston at least has to be in the conversation.
Yeah,
right?
with Mozzie being in the mix now, you have to kind of figure out though what's going to happen. Are you going to go six ends and 5 tackles? That's what they have to look at. So this time of year kind of sucks because what happens is that coaches get involved too, and then especially in this organization, coaches carry a pretty big stick. So if they have somebody they want to keep, then they're going to try and politic for it. And now Will and them are going to have to work around the roster with the numbers to make that work.
And you said with Mozzie is on this roster.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Any other for any of you guys? roster things either you think or you're hearing that are developing that maybe you like, maybe you don't?
I don't think Brooks is going to be on this team, the wide receiver.
Okay, because it's Illinois then.
They're going to keep five. They're going to keep five. Yeah, they're going to keep five. It sounds like it's going to be. Right now with Lamb, Pickens, Turpin, and then Tolbert, and then Flanoy would be the fifth one.
Okay.
I'm glad Flanoy's on. I mean, that was the one. Him and Maffa and Houston, I think I left like, man, I'd really hope that those three can make it. The Maffa stuff, I know, Brian, you've been talking about the possible injury.
Yeah, there might be something that they're having to deal with the shoulder.
Yeah.
In a weird way, could injury help him stick around? Because there are mechanisms in place that you can put those players.
Well, you would put him on, if you put him on, he'd have to be on the active roster if you want to put him on injured reserve. Or you could just straight injured reserve and not have him for
4 games.
For the 4 games right there. So.
That feels
seems
like not a crazy way to go.
Yeah. It just a lot depends. Like, they're going to have to do something with Ravel. They could keep him on non-football injury and then get him off that if he gets healthy. But the whole thing, too, about Diggs is, and his whole, everybody's talking about, but they had to take him off the PUP list in order so he could practice.
Yeah.
To do the walkthroughs and things like that, the mock games. So, but the thought is that he's going to probably not play week 1, but maybe week 2. That would be 8 weeks of conditioning, and that's the number they're looking for.
One more quick question about like time to get ready. You had talked about, I think it was last week.
If he doesn't practice this week, he's not going to play.
Okay, is there a certain amount of days? Because like with McLaurin,
it sounds like they're going to need all the days they can get. And there's a possibility that if he doesn't participate this week, matter of fact, with players' days off this week, Diggs is actually coming in and working in those days off on conditioning. So good for him for doing that. But if Micah, the thought is if they need Micah there this week, if they're going to do it.
What do you guys think is the likelihood of that?
I guess he's not out there now. I mean, they're practicing and the beat's out there. Like Diggs is practicing today. Guyton's practicing, but no sign of Micah, at least for right now.
I heard Nick Eatman today say Wednesday, is maybe your drop dead day. So if that is... I would say 90% of whatever the drop dead day is.
Okay.
I still think there's like a 10% chance out there that this has gotten so much different than other holdouts that he won't play week 1.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to argue against that idea. I don't think anybody right now is like, oh, obviously.
Like McLaurin got done today. Everybody was just like, it's just a matter of time. He's not going anywhere. This one, there's just more uncertainty lingering over it.
That'd be so fascinating, though, if he decides not to play in that game. He blames it on the back, still makes the game check, and
it
just
really
doesn't
did feel
play.
like Shoddy was trying to cut that off at the pass when he goes, it looked like that MRI was pretty clean on its back.
Pretty clean. Florio had a story today that if he does try it, this is where the NFL would file paperwork for conduct detrimental to the team. And I don't think any player wants to open up that can of worms. I think if they could get away with it, we would have heard about it a lot.
Right.
Right. But I think this is where the owners draw the line in the sand. It's okay to fake an injury, miss practice, do this, do that. We're in a holdout. But once games get going, and I'm writing a $1.2 million check for every game played, you're not going to do the fake injury thing.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, if I could go back to Stephen A. Smith, because something I was holding on was the second visit, or the second meeting between him and Jerry.
Mm-hmm.
That was something I was holding on that Micah, he was trying to negotiate with Jerry. Is what he was trying to do. I was thinking if you could tell me that Mike and Jerry met, like that he circled back with him after day 1, that they really were negotiating. Now, it doesn't wash Jerry's hands of anything, but at least Micah was trying to do something, and I think he put himself in a bad position. I think that's why Micah's the way he is, looks very despondent and all that, because he knows he effed this thing up a little bit.
Yeah, man, that's a good point. That is a very good point.
If in fact that they and it doesn't again wash Jerry's hands from how he handled it.
Yeah, I get it.
But if you come back the second day and are asking for more demands and stuff like that, then I think you're trying to negotiate with me.
Yeah.
So and hey, shame on Jerry for trying to do it. Shame on Micah for thinking he could do it.
Y'all have any thoughts about the Terry McLaurin contract? I know it's a little dicey because I still haven't seen total guaranteed money. I just saw signing bonus and 3 for $96, but I can put out a contract that says whatever the hell I want. how much guaranteed money is going to be there. But they did get it done.
Yeah, and that's huge for them. I mean, I think that was a no-brainer. This whole time, I've been wondering, dude, you're the Commanders. You have the rookie you have the quarterback on the rookie contract. He's super cheap right now. You don't just start. And McLaurin has been one of these guys too that has been there through thick and thin with that organization. Crap quarterbacks, crap organization, crap on the actual field of the home
from the
stadium.
Pipes,
So, this is a guy that absolutely deserves it, and outside of Deebo Samuel, you got no one you trust catching the football there. So, it's a no-brainer, and it's just annoying. If I'm a Commanders fan, I'm like, this should have been a no-brainer, and why did we just let our best wide receiver not play throughout any preseason and training camp? We just saw what happened in Dallas last year when Lamb was out. He's literally one of the best receivers in the league, and he looked like a shell of himself for the first 7 games.
Yeah. What do you fine fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, Hagee, thanks for asking. Would like to draw your attention to the 420 where Rangers president of baseball operations, Chris Young's going to join us.
Ooh, I always look forward to that.
How fired up he is after a nice little sweep.
I
saw you with the brooms out.
Yeah, look, and that we talked about earlier. Is it a net neutral weekend, though, if you sweep and then lose Marcus Semien? I don't really know how to quite gauge that.
Might be a win-win.
Roll home with the G-Vag Nation. Going to be spicy. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Come back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say win-win, Kevin.
Win-win.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, breathe me out a little bit.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
G&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome into the show. We got 4.5 hours for you before the Rangers train keeps on trucking. Coming up at 6:30, pregame, hosting the Angels. So General at your service. If you see me, bear me, N.A. There's Broadus, the former Cowboys scout, the Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander's in the Pin Cup Master Control here, 75 and Fitz. You fix it to go 4.5 flawless. You got Wolchuk and Chia following the house. You got Carter Freeman coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Appreciate it if you'd hit the sub, hit the like. Maybe, get active in live chat and hit that bell button as well so you don't miss when we upload or go live in the future. Fan will buzz you right there in your hip pocket, let you know we're going live. So there's Cowboys that are out there. Micah is not in attendance, but it is cool to see Tyler Guyton out there. Yeah. You got Trayvon Diggs in the pictures being posted. I don't know how much he's going to do, how active he is. Jaden Blue practicing as well, at least in the portion that was available to the media. So the ankle must not be that bad. So we're getting some good signs, Brian.
No, it absolutely. And I tell you, it's if Guyton, and let me ask you guys this question: if Guyton is already starting to kind of practice, and he'll have an opportunity for the next 10 days to practice and stuff, and he's available week 1. You guys going that way? Or are we gonna? I
think it was close. You got to. We're developing this guy
with Nate Thomas over there.
I'd rock with Guyton. I mean, to me, that's your left tackle of the future.
But how about just for one game?
It's a big year for him. I mean, if he's healthy, Guyton's the guy. I get it because like Thomas has been playing right now, but you got a lot of other guys that saw no work in preseason. So,
but those guys practiced.
They did. But I mean, I'm still rocking with Guyton. At least he's going to get this time to practice, week and a half. To get ready.
Yeah, I mean, if he's like full participant style this week and next week, then I would say I would go with Guyton. But if he's still super limited and it's like, hey, man, we're really trying to patch something together to get him on the field, then it is totally not worth it at all. So I would need to see, like we're talking about, we need 10 days to see Micah. We need 10 to see Guyton for sure.
These 4 months are crucial for Guyton. He needs every rep he can possibly get, but you made a great point there, Chief. If he's compromised, if he's not 100%, if there's any risk for further injury, I don't think they'd put him out in that situation.
No, I just, like I say, for him coming back, though, that's a good thing. And having Diggs back, too, that's good for him because that's going to help them with his conditioning. That's the most important thing to them right now, the next couple of weeks for that.
Okay, so let's get into Diggs then, and how we feel like this thing could go. Maybe not playing week 1. I think how he plays when he comes back is more important than when he plays, because if he comes back and he's close to the player that he was before the injury in 2023, more committed to tackling, even though it wasn't the best, but a takeaway threat, then with him and Bland in this pass rush and maybe better overall play at linebacker, then maybe you could see this defense being pretty respectable. And I don't know how realistic that is coming back from ACL, then microfracture, but Diggs is out there, and if he's moving about the same, I think a path to victory being a takeaway defense and an explosive offense could at least make the season a lot of fun, couldn't it?
Yeah, man. I mean, we haven't been able to see Diggs and Bland together. One's always been hurt. It's so, I'm excited. I mean, you feel so much better about the potential of the defense if you have a healthy secondary and the visions of, okay, you've got Diggs and Elam, and I know Bland doesn't necessarily want to play outside. I was listening to
inside,
at slot. I was listening to Kansas City radio, and apparently Trent McDuffie doesn't really want to play in the slot either. No. He wants to play outside. A lot of these guys probably feel that way, but what does Kansas City do? McDuffie's their best inside player. You're playing inside. Bland's your best inside player. So I totally get where he's coming from. I need you to play inside. I feel so much better, even though I liked what Zion Childress did, don't get me wrong, but you got a proven commodity there. I feel pretty good about lining up with Diggs, Elam, and Bland, and this team's probably going to have to live off of turnovers like they've done in the past when they haven't been, at least on paper, an elite-looking unit.
But this is great. The way they designated it, it basically means they think he'll be back at the latest week 4. Is that what we can infer from this?
With
Diggs?
Yeah, but the hope, like I say, the hope, if they could get this thing to 8 weeks, and they're in week 5 right now, with far as the conditioning part, they're trying to get him to that 8th week, and they think the week 2 would be that 8th week for them to do this. So that's kind of where that's the target, is what they're trying to hit. And you're going to need him quickly because if no Micah Parsons, your pass rush is not going to be what you thought it was going to be.
Mm-hmm.
So now it turns into, okay, how many guys can we have on the back end that can cover? And then how many guys can we put together that can maybe get us 2 sacks here, 3 sacks here? You're going to have to find a way to, until Micah plays the game, you're going to have to find a way to make up for his sack numbers. So it might be about cobbling some guys together here in order to get that done.
And I will say, like, we give Diggs a lot of grief for things on the field and the way he's approached previous rehabs, but the fact that he's going to be able to have a chance to play week 1 and even just playing in the month of September at all,
yeah,
I think is a big tip of the cap to him. Like, he was actually working. He knows it's a make or break it year. He left the $500,000 on the table, which is an interesting choice, but he made it. And if he's going to get on the field earlier, when he got hurt, we were all thinking, like, we'll see him at best in October, November with the injury that he had.
Yeah.
So at least respect to him. He knows make or break it season for his career with the Cowboys, and he clearly did everything he could to get back here as quickly as possible. So I do appreciate that.
When are we going to hear how he's looking? There's no more real practices open to the media, right? Is this going to be secrecy going into Thursday?
Secrecy practices is what these are going to be. Yeah, you'll be able to see there'll be the first 15 minutes of practice, which is stretching and some individual stuff, but you won't get to see him actually doing anything until team, but that's without the media being out there.
So the countdown to next Thursday night is officially on. It feels like we're in game prep mode now.
We made
Brian.
it.
Yeah.
What are we doing for Krusty's Corner this year? You're going to preview the offense on Wednesday, the defense on Thursday, as per usual?
Yeah.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Yeah, said during Cross, this does feel different than a lot of holdouts. So I guess right now I'm prepared for anything to happen. I feel like I could open up Twitter at any time and I'd see Micah and the Cowboys are close to a deal.
Yeah.
Or I could see Micah's going to take a holdout into week 1, although that's the by far the lowest probability. Yeah, if you're not willing to punt on practice checks for $50,000, I don't imagine he would actually do that. So I think it's going to be a situation where at some point in the next couple of days, he's going to come out and say we're tabling discussions until the season's over and it's time to focus on football. That's the press conference I'm ready for.
Yeah, or the hope is that maybe that he just goes and tells David Mulugeta, Jerry and I had some framework and start there and try and get this thing done.
You think he could go back on it now?
I think that Jerry would talk to David Mulugeta if they came to him with hat in hand and said, you know what, okay, yeah, Micah wants, in good faith, Micah would like for me to talk to you about a deal. And then I think that would get things restarted again. I don't think Jerry's going to go to David Mulugeta. I think it's going to have to be the other way.
All righty. How are we feeling about the Cowboys running back room coming off of the third preseason game going into the Eagles game? This is, something they're not going to have any interest in, but the Saints did release veteran running back Cam Akers today. I feel like I'd rather have Cam Akers than Miles Sanders or Javonte Williams, but realistically, you probably, have Cam Akers equivalent in Javonte Williams. I do feel like this training camp and preseason's been a little bit underwhelming, or maybe I should say a lot underwhelming when you see like what Travion Henderson and some of the other guys are doing out there.
Yeah, it sucks. I mean, we haven't gotten to really see Javonte Williams in game action, so we can hold out a little bit of hope, but I think we have a pretty good idea of what he is, and it's unfortunate that Blue is clearly, I think, with the ball in his hands, he's your best runner, and he can't stay healthy. That's an absolute beating.
Yeah, that was an issue at Texas for him up until last year, and that might have something to do with kind of like that carries thing that we've been talking about. Like, he's a guy that they're like, okay, 15 touches or so, and because we want to be able to preserve you, but he's also a guy that is so lightning in a bottle, he can do something electric with just limited touches. But I was hopeful for the young guys like Blue, Moffa, and then you keep whichever veteran you like. But with the Moffa stuff, it sounds like they are going to rock with the 2 veterans. Then you've got Blue.
Yeah.
And maybe one of these guys is on the practice squad and gets elevated at some point throughout the year, and they end up being productive for you. But it's definitely not like oh, man, I'm feeling great about this room right now. There's so much unknown. I still feel like that is such a question mark heading into that Philly game.
Yeah, that's the one position I really don't have a very good feel on, and I don't know if they have a necessarily good feel themselves because they're still discussing things about Moffa. And is Moffa nicked up to the point that maybe you could do something there? That's the things I think they're working on right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the deal going on with Maffa right now is probably nobody else wants him, so you could probably get him on the practice squad. But if he's hurt, you don't have to worry about that, do you?
Yeah, you could just put him on the injured reserve and stash him
Perfect.
there if you want to.
Okay, roster cuts are due across the NFL tomorrow. That is going to be 3:00 Texas time right here. So if you want to check in with us tomorrow, Krusty's Corner, we'll have all the details. But a lot of the information is trickling out. It's just unverifiable until tomorrow afternoon. Okay, what else happened over the weekend is you had the Rangers having a hell of a weekend. They swept the Guardians. Chris Young coming up at 420. They're 4.5 back in the wild card now with 30 games to go. This wouldn't be the wildest comeback to make a playoff. I mean, heck, we're not even to September yet, and the Angels are scuffling. They got swept over the weekend, so their balloons totally popped there for the Los Angeles Angels of Southern California, Anaheim. They're toast. Got to do it without Marcus Semien.
Yeah,
it's tough.
Where's the belief meter, guys? How much did it increase with the sweep? I was at dead zero last Friday, but I'm probably at a solid 2.5 right now.
Just when you're out, they find a way to pull you right back in. I mean, hey, they beat a team that was directly in front of them, and they've got 6 games left against Houston, and they're 6.5 back right now. So it is possible, and you've got Wyatt Langford and Jock Pederson that are on heaters right now, and the pitching this weekend was phenomenal, from Evaldi to a career night from Jack, yesterday to Merrill Kelly. So, hey, and DeGrom's back tonight, which is also great. You skipped the one start. How's DeGrom look tonight? Hopefully he's back to vintage Cy Young type level DeGrom. So I'm still probably just going to be even keel with this, and we're just going to go series to series here. But it did make me more hopeful that this is possible.
Yeah, until the best general manager in baseball tells me to stop cheering for him.
That's right.
Then I'm going to keep cheering.
It was a good start from Merrill Kelly, too. This guy's got it going on, and he's played the last 2 years at like $9 million a year. Yeah. I think this has got to be a priority. Like, if he wants to stay in Texas, if we like that 1, 2, 3 is freaking nasty right now. So that one's exciting. Doing it without Semien. I mean, I'm speaking of neutral. I'm neutral on this one. I'm not a oh crap, Semien's out. I'm a okay, cool. You would never bench him, but maybe Durant stays hot. And I think going into yesterday, he was hitting 400 in the month of August.
Yeah, it's got to be the hope that he can do. And then you obviously have Josh Smith as a possible trump card as well, playing second. So, Semien's just a model of consistency, and it's bad because he's a guy that also never sits out. But if Zeke's going to be hot down the stretch, then yes. Ride the hot hand.
Okay, with the Mariners, Cal Raleigh hit Bomsky's 48 and 49. Speaking of big guys, he
the big dumper, right?
Set the MLB record for most from a catcher. Passes Salvador Perez's record he set with the Royals in 2021. I don't know if he's husky enough to get into your top 10, Wolchuk, but he's got to be in consideration for sure. Record-breaking home run also marked his 9th multi-Bomsky game of the season. That passed Mickey Mantle for most multi-home run games from a switch hitter in a season in Major League history. The overall record's 11. So he's got a chance at more history as Cal Raleigh continues one of the hottest seasons from a catcher we've ever seen. Only 4 other players in big league history have hit at least 40 home runs in a season while primarily playing catcher. Can you name them, Brian? For Baseball Man of the Day.
Is one of them this Johnny Bench?
You got it.
And how many more are there?
That might have been my dad's favorite player. There's 3 others.
There's 3 others. Yogi Berra?
Not Yogi Berra.
Bill Dickey.
Not Bill Dickey.
Oh, Bill Dickey would have.
I really thought Bill Dickey was going to be that guy. There is one from the last 25 years, and then you maybe got to go back to
what's our Minnesota Twin guy? Joe
Mauer. No, he was more of a for average hitter.
Okay, I'm thinking of
Kansas City.
Well, we got Perez there.
We got Perez already, right?
Yeah, he's the leader for most home runs in a single season by a catcher, or he was. Till Raleigh just passed him.
Darryl Porter's not on that list, is he?
Darryl Porter's not on this list. We have one iconic home run hitter. I'm surprised Chiafalo has not guessed him yet, because I would think out of all the big league catchers of the last 25 years, he would know this Italian stallion's name at the drop of a hat.
Oh, it's the guy from the Mets.
Yep.
Mike Piazza.
Mike Piazza. He nailed it.
Mike Piazza.
The others being Roy Campanella.
Oh,
okay. I would have never got that
Brooklyn
one.
Dodgers.
And then Todd Hundley. I didn't know Todd had a
Todd Hundley.
Todd had a 40-bomb season like that. It's tough, mostly just because if you were a great hitter, you're like, I'm not playing catcher.
You want me to be on this team? You're going to put me at first base or shortstop or outfield or somewhere that's actually, not taxing on the body. You got to be really born and built to play catcher.
Sturdy.
Yeah, you did it, didn't you?
Yeah.
You were a catcher back in the day.
Back in the day, because I was too big.
It's a crazy summer.
And you could get down to that squat real easy. Probably good training for long snapping.
No, I was good. I could throw guys out too. I was a good arm back. I couldn't block balls worth a damn though. That was a problem. I always tried to kind of backhand everything and stuff like that. Never
takes some getting used to.
Yeah, I would have never.
I know, Eric once again block balls.
No, it's what Walchuk said.
Trying to say
I'm
block
laughing
balls.
at Walchuk's summer joke. Okay.
What? What was my summer job? Is that what you said?
Yeah. What was it?
Okay, we got the G-Bag of the Day champion replay, and then Wooly Bully, your top 10's coming up. Where are we going?
Well, it's a big day, National Whiskey Sour Day. Eric knows I love me some whiskey sours. The top 10 most popular drinks ordered at bars circa 2025. What's your go-to? 877-881-1053. That's next in the nation. But
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, what's your name?
No, I'm Jen.
Restrictions apply. Visit website for details.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. We have the G-Bag of the Day champion here. Wolchuk's Top 10 in just a second. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
Here we go. Let's get it rocking. G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. Replaying the champ right about here, shawty. Yes, we do. Hit me up if you see anything out there. My name is Lucky Lucius P. At Lucky Lucius P. All over social medias. Day number 5 for this champion audio. Day number 5, RJ and Choppy Show. Bobby Bell defends the station against, well, the evil forces of Scott Braun. Let's say that.
Yesterday, for him to come on Twitter and go, one of our producers who lives in the area sent me a clip from your show the other day. Thanks for that. Because you look at his picture. That's how he talks. He goes, send me a clip the other day. Thanks for the shout out. It's an honor. Okay, so what are you like? Are you trying to like tell him like, oh, I was listening. So just know that I'm listening to anything you say. And I told him, I replied, I said, if I'd known you were listening, I would have said more. So I'll go ahead and say it now. You look like
Bobby.
Dillard's cologne samples and Twitter bio pronouns, dude. You are a guy who puts. You look like a guy who puts Emmy winner in his LinkedIn job title and edits his own Wikipedia page. And I only say that because I know that's exactly what you do. You edit your own Wikipedia page and you have 4-time Emmy winner in your stupid bio. Now, I know you couldn't stay in the broadcast industry on your own since you got fired from MLB Network and NHL Network. You're the 2-time fired. So it's easier for you to think it must be because you're not a shock jock, that's why you couldn't stick in the industry on your own. But you don't have a job because you're not good enough. So, and I called around about you yesterday. I got a lot of friends in media too. 100% did. 100% did. And there were a lot of people who wanted to talk about you. Okay, so I'll holster it for now because I know you're the exact type of person who's going to go, by the way, it sounds when somebody screen records that S for you again today. And so I'll have it for you with your little passive-aggressive ego because it won't allow you to shut up. But just know, people in the industry talk about you, and I'm sure you know what your reputation is. So take that dorky little chain off of your Twitter bio picture and, like, grow up and be an adult and do something for yourself instead of, like, leeching off of AJ Przynski.
I didn't see that.
Pathetic loser.
I didn't see that.
I love the little lively music in the background. It's Bobby. It's just saying all types of insults, and the music is just da-da-dum, bloom, da-da-da-da-da-dum.
Just pure gold there from Bobby Belt, takedown of Scott Braun. Is that Peyton Russell? Is that Peyton Russell on the 1s and 2s in the background there with the
That's right.
Morning scoring of the segment of the takedown from Bobby Belt? Tune in tonight 5:30. See if Bob can make it. What 4? 4 looking for 5. Here's Wolchuk's top 10 at 220.
All righty. Top 10 best drinks to order at the bar 2025, as it is National Whiskey Sour Day. But, fellas, some college football news. It is official. Bryce Underwood, once possibly the pride of the LSU Tigers, now the pride of the Michigan Wolverines. He's going to start? He is starting. I don't think this is a surprise. I think we kind of knew Bryce Underwood was probably going to be starting week 1 for the Michigan Wolverines, but he will end up being their starter when they open up the season. Gosh, it was so nice on Saturday just to have college football on. And Iowa State, K-State was a fun game with the Cyclones winning 24-21. I hit the +3 on that. And then we also had a great nightcap with Hawaii and Stanford. Gosh, I mean, we were talking yesterday on the BetMGM show, and Carter made the point, is Stanford going to win a game this year? I mean,
probably not.
Gosh, it looks really bad for Stanford.
It was their first time they've had a running back rush for a touchdown since like late September of 2023.
Yeah.
They had a rushing touchdown from a running back for the first time.
It's a proud franchise of college football.
Yeah.
They had players. They
had E.J. Smith go there.
Had some outstanding players, and it's unfortunate though that they've kind of fallen on hard times the way they have. Probably can't play in the NIL game like most because they're offering like one of the best educations in the world. But they're
got to start making some exceptions here, Brian. Guess what, son?
I think Notre Dame did.
Welcome to Stanford.
Yeah, I think some programs did. I mean, but how about that just gives you an example of where kids are now. That the lady that plays softball from Texas Tech, the pitcher, she left Stanford to go to Texas Tech to get $1 million. So that just kind of shows you where for a kid to leave Stanford, that's pretty it's pretty unique.
It is a good education. There's no doubt about that. But it was it was awesome to get college football, and then all week long we're just going to be getting ready for Saturday. And what an opening day it's going to be with Texas, Ohio State. We got Clemson, LSU, Bama, Florida State. I mean, there's so many great games on. But
I think it's probably the NIL thing that you mentioned there, Brian, because you're talking about an alumni that just doesn't care, and now you're seeing how much you're willing to buy victories, and there's at least at Cal Berkeley, and Stanford's not far away or that different culturally, there is an open adversarial nature from the faculty towards football because we're here to educate, not play sports.
I think if Stanford could look at a model, look at SMU. That's how I would look at, how I would approach my NIL.
We can both win here.
Yeah,
we can both do our thing.
We could have high end academics, and we can have a small student body, and we can find a way to have winning athletics, as you mentioned. So that would be the model, the way that they've kind of approached things. I think it's outstanding.
It's an uphill battle for Andrew Luck there. There's no doubt about that. Also, you guys ever put sugar on your lasagna?
Actually,
I've heard of cinnamon.
Cinnamon, okay.
I put sugar actually when when you make the bolognese, the ground beefs.
Yeah, I
put sugar in that. That's how I get the sugar in it.
Good. I guess rapper Sexy Red's gone viral. She's got, and we're talking like spoonfuls of sugar that she's just pouring all
just
over
on
the
top
lasagna.
of it.
Yeah, on top of it.
Wow.
I've heard of sugar with spaghetti.
Yeah,
kind of
sweet.
Yeah, you don't pour it on top. It's kind of snuck in there during the making of it.
That's exactly right.
I mean, it's the same ingredients as the spaghetti, so
Yeah, basically the same deal here. And Matthew Tkachuk, defending Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers, he's going to miss the start of the season for Florida. I mean, he was playing through
upper body injury.
Yeah, he had surgery, upper body. So we'll end up monitoring when he's able to come back for the Panthers. But they retained everybody. I mean, the odds are they're going to go 3 in a row here. All right, let's get to the top 10 best drinks that are ordered at the bar here in 2025. The most popular ones, 877-881-1053. We got somebody that texted in the Old Fashioned, and the Old Fashioned is very popular. It will be high on this list. It is National Whiskey Sour
What's
Day.
in an Old Fashioned? Oh, that's a whiskey sour?
No. The Old Fashioned.
Yeah, it's got whiskey.
It's bourbon or rye whiskey, sugar cubes,
yeah,
bitters, water, and an orange twist. Is what the old fashioned.
See, that sounds perfect right there. I think it's really hard as a mature man to like order the cocktail that's going to make you look dignified. And not sissified.
Just go with the. Can I get the strawberry daiquiri?
I would do gin and tonic or just like whiskey with ice.
If you want to be like a high end dude, but have the similar of an old fashioned, order a Manhattan.
Okay, that sounds wonderful.
That's the same. That's the same thing because that's the rye whiskey and stuff. It's without the sugar cube though. It's got vermouth.
I feel like you can say that at the bar and feel plenty testosterone just coursing through your veins. Manhattan, old fashioned.
It's literally got man in the title,
right? Thank you.
Give me that Manhattan, please.
Give me Manhattan, please.
No transfusions in the top 10.
That's a crime.
That's a damn good drink.
That's a crime.
That is a damn good drink.
That's a great golfing drink and a great drink on press boxes around Major League Baseball.
Absolutely.
Minor League Baseball.
Minor League Baseball.
Okay, so what's in a transfusion?
That would be vodka. That would be ginger ale. That would be grape juice. And that would be
more vodka.
Lemonade. Lime.
Sounds kind of like a shotty.
Yeah. It's a really very smooth drink. You drink a lot of them.
Long Island iced tea from the 682.
That's a killer.
Oh, hammered.
That's a killer drink.
Hammered.
That's a very 1980s drink right there. The Long Island.
That's Applebee's when you got like they're like $2 Strong Islands.
Yeah, those are rough. Whiskey ginger ale from the 214s. Their go-to. Ranch water, and ranch water is very popular these days.
Is that tequila and stuff? What's going on there?
Tequila, soda, lime, basically.
Yeah, it's good. It's solid.
It's great.
Vodka soda, obviously, is another popular one. Number 10, though, is the Bloody Marys. Vodka, tomato juice.
You can make a meal out of that if you do it right.
People are doing all kinds of crazy stuff with this.
I'll never understand that drink.
You could take seafood. You can make a seafood tower on that.
Put a little shrimp on there.
Bacon, shrimp, celery.
Yeah.
I mean, and they're just stacking these things.
Oh, yeah.
Towers. Yeah. It's crazy what's going on.
It's one of the weirdest drinks ever.
You're kicking off debauchery, and I'm like, what's the justification here, right? Because it's a salad with some tomato juice and vodka. It just doesn't. It's non-congruent with my lifestyle if I'm day drinking.
It's like who's using V8 as a mixer?
Well, no, what you use clam juice and stuff with tomato
Somebody
juice.
lied to
makes it even
themselves.
better.
Yeah.
Clam juice?
Clam juice, yeah. If you use it,
where are you getting clam juice?
You just make it
like a squirt bottle or a Bloody Mary?
You make it yourself, yeah. You just take the cans of clams, or you actually have clams. Get some little neck clams and then cook them and save the broth and then pour it into the tomato juice. You make your own.
Sounds even worse, although I appreciate your artisanry.
Some clam juice.
Yeah.
That's a first. I learned something new today.
I can make a pretty darn good Bloody Mary.
I'd love to try one.
Yeah.
Number 9 is the Cosmopolitan. Vodka, triple sec, cranberry juice, lime juice, and orange twist.
Yeah.
Very cosmopolitan.
Very Cosmo of you. That's a highfalutin bev. Gin and tonic comes in at number 8.
That's pretty basic.
Here's the Manhattan, rye whiskey, sweet vermouth, more bitters, and a maraschino cherry on top for the Manhattan there.
There you go.
Bloody Mary is the brunch staple, says the 682.
Actually, I would argue that the mimosa might be.
I think mimosas are more synonymous.
Mimosas.
I think the Bloody Mary is kind of like the hangover drink, as the 817 pointed out.
The Bloody Mary is I'm continuing drinking because I just stopped drinking 3 hours ago.
But I'm going to need some vitamins at some point.
Yeah, I'm going to need
that tomato juice.
Exactly.
And the mimosa is I want to have a great time for a few hours before I take a long afternoon nap.
The mimosa is
terrible headache.
The mimosa, is I want to have the worst headache possible from all the champagne I'm about to drink.
100%. 832 Tolo Nasty says he loves a Negroni. The Negroni's going to make an appearance here. I think the Negroni's been popping off here.
The Negroni,
I don't think I've ever even heard of this. The first time.
I'll give you the description here in just a second.
It's
Is
an
there
Italian
clam juice in it?
It's an Italian drink, though.
No clam juice. No clam juice.
It's disappointing.
In the Negroni. I know it is. But no clam juice. I don't know a drink that had clam juice, or I didn't until just a few minutes ago.
Oh yeah, no, you can make the Bloody Mary that way. Make your own, like I say, with the clam juice, with the tomato juice. You can mix them up together, and it gives it a great flavor.
The whiskey sour is number 6 on National Whiskey Sour Day. Bourbon or rye, you got the lemon juice, the simple syrup, and a cherry or a lemon twist. Big fan of the whiskey sour.
Very sweet.
It is.
Yeah. It is, though. It's nice.
It's just an easy one to drink.
Yeah.
But sometimes if it's too sweet, that's when you start to worry about, like, later on, this might come back to bite me a little bit. The Negroni is at number 5 here. Now, what in the world is a Negroni, you ask? Well, it's gin, Campari, sweet vermouth, and orange twist. Yeah. So it's a little bittersweet combo there for the Negroni. Then you've got the Moscow Mule. And those always come in the cool cups.
Yeah, the cups, I think, are the best part.
The copper mugs.
Yeah. Why do they get the copper mug and no other cocktail does?
Keep it cold.
I want all my cocktails to be cold.
It's because it's got ginger beer in it.
Vodka, ginger beer, lime juice, and then the copper mug.
The ginger beer. Yeah, I mean,
beer in the mug.
Does it.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
You win.
The margarita.
They claimed it, though, didn't they?
They did.
They were like, we're the copper one.
Yeah,
nobody else can have this.
Yeah, the copper mug is a great way to drink. And they just scatter them all over the table,
Look how many
there's something cool about it.
It is something cool.
The margarita with tequila, triple sec, lime juice, and, of course, salt on the rim. Some people, if you don't want salt, that's okay. The old-fashioned at number 2. Bourbon, sugar cube.
Yeah, the sugar
cube. The bitters, the water.
The
beaters,
What's
and the orange twist.
The beaters?
But number 1, the top-selling drink at bars right now in 2025.
Red Bull and vodka.
It is the martini.
Martini's still hot like that, huh?
The martini. And but there are a bunch of different martinis. Like
the espresso martini goes hard.
Okay, good call.
Yeah,
the espresso martini.
Hard. That's when, like, you've been drinking too much. You need a little pick-me-up throughout your drinking to get you through the next drink.
Lucius, are you a
joint.
vodka or gin martini person?
Oh, I don't really even. I
don't even know.
Tequila,
order
bro.
the martini.
I'm a tequila guy.
Okay, I didn't know if you were a martini drinker, because some people like vodka over
Espresso
gin.
martini. I've had a few, but no, I don't. Tequila me up, bro.
Man,
those espresso martinis are legit, though.
Oh, they'll get you. That first cruise we went on.
I'm surprised Tawaka shots didn't make the list.
Yeah.
Lemon drops.
Yeah, lemon drops.
Some Class A
car
Zool.
bombs.
Yeah, Irish car bombs.
Dude, the Irish car bombs.
Got to bring those back.
I know. I love
that.
the
Is
Irish
a
car
messy
bomb.
drink.
It is, but it's effective. A couple of those, and you're feeling real good.
I think Wolchuk was just alluding to the idea that the espresso martini played a role in him being a father. I think that's kind of what he was just spelling us.
I can't deny it.
Yeah.
I mean, they were flowing at a heavy rate.
That was your go-to on the cruise?
They were damn good.
Among other
Yeah,
things.
they're fantastic.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk.
Had a lot of
Basically,
clam juice.
everything was the go-to.
I'm telling you what, I'm gonna make you some. I'm gonna make you one of those Bloody Marys with clam juice. I think you'll like it.
Top 10's in the books. Sounds like a plan.
Sounds like a bet payoff.
Give us
Okay.
some slams.
What are we doing next, Chief?
Best of the weekend college football in Ireland, where we ask the question, could you take your dad in a drunken fister? That's next in the nation.
But that's how your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, pepper lady? Hazel Bates. Not them ladies? No. You said that. Was it spiced up?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it so fun to order?
in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. Visit Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 3 o'clock, we'll talk about the events of Friday night's preseason finale and more. Here's the Chief with your weekend report.
Okay, this time last week we discussed the preseason fight between two fans, Saints and Jags. Now college football has taken it up a notch with a father-son fight in an Ireland parking lot after the starting quarterback for the Kansas State Wildcats took an L. His dad and brother ended up coming to blows in a drunken parking lot fight. There was puddles everywhere, and there was just copious amounts of booze to incite this.
So much Guinness.
This is insult to injury. When you're a quarterback in college football, your team loses, you have a super long flight home, and you have to marinate on the idea that maybe you were so bad that your dad and your brother were so ticked off that they fought each other. It's a weird situation. You guys see this video?
I did.
It's awful.
Yeah, it's tough. I don't know. Maybe it's just the son and dad that like to fight combination.
Yeah, maybe you see that and you're like, this can't be their first time, right?
Yeah. No, it's probably a fairly common experience. And, for any dad that's fit enough to still tangle with your boys who are in their 20s, I salute you, I know if I had a son, if he was 15, 16 years old right now, he'd already be able to whip my ass.
Especially with the way these kids are growing today.
Oh, yeah.
Man. You got just absolute monsters.
It's wild.
And it looked like the dad came out on top on this particular brawling.
I did like in the background, somebody's just yelling, "This is effing embarrassing. Stop it right now." But it was, I was stunned. I mean, initially I'm thinking, okay, did they end up having to team up together to fight maybe some people that were talking about brother/other son's performance?
Yeah, it took me a while to realize this was father versus son, not father and son fighting somebody else. It was the Budweiser. I think it was a lot of Guinness. There was a video of the son pre-fight who was double fisting Guinnesses, just the pints out there. I mean, when in Ireland.
Maybe some car bombs.
Right, probably some car bombs. So that's crazy. I don't know. I mean, at no point have I ever felt like I could take my dad. I don't know how old I'm going to have to be before I get that level of confidence.
Well, Pete's pretty ripped.
He's staying in the garage gym, that's for sure, clanging and banging. I got no chance versus my dad. I don't know how many guys, at what age did you feel like, okay, I can fight? My dad's now old enough and I'm still spry enough to feel like, okay, I could do this.
So do you think it's a cardio thing?
With my dad?
Yeah.
I think it's a little bit of a cardio thing and then just a general strength thing.
A lot of strength.
And my dad's probably a little bit crazier than I am.
Okay.
If we really
so he's gonna
got
poke
down
in the eyes?
to brass tacks. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think.
He's going to fight unfair.
Yeah, he would want to. It's not even that he would fight unfair. He ain't going to lose,
Yeah.
So
he probably grew up in the 70s and 80s where fist fights were more of a common thing, might having the experience factor as well.
He's got the wrestling background a little bit as well. That guy knows his way around a singlet.
They got the strong ass hands. Their hands are really strong, stronger than ours.
Yeah.
I tried my dad in high school. I didn't think I could take him, but I thought I could hold my own.
Yeah.
Nah, he did me with one hand in, bro. Yeah, shook me around. Yeah, just locker clean out with me. You know what I'm saying? Just move me all around the house with one hand.
That's tough.
Yeah, I look ridiculous.
A Deacon
My
Jones.
mom was, let him go, let him go, let him go. He's just a boy. He's had enough.
I saw my buddy getting beat up by his dad once, and his dad's really holding him down and giving him and mom comes running out of the house. Stop it! You're gonna hurt my baby. He goes, that's not all I'm gonna do to him, and just continues the beating, dude.
Damn.
Continue the beating. It was impressive. I think I could have probably taken my dad by the time I was maybe 22 or 23.
Okay.
And he'd gotten into his 50s,
Right.
Yeah. My dad had college wrestling and college baseball background, though. So he was a pretty good athlete. So it took me getting significantly bigger and him getting older.
Did his dad have just a really good straight right? Because that's what my dad got me with one time.
See,
Did he really?
Oh, geez, yeah. I was a smart ass.
Did he punch you in the chest?
And right in the jaw.
Oh, damn.
Smart ass.
Yeah.
Smart ass. Well, I admire your
I
consistency.
walked in. I'd had way too much to drink, and he asked me, he goes, "Where the hell you been?"
Oh, okay.
And I go, "I have no idea." Straight right, never saw it. I hit the wall, slid down the wall, got up, went to my room. Next morning, I'm at breakfast like nothing happened. My jaw hurt so bad.
You got to play it off.
But I admit,
Never
I was
talked about it.
I was a smartest, but he just straight right to the jaw. I went down.
This was high school?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, yeah. But that was like, it never saw it, but I was a smart ass. I deserved it.
That's really amazing, dude. By the way, there's like a Irish influencer guy who went to his first American football game over the weekend, and
Conor McGregor?
It was not Conor McGregor. But he
went to the Super Bowl, right?
Well, he went to a Cowboys Jags game.
Did he try to throw a pass?
Yeah,
it was like
that was bad.
It was like ridiculous.
Yeah, he had no baseball or football experience in his background.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah, this guy went out there and they played at Aer Lingus, by the way, which of course means Air Fleet
that's
in
the
English.
Irish Air
Lingus.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not what I would have guessed.
Aer Lingus, pretty crazy name, but yeah, he said that he said that the way that he could identify who was an American at the game and who was a true Irishman was the glass that they were using to drink their Guinness beer out of.
Oh.
Americans were comfortable using just like red Solo cups at the tailgate, drinking their booze out of that. And he was like, a real Irish guy's always going with a mug.
Okay.
A frosty pint.
Okay.
So that was his American observation. I was like, I can't really push back against
so
that.
Are they doing dishes there in the tailgate? How are you keeping those fresh frosty mugs?
They must have it. They must have it pretty dialed in.
Got to sacrifice for something, I guess. They prioritize their mugs.
I'll tell you what I learned at Disney World. You could tell the difference between the foreign clientele and the Americans by the shoes.
Shoes and baseball caps.
Shoes are usually a dead giveaway of like if it's a foreign tourist or
all the British guys got those all white Reeboks on.
It's they're not really they're shoes you don't even recognize. They will go for some shoes that you're like going,
they got no sense.
What brand is that? Like kind of a deal. They might throw the K-Swiss at you or something. You're kind of like, what brand is that?
Being big. Yeah.
But that's how I always noticed. I felt like it was the shoe wear.
Well, K-Swiss had a time too where it was cool. It had a chance,
big time
back in the 90s.
We were in high, yeah.
All white K-Swiss with some jeans on.
It was nice. Yeah,
we used to wear the Stan Smiths. Those were the all white
Smith Adidas.
Adidas with the green on the back. I've seen a couple pair of those. I think they're making a comeback. That was Stan Smith.
Yeah, I saw those at the store too.
Yeah,
piqued my interest.
They were kind of they were if you had some of those, you were kind of high end. But nowadays they're like really, I think they're way overpriced for what they are, what they should be.
I've never even. I don't
Stan
know.
Smith, he was a famous.
You've seen him before, bro.
Fitness player in the
you've seen him before.
in the 70s.
I'll Google them up, check them out, see if they're cooler than my Hokas. Not confident they will be. Ben DiNucci, not many beers better than the quote, the airport. I just got cut from the NFL for the 7th time beer. He tweeted that out. There was a nice frosty mug there at probably the Atlanta airport after taking the L to the Cowboys here at AT&T Stadium.
Looked so good, didn't it?
It did, dude. It was a really good
here in that beer.
Really good shot, yeah, of that beer. But he says not many beers better than the airport just got cut beer. I mean, the airport beer I think is up there, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But it's the first vacation beer that you crack open is probably the best one.
The only thing wrong with the airport beer is they won't match your pace once you get on board. Once you get on board,
there was a time Southwest would.
If you're working up a nice pace, you're going to wait an hour, and then they're going to be real slow with it. And if they can tell you're drunk, they're not going to come back and ask you if you want another one. We've seen much better times when it came to air drinking. I wonder how many people go by the duty free shop though and get them a little pint and then make up their own on the airplane. I always wonder about that.
What a time though, dude! I envy the guy who had an opportunity to sit on the plane with his Stan Smiths on, ripping a heater.
That's right.
And he's got beer number 11 on the way.
No, there was a time.
The seats looked bigger.
There was
What
a time.
living it up.
There was a time like on Southwest Airlines, like from Dallas to Love to New Orleans was probably like an hour, 10, 15-minute flight. I drank 7 beers.
That's nice.
That
That's
time.
getting after it.
Yeah, I mean we had been in the bar and I just kept
Just keep going.
But I gave the stewardess money. I just said, "Hey, can I?" And she did. They kept bringing them back to us and stuff. So
I feel like these days they'd say, "Sorry, sir, we're not allowed to do that."
they can't figure out how to pay.
Yeah.
You tried to pay on an airline? It's like impossible.
Yeah.
Like it's like the machine never works.
I know that's when you get the buzz balls for free.
And you get
That's when it
frustrated.
happens,
You're
yeah.
like, well,
I'm sorry, sir. Here you go. I just can't figure it out.
Sorry about your luck. You'll be fine. In that case, bring me 5.
I will say this though: when we flew back to Oxnard, I bought. They had a little charcuterie board. That thing was $40. I paid for. I didn't even know it.
World's most expensive Lunchable. It was a Lunchable.
It was
man.
a Lunchable, and I'm like, man, I'm pretty hungry. Everything was. I got my bill. It was $40 for this, like cheese and crackers and stuff. I'm like,
that's an all-time low.
I was like, oh, dude, that was a loss.
Chop just texted us. He's listening and said he's got those Adidas Stan Smiths. They're super comfy.
And he's probably ripping a heater right now, just enjoying life. Live it up, Chop.
Solo.
Thank you, Chief. What a review. The best of the weekend here with Eric Chiafalo. Man, I had an incredible experience this weekend where we're driving down to College Station. By the way, checked out the facility. Incredible. I could see why all, parents, Aggie parents are proud of that whole campus and everything. But anyway, on the way down there, I'm like, okay, we're getting close to College Station, honey. Can you give me the address of where we got to go? So she puts in her email hotel, right, for the hotel booking. She sends me the address. I didn't even think twice about it. I just hit it. And I was like, wow, that's weird. We got another hour and 20 minutes to go. Oh. She had given me the address for the hotel that we have booked next month, downtown Houston. Bro. Oh, my God.
No.
So we get down there, and I'm like, this doesn't seem like College Station, honey. So middle of the night, we took that nice little scenic route up there, I don't know what they call it, the Aggie Road or something like that, from Houston to College Station. It was eventful. Gosh, that's
the memories, though.
I mean, the things that try your patience as a family man, right? Well, okay, what'd you guys think of Micah kicking back mid-game? Let's do that, and then we'll get the C-Note, Krusty's Corner coming up, a packed hour 2 of the show coming up next year in the Nation.
like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen.
Your name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Davis.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. There is a little bit of Cowboys news here, as Ian Rappaport saying teams are calling about a trade for Micah Parsons, and they're calling the Bengals about Trey Hendrickson, but he doesn't get the sense that the teams are listening. Now, in Cincinnati, I guess they're talking about a deal. There's no signs the Cowboys are talking about a deal with Micah Parsons, but they remain steadfast in their decision to not trade him. If there's any chance you move him, I would wait till the season starts. I'm not in any big hurry to get this thing done. If you somehow beat Philly week 1, then everything could look totally different, right? So if I'm the Cowboys and I'm even considering trade, I'm thinking, if this is at all possible, guys, we're really not talking about it until October, because I want to see how good this team might be. You have the examples of the New York Giants in this division in 2006 and 2011 winning the Super Bowl with regular season defenses that were not statistically great. Then they got to the postseason. They managed to get a lead and turn the pass rush loose, and they played great in the postseason. There's not many teams that would, have a great shot of winning the Super Bowl with a bad defense or with just an average defense, but it has happened. So I don't know if you guys think it's possible at all that the Cowboys consider trading him now or in the future. Do you think that they're locked in forever?
No, they sound like they are, but I really do believe for them to win 9-10 games, it's really going to have to be their offense.
Yeah.
I just, and I really like Matt Eberflus. I just, getting Diggs back earlier, I think that would kind of help things. Now, if you get Diggs back, well, you don't have Parsons. And is Parsons the reason why you have the pass rush the way it is?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
So that's, now,
so you're thinking Parsons might not play? That's the second time you said that this year.
To me, I just wonder how serious he really is. And I said, where I'm going to pay attention now if Micah Parsons starts missing games. If he all of a sudden says, no, I'm not going to play, and then they don't have him, then I'll be concerned.
Well, I think Micah's playing with fire here, because sitting out up to this point, if he comes back and isn't great, or let's say he gets hurt and they say, well, that soft tissue injury was caused by you not being there at training camp. I think by the time you get to next year, I would say you're actually losing leverage. You're losing value on the open market. And if you want to continue to push your way there, who knows what could happen the next season? Another injury or another year that you're under 15 sacks. I would want to get the deal done if I'm Micah Parsons. But
I think he wants the security.
Yeah.
I think Micah does, and this is why
should have got a different agent then.
Well, see, this is why I think Micah needs to go to David Mulligan and say, "Listen, okay, Jerry," and I'm not
up.
Yeah, I'm not giving Jerry a pass here, but I believe Micah Parsons' body language is bad right now because two things happened to him. He thought he can negotiate with Jerry, that didn't work out well. And now he's having to deal with his own agent.
You think he's bummed out?
I think he's bummed. I think he's emotional. He's spent. He's like, listen, I'm one of the best players in the NFL, and I'm fighting to get this contract. And now he feels like I'm all alone here.
Yeah, it's tough. Why would you want to go through such a great portion of your life bummed out and depressed?
He looks very depressed. He looks depressed that David Mulligetta probably told him, what did you do?
I was wondering what your guys' read was, as I don't know for how long he was laying down on the training table, but for that to be grabbed in a moment was the worst.
Bobby comes running over and just like showing us the picture he took. I mean, everybody on the beat that circulated, but I guess Diggs is talking to reporters now, and they asked him about Micah, and he said regardless of him requesting a trade, the quote was most definitely he wants to remain with the Cowboys. So it did... Like, I was kind of thinking back to and obviously it is different. Like, Steven will remind us, all these negotiations are different. Like, there was a period right before we found out, okay, this Dak thing, there's starting to be positive talk. Like, we found out, okay, maybe this thing was done on the Tuesday and then it got released on the Sunday of the opener. But there was some negative, like, we were wondering, like, maybe they do let this ride with Dak. Maybe Dak will end up going somewhere else and leaving free agency. Like, there seemed like there was a stall. And, okay, has this thing reached a breaking point where maybe now Dak doesn't get paid and he does move on and both teams go their separate ways? Well, then he gets paid. So I wonder if right now is kind of where it's like, this is not looking good for Micah, but later on this week it's going to be like all of a sudden, okay, this thing, it is done. And we're moving forward. Yeah. Micah gets paid.
Yeah, things can turn very quickly. Like over the weekend for the Commanders, there was the still shot of Terry McLaurin with his headphones on and his hoodie on, and they're like, Terry McLaurin doesn't look like he wants to talk to anybody. He's livid, you know. And then today we get the report that contract is getting done. Yeah. I thought it was funny they caught Micah like that. I think though from our experiences, like there has been a public and a private Micah, and whenever the cameras come on or he's on his podcast, he's very lively. Yeah. But I would say Friday night, fans got the view of kind of the Micah Parsons when the cameras aren't on, which is a loner who does not have a lot of energy. Like when the ball is snapped, Micah Parsons comes to life and looks electrified. But when not, he's kind of like East Coast quiet surly guy, isn't he?
Yeah, I just, no doubt. Like I said, I think he's really beat down.
Yeah,
I think emotionally he is spent. He really, really is.
Okay, so Josina Anderson clarified that Micah Parsons is in the building at today's practice per source, so it's not like he is absent. He just was not out on the field for the player portion of it. And again, not to gloss over at Wolchuk, you got a quote from Trayvon Diggs. He's speaking to reporters, and the takeaway quote is
most definitely he wants to remain a part of the team.
Cowboy. Okay, and that's a very important clarification. I think we're headed very quickly in the next 48 hours to the press conference where he says, I'm coming back. It's time to focus on football. Probably. And, you know, not only do you do that to announce you're back, but you have to do it for Brian's point that this thing will beat you down if you don't consciously focus on the game. I think, you know, players take great advice from their agents. It's time to turn the page, and we're not even going to think about it until next February. CBS Sports has done overreactions after the preseason. Their Cowboys overreaction. They're keeping the Parsons drama going because they're not a Super Bowl contender. And I think the problem with that is it could have already been done if Mike and his agent had signed that reported $203 million offer. Do you guys believe that was accurate, the one that came out over the weekend, that it was 5 years and $203 million?
I'd heard that there was some problems potentially with the years of 4 to 5. That was what I heard was a big holdup for the thing. I didn't know the money. I just knew the years were.
Because he doesn't want to go until I'm 32 years old.
Right.
You know, if you have this contract ending at 30, I might get another $100 million.
Exactly.
He's got, who's our guy? Stingley, right there at Houston, right? Stingley the corner, David Mulugeta, he got him to the table and got him a 3-year deal, right? Yeah. See, that's where David Mulugeta is trying to tell. He's trying to convince Micah that, hey, the Cowboys are going to cave here, Micah. He keeps telling him that.
Be patient.
And be patient, be patient, be patient. I think Micah is tired of being patient.
Yeah.
I think he's looking at this like, man, you keep telling me this, they're going to cave. It doesn't like me, they're going to cave. That owner's doing more interviews talking about, he thought he had a deal. I mean, if you're Micah, it's not lining up like they're going to cave.
No, and if you go out to next year, you're 27 years old, and then the spring after that, you're 28 years old after the 5th-year option and a tag year. Now a 4-year deal still takes me to 32.
Yeah, you keep pushing.
I need a 4-year deal right now at $41 million a year.
I think he is. I think he just wants so badly to tell his guy to go do this. Just go get it. And listen, Micah kind of set himself up in a way to he threw it out there, and not that Jerry and Steven are going to hold him to it, but he said he didn't need what he said. I don't need $40 million, right?
He did say that.
And see, now all of a sudden that's one of those times you're like, oh damn, why'd I say this?
Yeah.
And so
the agent's like, dude.
And when you get into a partnership, with an agent that powerful who doesn't settle for second deals, the agent's looking at it, you like, dude, we had a deal. My name is David Mulugeta. When I walk in, teams know.
Yeah.
Not only are we going to do this deal and get you less, but now my position's going to be weakened.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's a lot that goes into it.
No,
if you're going to hire that agent to do that job, you don't stop him from doing the job halfway through, do you?
I just think it's a situation, too, where Mulugeta's thinking, like, I got to get you back. And that's where he's trying to convince Micah. I'm going to get you back to the table quicker if you just trust me. And Micah's like, I don't know, man. I don't know about that.
I think what I would do right now if I'm him, I do the deal. And then in 4 years, I hold out after I got a massive $150 million checking account. Do the deal now, and then like T.J. Watt and Cam Hayward in Pittsburgh,
and
we
Myles
got
Garrett,
a year or two left on our contract, so I'm not playing another down for you. It just worked for Zach Martin.
Sure.
There's a lot of ways this situation could resolve, but again, no evidence of momentum one way or another. I thought it was interesting, Shoddy having his players back against the Jones boys with his Trayvon Diggs quote. What do you guys think? He said, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about how hard Trayvon's been working. He's doing an incredible job with Britt. These things don't happen if he's not putting in the time and the effort to do the stuff that he's been doing. Really proud of him. I think it's going to be important if you want to build your own culture that's insulated from the Joneses. Not be afraid of saying something that's counter to their cap negotiation strategy. I think the players really appreciate it when you have their back like that, Shoddy.
Yeah, I think it's also one of those things too. If Brian Schottenheimer, you walk up to Steven and Jerry and say, "I'm about to say something really nice about this guy, and it's not going to make you guys look great."
The old good cop, bad cop routine.
You let the Joneses know what's about to hit them, and then that way they don't read it. And I've seen that done before.
Because they have not really targeted a player individually with such harsh comments that I can remember. I mean,
Steven and Diggs did talk at training camp. I mean, before a practice one time.
They did. And he acknowledged, like, I apologize for one of the things that he said.
Yeah, absolutely. So if I'm Schottenheimer, I said, listen, I'm about to kind of blast you guys in the media a little bit, but I'm doing it to try and kind of build up our player if we could.
There you go. That'd be genius. And I think the
coaches do that every once in a while.
The work that he's done, getting buy-in from so many of the different guys, it's markedly different.
Please don't go 4-13 though.
Right? Yeah.
Well, he's been saying Mike is going to be playing week 1.
He's believing that.
Yeah,
he really believes that, and I'm like, okay.
Fingers crossed, man.
I've talked to people. I go, does he really believe that, or is he willing that, or is he trying to will it? And they're like, he believes it. He really believes it.
I mean, we just only have a few examples of players that actually didn't play games. Out of all the holdouts that start, I think less than 5% of them ends in missing regular season
Chris
games.
Jones, the last big name that did it a couple of years ago in that opener.
Where does that? What's the difference between $30 and $40 million attitude originate? It's in I have more than I could ever dream of needing. Very humble lifestyle as far as you don't see all of the signs of massive expenditures coming off of Micah Parsons. So if you're looking at it like that, then there's ways that can really help you in the negotiation and ways that it could hurt you. And that's why you hire an agent so he can maximize what you got coming to you. Rangers and Angels coming up at 6:30. The weekend has to keep you in the mix for believing, and we'll check in with CY coming up at 4:20 on that. The pitching is there. They scored 19 runs against the Guardians. So we're excited about first pitch tonight, especially with Jacob deGrom on the hill coming back from his one skip start against CY. Will join us coming up at 4:20. Major League Baseball is going to release its 2026 schedule early next week, including the return of the Field of Dreams game.
Field of Dreams.
Phillies and Twins will play in Dyersville, Iowa in August, side of that 1989 Field of Dreams movie. The game debuted in 2021 with Yankees White Sox and returned in 2022.
Yeah.
It was quite a hit.
It was awesome.
It looks great on TV, doesn't it?
Yeah, this whole thing that they did at Bristol Motor Speedway, that game with the Braves, no, that
ended up being a disaster.
That was not good. So they got to rally some way. So let's go back to the Field of Dreams.
I like it, man. I'd say more bits with your venues. Tommy Fleetwood won the FedEx Cup, winning his first career start on the PGA Tour. Isn't that wild?
It is.
Yeah. You basically win their seasonal championship by winning one tournament.
No, he's played in a lot of tournaments.
He has, yes.
But in the United States,
yeah,
he finds ways to lose them at the end.
He does. Yeah, he's lost 2 in the last 6 weeks, but apparently he's playing well.
No, yeah, he's playing great. It's just a problem. He didn't know how to finish very well, but he finally got one to get home.
He won a couple internationally, but I guess he gets $10 million.
That was the winning. Yeah, it was the win. Yeah.
Ching, his 30 top 5 finishes without a victory were the most on tour in the past 100 years.
That's got to be a great feeling.
33.4 million in career earnings, the most for a golfer who had never won on tour, but he's done it. So congratulations to old Tommy Fleetwood there. We got the C Note coming up next, Cowboys news of the evening. And then Krusty's Corners coming up after that at 3:40, and we're back here on The Fan. I have to chat Men's T Clinic with you, though. Do you feel like you're just not yourself? You know, you'd love to be able to tap into an extra pour of energy to drive you to whatever.
Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, and more. Start the process right now online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Segment of the Fan is brought to you by A-Star Air.
Don't choose between staying cool and having fun. With A-Star, you can do both. Get a new AC system for as low as $89 a month and enjoy a 5-day, 4-night stay in Cancun on us. Call 214-655-COOL or visit astardfw.com. Restrictions apply. Visit website for details.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation here on the Fan. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, speaking of Dallas, Michael Gallup, former Cowboys receiver, just got cut in Washington. So I think that's done. Appreciate the attempt at a comeback, but if you can't make the Commanders roster, then that might be a sign for you. And then in Las Vegas, wide receiver Jacoby Myers requesting a trade per source. They were unable to get an extension done. He is going into the final year of his contract at $10.5 million per year. So that'll be interesting for wide receiver needy teams. Cowboys are a what needy team? Corner and defensive tackle? What if I told you the biggest DT in the NFL is now available, Brian?
Who is that?
Oh, we know who that is.
Oh, big old
Desmond Watson,
4+ pounder.
He's been working on the asthma fields all training camp.
He's been doing remedial jazzercising, unable to get his weight down low enough. Tampa just gave up on him.
He's your tush-push stopper, though. I mean, night one in Philadelphia, you don't want a 500-pounder there in the middle of your defense.
I don't think he can get out of his stance, man.
I don't think he has to.
Did he? I mean, they were trying to get him to lose weight. Did he just not lose weight?
He didn't get to the point where they needed, for sure.
What were they trying to get him to, like 400?
I think they were trying to get him to certainly under 450.
Yeah.
And I don't know that he could get there.
I wouldn't have necessarily a weight stipulation. I just want to see you be effective. Whatever size that happens to be. That's tough, though. You do feel bad for the kid. I mean, the NFL future staring him in the face right there, and he can't be lean enough. Okay, what are your playoff chances? What do the numbers say? Cowboys most likely win total. I'm going to go 8-9, guys. That would be my official going into 2025 win total prediction for these Cowboys. And maybe I'll do like give or take two wins. I think as high as 10 and as low as 6 is actually possible if things go horribly wrong for this team. Pro Football Focus puts your playoff chances here. Playoff chances. What do you think if I asked you to give me a number between 1 and 100 percentage chances Cowboys make the playoffs this year? Guys, go.
Oh, I would say probably 25 to 30%.
I would say it's probably 25%.
25%. Wolchuk? Anybody over 25? 25 to 30 said Chief?
32%.
32%. That's good. That's real good. You guys are all over it. I would have actually gone lower. But Pro Football Focus, and they are basing everything off of scores and position group rankings, and they were not very kind to the Cowboys. They have them though as the overall the 18th best team with a 33% chance of making the playoffs. Okay, roster cuts due tomorrow at 3:00, guys. I think for me the biggest disappointment so far is that I think this Jerry hating to pay somebody who's not on the team thing is coming to roost again. It always does with lame duck coaches. Jason Garrett, Mike McCarthy, I can't give you $5 million if you're not actually coaching this team. I think that's what's going down with Mozzie Smith. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. Going into a third, you've been talking for weeks, I think, since we got to Oxnard about the difficult decisions you have at wide receiver and edge and, the different ways that you guys are looking for roster spots. There's a clear roster spot right here. I mean, we're only taking 2 quarterbacks, right? Because you need roster spots. But,
this is the Al Davis and Jerry Jones that he doesn't want to give up on a player, and Mozzie has not clearly lived up to standards. So, I mean, that's where it really should start. But I'll say this though, we were talking about needing big body guys and stuff like that. Yeah. This defense is going to play without big body guys, is what they're going to do. They're just going to play. They're going to try and beat you with quickness. They're going to try and beat you just attacking gaps. They're going to try and fit behind anything that they do up front. I mean, it's going to be a lot of movement. It's a lot of, there's going to be some. It's not going to be the trash can full of dirt guys. It's going to be about how guys like Winfrey. That's how they're going to try and win.
Do you think this is going to be effective?
They have no choice. They don't. But
what do you think about their plan to stop the run this way? Can it work?
They can absolutely stop the run, but the problems you run into is, though, it's not about when you play with gap responsibilities. It's not about having size. It's about your ability to get in the gap and get up the field quick. You cannot get caught on a block. You cannot get pushed by if you're attacking a gap. And so that's where, is it effective? Sure. They played against the Ravens the other night where they had a crash end, and when you crash in, they had Sam Williams go inside. He's up the field. Then you got Clark over the top, or Clark filling to his left, and then Sanborn filling to his right. So you got three guys in the gap right there, and then now they got the ball defended. That's how they're going to play, and it's not going to be about, because they're just not. They just don't have the size. That's why I think it's guys like Winfrey and Solomon Thomas and those. That's just what they're going to be. They're going Oso Digizua. They're going to be attack up the field, get gaps, and hit it and go. And we'll see. But they just don't have the bodies to play a defense any other way.
Yeah, what do you guys think? I mean, I think if they can't stop the run, then anything's possible with this football team. I'll just say that. But
they can stop the run. Yeah, like I said, they can stop the run if they play. It's playing really good run defense isn't all about like 328-pound guys. It's about can their front seven work together in order to.
Yeah, and they've all been bad at it in the NFL. Well, so the question is, does a scheme change it?
We were 5-11, 3 straight years there in Dallas and Mike Zimmer had a light front where we played with Glover and Dexter Coakley and that win. We were a really light front. We were a top 10 defense.
Utilize the speed.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's a way that you can do it. I mean, with the linebackers, Chase, Rowley, team tackling.
Yeah.
The
margin for error for it is really, really small.
And it could be chunk plays.
Chunk plays are going to happen for sure.
Yeah. Chunk plays will happen in the run game if the fits are bad.
All right, up next here in the C note. Did you guys feel a shift in how the world's looking at Micah Parsons, like compared to the start of training camp? Everything was anti-Jerry, the signs, the chants, the social media. And now I think I see more Micah Parsons is greedy, or what's it going to take to get, Micah Parsons to want to be a Cowboy. Then the laying down thing. I felt over the weekend a pretty big shift in the ether, if you will, on this. And I think part of it is, the headlines. But another part of it is what I'm picking up from DeMarcus Lawrence here, as he was on the Pivot podcast. This is so interesting because the two did not get along well. So Tank's trying to be as professional and respectful as possible and obey those rules, but he also makes sure to let his feelings be known. Here's Tank.
How close were you as we wrap? How close were you to hanging it up before deciding on Seattle?
I was pretty close, but, thankful for my family. My kids and my wife weren't ready for me to hang it up.
I'm sorry, Lucius. I think I must have sent you
They told me, why not give it another try?
I sent you the wrong
I had an opportunity to, sign with Washington. It's like,
you can bring that down.
That's a check.
My bad. He was talking about how it's difficult to speak on another man's contractual situation, but when it was his time to do this, he looked at it like it was a blessing that I was going to get double dipped. I was going to get my franchise tag and then be able to come back and add on to that. But he said for, every player, it's different. What'd you guys think about it? I was on Mad Dog Radio over the weekend, and it's out of New York, right? And the guy is just, really railing on Micah. And I was like, that's really interesting. Where'd this come from? And then I opened up social media, and I did feel like, and maybe this is Jerry Jones working it through the media in a way to continue to add pressure. Like, are you ready now for the fan base to not like you? They didn't like me, but wait until I share these details.
Yeah.
And the temperature got turned up on him pretty good, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's kind of buying the owner, taking the owner's side there versus the player. I mean, I'm always like, these players need to try and cash in and get as much money as possible. Like, it'd be great if your star said, hey, I'm going to take less and you're going to help build around me. But what I've always said, and I said this back to Dak, it's like, I don't know that you have that assurance with the Cowboys that they're going to do that necessarily. So unless you get it like in writing, hey, you leave us an extra $5 million, $10 million to play with, we're going to secure that you get X, Y, Z. Yeah, I mean, Micah, and especially with what he's playing with his agent, they're going to try and get everything that they can. And you also have NFLPA pressure that plays into that. So I don't know. I think you side more with the player, in my opinion, in this.
Yeah, but nobody likes pouty. Nobody, even if you're on somebody's side when they're kind of moping and pouting around as a grown man, and that's kind of what that came across like when you're just laying on the trainer's table, closing your eyes during the game.
Yeah,
and then you add on to the fact that Jerry's doing the car wash and really spelling things out and putting his perspective on everything, and he's a hell of a salesman.
He is,
Sure is.
The number comes out and it's all over social media, and you're like, what could you possibly want more than this? You must not want to be a Cowboy. And I think, it's tough for me though with the incomplete bursts of information that we're getting out to really take one side too strongly or the other. I just think it's like an interesting view into how these big negotiations can play out.
Yeah.
Lyle Collins came to training camp. He played in some preseason and saw his career probably officially come to an end. There was some hope that he'd come in the best shape of his life, and he's still young enough, but it just wasn't there.
His workout was actually really good. His workout got him signed. The problem is Lyle Collins can't move like he once did. And that's the bend, and he's really good for a first quick step, and then after that, the longer he has to play, the harder it is for him. So he did. I'll tell you what, physically he looked fine. I mean, he lost a lot of weight and all that, but the movement skill's just not there.
And in some years, maybe he would have found himself on the team, but this offensive line depth is like too deep at every position.
Yeah, they have to make a decision whether they want to keep 9 or 10 right now, depending on how that is. I think we'll get into it, Krusty's Corner, here in a little bit about where they might go with some of this.
We have trades inside the division. The Eagles making some moves here at their backup quarterback spot. They got Sam Howell to Philadelphia, and the Vikings then signed veteran Carson Wentz to back up J.J. McCarthy, so he's back in the league.
How about that? Still staying alive, still cashing checks.
Away,
that is crazy.
It's good. He's still only 32 years old, so we might be seeing this for
same route as Dak.
You could have like a 60-minute montage of just Carson Wentz football follies.
It's crazy how he looked so good early on. And then
he had that one great year.
Ended up becoming just a player that's kind of a punchline at this point, and still at a very young age, 32.
Really sensitive player, very sensitive. Kind of heard everything. They tell you that, I don't look at anything, I don't hear anything, and all that. Now he was the complete opposite.
He paid attention to all of it.
He paid attention to everything said about him.
He got worse the more feedback that he saw on Twitter about him.
Yeah, absolutely. He got hurt, and then all of a sudden his career started going south, and then he never was great when it came to always some of the decision making he was making that he was using, and that I think that ultimately is what got him, is just a turnover machine. You couldn't trust him at all.
I mean, his athleticism got him out of a lot of jams. Made a lot of big plays.
Then he got hurt, and that was kind of the end of him.
Yeah, it's a tough eval. Like, how good is this player really, and how are they going to age? I could have never guessed that Carson Wentz would have collapsed from near MVP all the way to, we don't even want to see this guy in a game, and, took until the end of training camp to get signed. Okay, where are we going next, Brian?
Yeah, let's talk about this roster and maybe a couple of hints here and there. We'll do that next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, did the Rangers keep it rolling?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Friday morning, presented by Whataburger, Fraser Roofs and Gutters, and Firehouse Movers with the Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. I appreciate that. Thank you very much to Reliant as well. Zach, did you get much feedback on your 53? Was people giving you a hard
People
time?
taking a dump on it?
No, honestly, most of it was
pretty positive.
They liked what I was trying to do. Now the Cowboys aren't gonna, they're the complete opposite. Like Jalen Tolbert's not going anywhere. He's gonna be here. Mozzie doesn't sound like he's going anywhere. He's gonna be here. But no, I think the majority of it was positive.
Yeah, well, good for you. I mean, this time of year though, you're just giving your best guess. What
tried to do some fun stuff like with Shoddy saying like surprise who's on, who's off.
I had this question posed to me today before we do this. If you guys give me the answer. You know how I'm sure you guys have all got me muted on Twitter.
Yeah, I don't 100% for a while now.
I don't blame you. No, seriously, I don't blame the people I work with. I don't blame you at all.
I like going with the mute and block just to like make sure.
That's cool. That's
double
cool
layer
too.
protection.
Double layer protection. I had somebody ask me a question and I gave the answer in a way that they're still talking about it. Like I gave, like, this guy asked me a question and it happened to be about Houston, the edge rusher. And I said, well, this is what's going on right now. They're talking about him. They're talking, so a guy tweeted back at me and says, he didn't ask that. He asked your opinion of what they were going to do. And I replied in a way of like, wouldn't you rather me call somebody and find out and be accurate instead of guess and then have it make news and it not be right?
Yeah, I see it here. It's like, Brian, do you think James Houston makes this team? You said, I believe they're working through that now. Can't say yes or no. And then another guy jumped in and said he didn't ask for you to do that. He wants you to make a guess. That's what he's asking.
Yeah.
And you said, how about I give the answer I was told from the folks making the call instead of a guess?
Yeah.
So he wanted you to just give your best guess. Does Houston make the team?
See, I don't.
And you were like, well, I'm not going to guess. They're still trying to figure it out.
I feel like we just did this dance about 15 minutes ago, Brian.
Did we?
Yeah.
Which on what?
Where I asked you, will this defense be better against the run?
Yeah.
And you said, well, that's their plan, and it can work.
Yeah.
I wanted to know from you, is Brian Broaddus, former NFL scout, this is where like maybe you're diminishing the power of your opinion. We want to know what you think is going to happen.
I honestly think that, to me, I always try and be like honest about like what I think they might do. If I have the ability, and I have the ability to talk to Matt Eberflus, and he tells me this is what we're going to have to do. We're not big enough up front. We're going to have to play slant front. We're going to have to play on the move. We're going to have to have linebacker fits. We can't play, we're maybe going to have to play some zone coverage. I would rather tell you what, and it's not me trying to skirt around it. I would rather come from the angle of this is what I think their plan, or this is what their plan is. If I could ask Will McClay about a draft pick, or I could ask Will McClay about a signing, or I could ask somebody in the organization, isn't that more valuable to you than my guess? That's what I'm.
Yeah, trying to.
I think we ultimately want both, because you're a dual threat here. You can give us what they're planning, and then you could say, but I think that plan kind of sucks.
Well, but to me, we could always say the plan to have Mozzie Smith here.
Yeah,
it sucks. That way sucks.
It's time to realize he's not good, cut your losses, and move on.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, Brian. If you were at a newspaper, would you rather be the beat reporter or the columnist?
I would rather be the beat reporter.
That would match up with the way you want to report the game. But
Yeah, because
whose check would you rather have? The columnist.
No, but to me, like,
because there's more demand for the opinion.
I would rather, like, if somebody asked me a question about the team, I would rather be able to give them an answer that I think I'm more important to people, my sources, than I am giving my opinion. Because I gave my opinion. My opinion got me to working with radio with you guys. Because my opinion was, we need to sign this guy. We need to sign this guy. We need to sign this guy. And a guy didn't like my opinion. But I have the ability to be able to reach out to people and say, hey, this is what your team, tell me what you're thinking here. So to me, I would think that if somebody was telling me what they're thinking, that would be more important than somebody who, because people say, well, you're a failed scout, you're this, that. Well, but no, I have the ability to reach out to people. And
you've built the Rolodex.
Yeah. I mean, when I talk about, like, we're going to talk about the Philadelphia's offense and defense, that's my opinion. Like who should they attack? That's my opinion. Do they do it all the time? No. Like, hey, they should move Micah Parsons around because this left tackle's not any good. Do they do that? No. So to me, I just kind of like, I've got to the point now where I want to be able to say, like, hey, I talked to so-and-so and just kind of present it that way. And if I feel like that it's an effed up way, I could say that though too.
We would love that.
Yeah.
Or if like, hey, I think this is awesome. This is going to be sweet. This is what they're going to do, and I think it's brilliant. Or I think it's dumb. But that's the difference in like working in a building and working for the team at the .com and the radio. Because on the radio, the far bigger commodity is the opinion.
See, the thing about it is though, but in the .com, he let me fire coaches and talk about that. Not the 8 years I worked there, never one time. He like I told you, he told me you're kicking my ass. That's the only time they ever said anything to me about my opinion or my evaluation.
Didn't you just say though your opinions is what got you here because people didn't like them?
In scouting, it got me fired. It got me fired.
Yeah. Okay.
My opinion on players, like they did like, well, you're like, you can't say that. That's the issue I have. But anyway.
But if it had been on Hard Knocks, you would have been everybody's favorite scout. You're the opinionated guy who's telling it like it is. Maybe as a front office, you don't value that, but as a content consumer,
I want people when they use me, when they talk to me, I want them to know exactly what the team is doing.
You're giving correct information.
I'm giving correct information because I think in the media, how about this opinion? We suck.
Yeah, there's a lot of misinformation.
We suck covering this team. We suck covering a lot of things. We really do. Because we don't take the time to try and be right about it. We really don't. And we throw a lot of opinions out there that mislead people.
I respect that.
That's my biggest problem is we're not very good at this as a media.
And why is that?
It's because we don't care. We don't care to do what it takes to get the right information. We don't go and try and find the right information.
And then why is that? Because the audience
lazy. You're lazy.
Because the audience doesn't want it.
No, the audience, I think the audience wants us to be able to, they want to know, they're going to say, okay, this is what my team is doing. And then I do have the ability to say, but I wouldn't do that.
And then somebody has to be rooted in fact.
But like I said, to me, I just feel like that as a whole, as media, we don't do it right for our audience. We don't try and get the right information. We're quick to give an opinion about something that's not factual. And then people take our opinion as fact. And I think that's a problem. I think as a media as a whole covering this thing, and here I'm killing all the time. Sorry about this. I think that we're really, really lazy. I don't think we give it any thought. We're just quick to throw something out. Oh, Mozzie sucks. Okay. Yeah. But obviously they don't think Mozzie sucks. Right? So why do they think Mozzie not sucks? Isn't that more important to you than Mozzie sucks? See, that's the thing.
It would be interesting to know why they don't think he sucks.
That's what I try and get to.
Yeah.
That's what I try and get to. That to me is the most important thing. That my whole thing is trying to educate people on why.
Right.
That's, not just have an opinion, because everybody could have an opinion. But the problem is people with opinions sometimes are lazy doing this job. That's the biggest problem I have. That, like somebody gives an opinion. I'm like, you didn't think that's not true. Where'd you get that? Why would you say that? And then people take that as gospel, or people take that as like, oh, that's the right way to do it. That's right. That's right. So that to me, like I said, that's the problems that I have. And that's why I wanted to ask you guys. Sure, I don't mind giving my opinion when we ask about the team or ask about like the opponents and stuff. Hey, they need to attack. They need to do this. They need to do that. I am all about that. But like I said, the other stuff, I try and get what's the factual reason why, so.
But you could be the one of one. You're getting the real information, and then you can formulate a.
Do you guys feel like I don't give my opinion enough?
I think you do.
No, I think you do. This is just the one example of
I think you could increase it 20%. Still be loyal to yourself.
You sound like, okay, really say what you're going to say. Don't sugarcoat it. I mean,
no, I think I made it clear in this segment. I think opinions are more
and I
important
respect
than
what you're
facts.
saying. I respect what you're saying, because to me, 20% is that good enough? Is that, should I do more?
Yeah, I think because you do what you do and you're an insider reporter, like the credibility is just oozing out of every pore in your body.
Sure,
and
you're not pulling opinions out of your tush.
Yeah.
People are leaning in for your info.
I want to be able to, and I'm sorry, the roster thing, I apologize. But I just got it. I got
overtime.
Overtime.
Who's going to be DT4? That's what we want to know.
I'll tell you what, the problem they're running into right now, in my opinion.
Come on. Clarify, baby.
Pass ball.
No, in my opinion, no, the problem they're running into is now they got Mozzie. Where does Ernest Brown fit in this thing?
And that's a surprise.
That is because if you watch the tape of Ernest Brown and the way he's playing, they use him quite a bit. That might be a very surprise guy that they keep on the roster. And I think they're talking about JT. I think they're talking about Ernest Brown. This whole thing with Winfrey. Like I say, I think Winfrey has made this football team because I think my opinion is I think they're going to have to play a certain way. And talking to the coaches, I think they're going to have to play a certain way as well.
Yeah, I mean, the way you describe the way they want to attack things based on their personnel, Winfrey's got to be a part of it.
Got to be a part of that. But
he can penetrate and get upfield, and he's shown that.
Yeah. So
what's Brown do well?
Brown is one of these guys that plays with a little bit more power. He can be disrupted, but he's not as quick as what Winfrey. The guy who's the defensive tackle here honestly doesn't play with the quickness is with JT, you have, for a guy that size, you do have a quick player, but Mozzie doesn't play with the quickness that you'd like to have to play this front. So to me, it's Solomon Thomas, it's Osa, it's Winfrey, and then could be Ernest Brown here. That could be how you play, and maybe Mozzie's kind of on the team but out of this. Because
I want to find out about Mozzie. Like, why is he on the team? Is it financially?
It's
is
financial.
It we don't want to admit we messed up yet?
The general manager, I don't think, wants to move on from him. That's what I heard.
Because he didn't earn a spot, in my opinion. Other guys played better than him.
There he is, Brian Bryant, Krusty's
job,
Corner,
Brian.
every afternoon, 3:40. Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. No, that was terrific, man. I enjoyed the conversation. Well, Chuck, where are we going next?
All right, how close was this former Cowboy to joining a hated rival? And let's predict the top 100 players for 2025. Which Cowboy do you think is going to be a top 100 player this season? That's next in the nation.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Roger that. Roger that.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers baseball's coming up at 6:30. They're going to tear up the Angels here this week. Get back in this wild card conversation. And speaking of conversation, CY, the Cy Young Show, is coming up here in 15 minutes. Here's Wooly Bully.
All right, Dak Prescott, courtesy of Clarence Hill. He's talking to the media. Dak says, I expect Micah Parsons to play against the Eagles. He said he's seen this movie before. He also said, don't read into Parsons' body language in practice and at the preseason game. Parsons is obviously frustrated, but he has never had the prototypical best body language, which I would agree. And Gavin, you talked about this earlier. I mean, I'll never forget, I think it was maybe the second year we interviewed Mike out at training camp, and he sat down and I'm feeling, oh my gosh, this guy does not want to be here right now. Like, I feel he's got something, I don't know if he's got something else to do, but he was giving us the vibe like, please get me the hell out of here. Then as soon as, hey, radio's on, Mike is on.
Showtime.
It was incredible. And he was fantastic, and it was a great interview. But that's just kind of how he is. You know, he's very, like, nonchalant. Man, like, yeah, I am putting off the vibe of, like, I'm not very interested right now, but I don't think there's anything more that he wants to do right now than be out there and playing and have this all behind him.
Yeah.
Hopefully that is the case. We can cross our fingers and hope as Cowboy fans, because I'm sick and damn tired of talking about these contracts. And let's just put this one done, and then we can go ahead and do it next year with Tyler Smith.
I would
That's
like
what we
to-
do every
And Micah,
offseason.
too. Yeah.
I'd like to see, though, if in fact, and it's nice to see Dak have the support that way, and I wonder behind the scenes, are there players supporting him that way? He seems like kind of a lonely guy right now.
Yeah, and I think there are people that do that in that building that love Micah, players-wise. I think there are some others that probably feel like Tank did. You know, they clearly were like, I'm not, his personality might rub people the wrong way. And it might be because of that. Like,
I hope he's getting support that way because, like you say, it appears to me other than Diggs, he's kind of out there on an island right now. And maybe that's by choice. Maybe that's by choice. Maybe
he doesn't want to like bring anybody else into this.
I just don't feel like that to me that the body language and all that is a guy that to me, and I'm not a doctor or anything like that.
I'm a pool man.
I'm just a werewolf. No, whatever. I don't know what that's.
Or just a caveman.
Caveman. That's what I was thinking. Werewolf. I was thinking werewolf.
I was doing an Ace Ventura with you. You might have got the reference.
I saw that. I should have known better than that. But the thing with Mike, I wonder if it's just the fact that he knows that this was a bad situation. That he's now kind of like.
He's maybe caught himself in a bit of a pickle.
He caught himself in a situation where like he bit off more than he could chew. Yeah. And now he's having to kind of deal with it. His agent's probably not happy with him. You know, the owner of the team's not happy with him right now. And this is getting drug out in the media nationally and worldwide. And so it's just a lot of burden on him this way. It could seem to me like it'd be just too much.
I bet it's a headache. I bet it's a pain in the rear, if you will. All right, let's get to Tank. And he went on the Pivot podcast. They were talking with Jackson Smith and Jigba, Rockwall Zone, along with DeMarcus Lawrence. And it is kind of weird. He is a Seattle Seahawk. And some of the rankings, like the preseason, like who's going to be the best defense in football, Seattle's up there. I think the Ringer posted it. Seattle was number 1. I want to say the Cowboys were maybe like 22. They were projected to be not very good this year. Cowboys offense, though, was at number 10. So it's much like we're saying. It could end up being very Cincinnati-esque, where the Cowboys are just, hey, we're in a track meet every week. You need the Pickens, Lamb, go win this thing for us. Let's make this happen.
You need the Mike Zimmer defense to show up when we were 5-11 every year.
Yes,
Top
please.
10 defense.
And that's what's going to take those linebackers, Coakley, Wynn, that are just flying around, making stuff happen.
Yep, absolutely.
I mean, it's the same kind of stuff you had going on in 21 and 22 when statistically it was a pretty good defense.
Yeah, and the takeaways aided a lot of that, and the sacks.
They just don't have any size. They don't have any size with the front, and that's and that might be something that's okay with him. I mean, with Matt.
It goes back to those Indianapolis Colts teams with Manning, right?
Yeah.
Those defenses, average at best, but they stepped up in some big games, and they were undersized.
They need Micah there, though.
Speed.
They need Micah.
For sure.
This is going to be hard to play without Micah if they're going to play this way.
And that Colts team had the safety Bob Sanders,
Bob
who was
Sanders
special.
And they went from worst run defense in football. Bob Sanders gets back in the lineup. That run defense was the best in the playoffs.
Your offense, if your offense can carry you and score, like, you go into the half, you got 17 points in the half. Now you're going to the second half. They find a way to kind of put pressure on offenses. They'll take you at that running game real fast. If all of a sudden Dak is hooking up with Ferguson and Pickens and Lamb and all these guys are starting to make some plays, they'll take some teams out of running the football.
Well, let's go to the Pivot podcast and just how close was Tank to going to Washington and reuniting with Dan Quinn?
My kids and my wife weren't ready for me to hang it up. They told me, like, why not give it another try? I had an opportunity to, sign with Washington. They was like, that's a championship contender team. And it's like, me personally, I'm not no bandwagon guy. I'm not going to sit here and, jump on the team because y'all have a good opportunity to go to the championship. It's more of like, well, what am I needed for? If y'all already got that type of team, like, y'all don't need me, So it's all about, me bringing my attitude and my personality to a team to help us get to where we need to be.
He's on a much better defense in Seattle. And I'm happy
he really
to go to
liked
Washington.
He liked that defensive coordinator a lot there, though.
Aiden Dirty.
Yeah. He liked Aiden, helped him a lot with this game. Yeah.
And I'm happy he didn't because there's nothing. I mean, I get it. We had like a mass exodus going to Washington. Fowler, who's now back, of course, Dorrance Armstrong and others. And Michael Gallup just got released. Noah Brown going over there. But I would not have liked to have seen DeMarcus Lawrence in that burgundy Washington. Ugh.
I was hoping that's what he was going to say. Like, I just couldn't bring myself to it.
Because the explanation otherwise, it's like, nah, dude, you want to go to the team that you're probably going to win a championship with, and you would have made that defense way better. You're on a better defense in Seattle, but if I'm going Washington, Seattle, what's the big difference here? The quarterback and Jaden Daniels, and I think I probably would have signed there, but screw them. I'm happy that didn't happen.
I think the biggest difference was I'm pretty sure Washington was ready to give him a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
Seattle's willing to give him a 3-year deal.
Yeah, and he got... I mean, the deal that he got in Seattle was way more than I thought he'd get anywhere else.
Yeah,
the money speaks.
It's tough because that's ultimately what it's going to be, 99% of it, who's offering the most money and the most years. But for whatever reason, players don't just say that. There's got to be some other explanation for it that's more headline-friendly or positions me better with the fans. It's unfortunate we can't just acknowledge that, of course, you go where the most money is. And if they're the same, then you go where the least tax burden is.
Now, the Eagles have been making moves left and right. We mentioned the Sam Howell trade because they're dealing with Tanner McKee's got a thumb injury, so they bring in Sam Howell. They also made a trade to bring back one of their offensive linemen in Fred Johnson from the Jags. He's coming back, so now they've got depth at tackle. And they did cut Kenyon Green, who they went ahead and made a trade for this offseason with Houston. And the pick that they went ahead and traded for was part of the deal that they made to get John Mechie III. And so I've seen on social media, and I've never thought that I'd be in a position where I'm kind of defending Howie Roseman and the Eagles. So let's just take a moment, and this is crazy.
It's historic right here.
It is.
Historic moment with Walchuk.
It's still kudos to Howie because he realized this guy stinks. I traded for him. He sucks. We're moving on. And I respect, and I think that is so commendable because we're sitting here talking about Mozzie Smith and hey, the Smith family, I love you. I hope Mozzie can go out there and be awesome for somebody else someday. But it's not happening here.
Sure.
We've watched the tape, and I haven't seen a player that's very improved. There were a couple of plays the other night, and one he gets completely unblocked, and he makes the play for a tackle for loss. But I'm not seeing it with Mozzie, and we're keeping him around here. And the same thing with Luke Schoonmaker. Like, if Howie Roseman's the general manager in Dallas, damn the money. These guys aren't good enough. I'm leaving Princeton Fant on the roster, who had maybe the block of the night. I'm leaving Fairweather on the roster, who's probably the second best receiving tight end behind Ferguson. I'm admitting we failed. These two guys aren't working here. Maybe they'll work somewhere else, but they're not good enough to be on my roster. And unfortunately, we don't do that here with the Cowboys. And maybe they've got other reasons. And they're saying, screw you, we do believe in these guys. We think they're good players. I'm not seeing it. So
it's a strong opinion.
They should be gone. And Howie's the guy.
They like their guys in Dallas. A great example is Jalen Reagor.
Right. First round pick. They said adios.
He was selected by the Eagles in the 2020 draft, and he was a Viking. He was a
great wide receiver draft too.
Yeah.
They took him over Justin Jefferson.
That's an all-time miss. But what do? You draft him in 2020. He's a Viking by 2022.
I mean, that's what happens when you have a team that's just putting the Super Bowl first. It does bring up thoughts of Jimmy Johnson and America's team, where after he had benched Troy Aikman for Burline to finish that season in the 2 playoff games, he said, "I don't care about anybody's feelings." And this is a situation where I think we don't want to release a guy because we like him, or we don't want to release a guy because it's our coach's guy, or I don't want our front office to look bad because we're releasing a guy we just drafted or just traded for. I think there's just way too much consideration.
You already look bad because of the pick. You already look bad because he just never fit what you were trying to do. I mean, I think he was a Dan Quinn type of a player, and Dan's no longer here. And then all of a sudden Zimmer comes in. They try and do some things. He feels like he needs to be quicker. He loses weight. That's probably the wrong thing to do.
Is Micah signed?
No, but somebody is. Ian Rappaport says the Bengals are closing in on an agreement with Trey Hendrickson. New contract, making him one of the NFL's highest paid defenders.
Ooh, one of. I wonder how much it is for Trey Hendrickson as we get these numbers. And
you guys got Ben Baby's phone number?
Yeah.
Text him.
Hit Ben.
That's Ben.
Yeah, source this thing.
Let's do it
before you opine.
That's
on
a North Texas mean green right there. I can text Ben, say, "Hey, what do you know about these numbers?"
But that's I could say they you're absolutely right. They need to move on from players, and they're very slow to do that. And I like I said, it's just one of those things. You can't fall in love with players. It just wrecks your roster that way.
It's bad. It's a problem, and they need to do something. I guess Darrelle Revis is also calling for the NFLPA to step into the Micah Parsons situation, citing a lack of respect from Cowboys owner Jerry Jones. In a letter he wrote from the PA, the bigger issue is respect. Jerry's actions show that owners have no problem taking advantage of us. And when our union fails to respond, it sends the message that they'll be able to do the same in the next CBA negotiations if the current leadership remains in place, according to Darrelle Revis.
See, there's the problem. He hit the nail on the head. You collectively bargained this. You negotiated this. It's tags. It's all these things, it's fine systems, everything it's all stuff you negotiated, the owners are just taking advantage of the situations that were negotiated.
It's a very tough spot to be in because those star players get outvoted again and again and again because the working class, which is 80 to 85%, is just like, we don't want to miss games. The way that owners have structured contracts is actually their biggest weapon against the NFLPA because you have so many players that are paycheck to paycheck dependent till they hit that veteran status.
There you go.
Thank you, Wolchuk. We got to run. Chris Young is set to join us. The Cy Young Show will get the latest on the Rangers. They come out of a weekend hot as they get set to host the Angels coming up at 6:30 here on The Fan. back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time now for the Chris Young Show here, brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and brought to you by Play Score. Segments presented by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, I'm well. How are you guys?
Oh, we're doing good. We're hoping the weekend was the beginning of one of those winning streaks we were talking about last week. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm hoping for the same. It was coming off of the tough series in Kansas City and tough road trip, really, where we had a lot of opportunities to win games and didn't get it done. And then we come home and we play a solid Cleveland team and we're able to sweep them. We're in a stretch of the schedule right now with Anaheim and then Sacramento and Arizona. These are teams that we need to beat. And if we are going to make a playoff run, it's got to start right now. And if we can take care of business and continue this good baseball that we played this weekend, anything is possible.
Yeah, and tonight, of course, it starts with Jacob deGrom. Did everything go as planned there with the skip start?
Yeah, Jacob's feeling a lot better. This time of the year, it's normal for pitchers to feel some fatigue. And with Jacob, he's been our healthiest pitcher all year, which is remarkable. If you had told me coming into the season that Jacob would make every start and pitch as many consecutive starts without really skipping a turn, I would have told you, we'd sign up for that. So to make it to late August without him even getting pushed back was phenomenal. I think the rest served him well. My hope is that he's strong tonight and kind of jumps back in for the rest of the season. But, to be determined. We may have to do something else again at some point. It's normal with the guys at this point in the season with the workloads that they've had.
The pitching was fantastic, really, the entirety of the weekend, but specifically Jack with a career night. What are the differences that you're seeing for Jack?
Well, the biggest difference was just his ability to attack the strike zone and work ahead in the count. I mean, I don't think he had that many 3-ball counts in the game. He was in control. He was on the offensive and executing early, which his stuff is so good. That when he gets ahead in the count, the hitters have a lot of difficulty. They have to cover a lot of different things, whether it's the high fastball, his sinker, his changeup, his curveball, his slider. He can do a lot of different things, but it all is predicated on him getting ahead in the count. And when he pitches ahead like he did, his ball-to-strike ratio was just so good the other day and really was on the attack. And I think it's one of those things that's part of a young pitcher and the maturity and the consistency and the mentality of just trusting their stuff to throw it over the plate. It doesn't have to be perfect. When your stuff's as good as Jack's, you have a margin of error there that you can miss over the plate, and guys may foul it off or they may swing through it. I had less of that margin for error when I pitched. I had to be a little more fine. But Jack's fastball, Jack's stuff is so elite that it really, if he's over the plate, he's going to be good and successful. And that was a really fun game for him, for us to watch, and a great game for him, and really happy with the way he's continuing to evolve.
Hey, CY, you've had to get used to doing this all season, but how do you cover for Marcus?
Well, it's hard to cover for a player who is so reliable and dependable, who's so consistent in terms of his ability to post, and really the quality of at bat, and just the competitor on a day-to-day basis. But, look, it was a tough road trip in terms of losing Jake Berger, Evan Carter, and Marcus Semien. But we come home and we win 3 straight, and that's what good teams do. Every team loses players to injury, and there's no excuse. And what it is it's an opportunity for the next person to step up and help the team. And, we got those performances this weekend from Ezekiel Duran and Cody Freeman, and, Rowdy Tellez is going to get more at-bats now because we've got more flexibility in the lineup, and we'll match up a little bit more. So there's just, Jock is getting hot. He's looked really good. It's just teams pick each other up, and that's what good teams do, and that's what I expect us to do. And my hope is it continues, because this weekend was a lot of fun watching these guys play for each other and pick each other up.
To go back to deGrom for a second, do you expect him to be on any sort of pitch count tonight?
Yeah, I talked to Boch earlier today. We don't have a specific pitch count. We'll go kind of based on how he's feeling. I don't think you'll see us run him up past 100 tonight, but I do think that if he's throwing well and the game determines it, we may let him get close to where he's been, but there also may be a scenario in which we say, hey, enough's enough, and he gets to, 70, 75 pitches. We also we reserve the right to kind of get him out at that point as well. So we'll see. The game will really dictate a lot, and but there's no specific hard count for him tonight.
We're chatting with Chris Young here on The Fan. What's the more medium to long-term outlook for Simeon and the foot? Is it a normal break that you can have a normal off season with? Could he come back if you go deep into October?
Yeah, that is a possibility. I mean, I think this is a typical bone injury where it's non-surgical. It's 4 to 6 weeks, probably more closer to 6 than 4. But if we do make it to the postseason, and especially given Marcus's toughness and his ability to post, I would not rule out anything in terms of Marcus. But it's going to be at least 4 to 5 weeks, and then we'll see where we are. But I don't think it's something that's going to impact his off season unless we get to the 4 or 5 week mark and he's not healing up or there's still pain. But as of right now, the prognosis is relatively good, and we're hopeful for a smooth and speedy recovery.
Is it a similar situation with Evan Carter, or would that be he's also just going to be out even if the October run is able to happen?
Evans is probably less likely he would be back in October given where it hit him in the wrist. It's non-surgical, but it is in a place that it takes time to heal, and I think it's probably closer to 6 to 8 weeks in terms of the healing there. And then from that point, you got to start a hitting program and progression. So Evans is a little more complex, but it is non-surgical, and our anticipation is that Evan can have a full off season should this thing heal up like we expect it to.
It was fun watching Wyatt. I mean, he was fired up, showing some emotion the other night. Has the homer and the double. I mean, when you project ahead for Wyatt Langford, is he the guy that you think can really grow into a leader in that clubhouse, but also just not only on the diamond, but as a vocal presence?
100%. When we watched him and scouted him in college, it's what we saw. He was the leader of that Florida team that went to the College World Series, and the team really rallied around him. He's got a infectious style of play. I mean, Wyatt really, he plays at one speed, and that's full speed, and can do some very dynamic things that can energize a club. And watching him this weekend, I mean, I really believe we won Friday night's game because Wyatt stretched that single into a double. And all of a sudden, you felt this life, and we were a base hit away from tying the game with our best hitter up at the plate, and Corey Seager, and then first pitch, Corey base hit, and then Jock comes up and first pitch, and the game's over. I mean, it happened so fast, but I think Wyatt set the tone with his hustle and the fire with which he plays. And so, yes, when we drafted him, the expectation is that this is a transformational type of player who not only is dynamic on the field, but he also has leadership qualities and skills that will make the people around him better and are infectious for a club. And I think we saw that this weekend, and I only expect that to continue given Wyatt's development and what he's going to grow into as a player.
How confident are you? How are you feeling about Jock Pederson closing this season out and then contributing into next year? The worst behind him?
Well, I don't want to speak for Jock. I think Jock would say that we probably couldn't get much worse. I felt so badly for him, and so this is the player we expected, and this is the player he's been historically, and this is baseball too, and the guys go through periods of time where they're not performing at their best, and unfortunately for Jock, it came with his introduction to a new organization, and it really, I know it's been hard for him. I know how badly he's felt wanting to help his club, and he may be coming on at the perfect time to help us and when we need him most to get hot here and have a strong finish. And if he does, and if Wyatt stays hot and Corey's hot and some of these other guys get going, Adolis is back and look good this weekend. I mean, this is still a lineup filled with really good major league hitters. And while we haven't been a great offense this year to this point, you never know with a talented group that starts, firing on all cylinders. And my hope is that with Jock getting hot, that may spark it.
Looks like the statue guy did a pretty good job with Beltre, huh?
Yeah, how cool is that? I mean, I got to be part of that ceremony, and for Ranger fans, for the organization, and most importantly for Adrian, what a special day and so well deserved. He's just a class act. He's so humble, and every way he represents himself and the organization, and it's just everything you want in a player and a person. And I just think that's going to be out there forever, and for fans to walk past and to see that statue, and for those who got to see him play to remember those great moments of how he made them feel, and what he meant to our organization, and then for generations of kids who are going to walk past that and ask their parents, who was Adrian Beltre, and to learn about not only the player but the person and the competitiveness and the toughness and the humility and the leadership. Those are things that are statue worthy, and I'm so happy for everybody that we have that. And the artists did a great job.
CY, what are your thoughts on the potential MLB expansion and a potential realignment as well?
Well, I truly don't have many thoughts at this point. I guess the best thing I could say is that if and when it comes to expansion, it probably means the game's in really good health and there's great popularity, which I hope that for our game. And so but beyond that, I don't have, I'm hopeful that we can beat Anaheim tonight. That's where I focus most of my time. So I can't say I've really spent a lot of time on big picture items like that, aside from I love this sport and I want it to continue to grow. I want this to be the most popular sport for kids to watch and to want to play. And if we end up expanding into new markets at some point, I think that's a great thing for the game.
Bruce Bochy said this weekend, even though it's been tough at times, he just loves being involved and he's having a great time. Do you find enjoyment in a season like this, or do you need to win to have fun?
Well, yes, winning is more fun. There's no doubt about it. But I do have perspective that, we're all very fortunate to do what we do for a living, and that this is a game we love. It's a game that we've played since we were kids, and to be able to come to the field and be part of a professional baseball team is special in and of itself. Now, that said, I feel responsibility and obligation to our fans, and that's what motivates me. I want our fans to have a team that they can be proud of, a team that they know is trying to win and competing for championships. And when we're not living up to that, I wear that a little bit harder than maybe than I should. But to me, that's what this is about. This game's about winning. And so I love that Boch said that, because I think he's speaking, very high level in terms of, in perspective in life. This is a great thing, which we get to do. That said, we're both competitors and we both want to win. And, if we didn't take it hard at times, we probably wouldn't have the right passion.
DeGrom on the hill tonight. Got to like your chances to get back over 500. CY, give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Guys, let's have a great week, and thanks for the time today.
Cheers. There he goes. Chris Young with you, brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and Play Score every Monday at 4:20. And it's just great to have him on. It's great to have Rangers baseball coming up in less than 2 hours now with the pregame. Wolchuk.
All right, we got a couple of news headlines in the NFL. Cowboys are placing rookie running back Phil Maffa on IR. The plan is for him to return during the season, and that is with the shoulder there, Brian. So it'll be IR, so you were right on with that. And then Amari Cooper, former Cowboy, going back to the Raiders on a one-year deal with the team that drafted him. So Amari with the Raiders, Phil Maffa on IR.
Man, it's such a busy time here. NFL moves happening right and left as cut downs are due tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Stay tuned. Over the next 24 hours, we'll have anything that breaks. And Jared Sandler's coming up next here in the Nation.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has grocery.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, pepper lady? Hazel babes. Not that You said that. Was it spice? Yeah.
Doesn't sound right.
Was it so fun?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the Cheeseback Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Chiefs got a sports hodgepodge coming up here at the top of the hour, but it's time now to check in with our Rangers insider, pre- and post-game show host, and play-by-play man, Jared Sandler here on The Fan. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Man, what'd you think about this sweep here, getting ready to take on the Angels, who are cold themselves? Did they got some in the tank here to make this fun, or is it just hopium right now?
Yeah, well, I think with a team with a 500 record, which is what the Rangers have right now, you get a lot of this. You get the what you just called hopium. You get some hopium, and I don't know what the counter to that is, but you get a lot of that too. And I think that's kind of been a big part of the story this year, where the Rangers will, they'll win 6 straight, and you feel like things are rolling. They'll have an 8-1 homestand, and all right, hey, they're about to go on, an extended run to make up for, the sluggishness of the first half, and then they kind of revert back, or they it's usually like that next game, it looks like they're about to win, and then something happens late, and so we'll see. The Guardians are not playing well, and the Rangers took advantage. Like, there's no apologies needed for that. The Rangers did their job. They, won 2 of the 3 games pretty decisively. It was impressive. It was great. They needed. I guess I hate to say they absolutely had to sweep them, but gosh, as we talked about last week, just winning 2 of 3 from every series, that's good. That might not be good enough. They gotta do stuff like this. So, but we'll see, how it works out tonight. Obviously, with Jacob deGrom on the mound, a few extra days rest, you feel good about it. Hopefully, you can get a little revenge against the Angels. They've had success against them, but definitely liked what we saw over the weekend, but. As we know, it doesn't necessarily guarantee to carry over to the next series.
Sweep this one, we'll be talking, right? We need to see you back it up.
Yeah, we were doing a little math, right? So the Rangers are 66 and 66. And, last year the Detroit Tigers got in with 86 wins. So the Rangers would need to go 20 and 10 the rest of the way to get to 86 wins. Now, that doesn't guarantee that they're going to get in, and maybe 86 is, more than enough. Maybe it ends up being 84 this year. We'll have to wait and see. But, the 20 and 10, that means you have to win 2 out of every 3. But the reality is you're not going to win 2 out of every 3. So you probably, to make up for that, you're going to need to sweep a series here or there. And you got deGrom and Eovaldi pitching 2 of these 3 games. And we're just kind of at the point where when those guys are on the mound, the Rangers got to find ways to win. And, so it's deGrom tonight. It's Eovaldi on Wednesday. It's not a guarantee, but hopefully the Rangers can at least win this series and kind of hold serve, so to speak. But if they can keep rolling and just carry over what they did against the Guardians, yeah, you're right, Gavin. That all of a sudden now we're having really interesting conversations. They get ready to go to Sacramento.
We got Smitty playing second for Marcus, and it is a bummer, obviously, what's going on with Marcus. I mean, we have not had to experience this. This guy's been an Iron Man. But I guess Ezekiel Duran has been hot. Do you think that this is sustainable? Can we get excited about Zeke?
Well, he did it in 23. He had that stretch in the first half when Corey was out, and he was a really good ball player for, a 2-month stretch where he was playing every day. And we've kind of surmised that, he's the type of guy who needs to play every day, and he's basically been doing that here the last couple of weeks, and the results have been good. Now, he still hasn't homered in almost a year. Would like to see some of that power back. Is Zeke going to be the guy that we thought he was headed towards becoming when he was, in that great run in 2023? I don't know, but they also don't need that, right? They don't need him to be that good. They need him to just do what he's been doing, which is, providing solid contributions at the bottom of the order against righties. And then, we did see him get slotted higher up in the order against a lefty, and the Rangers will face a lefty tomorrow in Yusei Kikuchi. And, the Rangers desperately need some of their right-handed hitters to have productive stretches against lefties. So, yeah, I mean, it's not like he's setting the world on fire, Zach. So, if it was a stretch where he had like 4 homers in his last week and, he's the player of the week or whatever, I'd be like, all right, that's nice, maybe a little regression. But, I think Zeke has just been productive. Nothing more, nothing less. And I mean that as a compliment. He has been a really productive player. And so, yeah, I do think that, he can keep this up because he's also showing better plate discipline. And it seems like he's got a little more of a plan, a little more of an approach when he's up there right now.
How has Josh Smith been in the leadoff role?
Overall, he's the type of guy who fits that role. I'd say here, obviously, in the second half of the season, it hasn't been the second half that he would like. Now, he did reach twice yesterday, walk and had a base hit. Unless I'm blending my games together, but I think he reached twice yesterday, and I think he could be a good fit there against righties. He does have a good plate discipline. He does have a good approach. I think sometimes, just listening to what coaches have talked about, sometimes he gets a little too much of a boomstick type swing. But when he stays, within himself, he's a good, solid major league hitter, and he's someone who can work counts. He's someone who will draw walks. So, if you told me that there's a lineup and Josh Smith's leading off, I wouldn't look at that and say, oh man, Josh Smith is your leadoff hitter. I still, I do love the idea of Wyatt Langford there. But as long as Wyatt's in the top of the, top third of the order, I feel good about it. But, I don't have a huge qualm with Smitty as long as, he can turn things around because he obviously has been struggling here, over the course of the month of August.
Hey, Jared, are these the series that you kind of hate when you're playing against a team that's kind of scuffling like Anaheim and then, with the A's? Is it just kind of like, damn, I'd rather play somebody that's, I know the Kansas Cities and stuff that didn't end up, but it just seems like that sometimes there's series they get into that just, they play to the level of the opponent.
Yeah, I hate it right now because it seems like, the Angels just play the Rangers tough. They're scrappy as,
I know.
as anything. Now Nolan Shonwell's on the IL, and he's kind of one of the thorns because it just seems like he comes up in these big spots and has a quality at bat, whether he gets on or not. And so, no Nolan Shonwell is, a loss for the Angels. But, yeah, Broadus, I guess you can spin it like I'd rather play the Angels than the Dodgers.
Sure.
But no, yeah, it's more frustrating because when you drop 2 or 3 to the Dodgers and you play them
why
like the Rangers did earlier, yeah, it's like, all right, hey, you know what? Maybe we played well. That's a really good team. All right, let's move on to the next series. But I'd be curious. I don't know, as a team, do these guys feel added pressure because these are games they're supposed to win? But, at the same time, I feel like good teams deal with that stuff well, the external pressures and whatnot. But for whatever reason, the Angels have played the Rangers tough. They are scuffling. They are kind of sliding out of the playoff picture, and maybe the Rangers can, for lack of a better phrase, kick them while they're down.
It was great to see my guys, Jack Leiter and Rowdy Tellez, making things happen over the weekend. Now, question for each of them. Is Jack the favorite to be the number 3 next year? And how do you fit Tellez into the future plans?
Well, the Tellez one's really interesting, Gavin, because I think when the Rangers acquired Rowdy Tellez, they obviously hoped that, he could fill a need. But I don't know, and, that they thought, or I don't know that they knew that they were going to get a guy that was going to be as productive as he's been and as competitive as he's been with his at-bats. And, he's fit in well. Now the Rangers have Jock Pederson under contract next year. They've got Jake Berger under control. Where's the fit? Listen, if Rowdy has an 800 OPS, you'll find a fit. But I don't know. I don't at this time, Gavin. I know, we always love to, I wish I could give you an answer. We love to have the answers. My best answer is I don't know where the fit is. It probably would be tough for the Rangers to have a roster next year with everyone healthy, with, all of those guys. And, maybe they would need to, maneuver and get creative, shuffle the deck, reshuffle the deck. But, we'll see. I'm curious how he finishes the year because he has had a nice little stretch here. And it seems like he's fit in nicely. He's playing at home. He lives in the area. And I think he's, enjoyed that part.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. And with Jack, as far as, with Jack, number 3, number 4, so obviously Eovaldi and DeGrom, right? Will the Rangers go and get someone else?
Bring back Kelly.
Bradford, obviously. Right. Yeah, maybe. Maybe they do bring back Merrill Kelly, or maybe they go and add someone. It's tough in general just because of the cost of pitching to every year feel like you need to add or sign guys. Now, the Rangers had Tyler Mahle in the mix at the beginning of this year after assigning the previous year, but so maybe they do. I think it's tough to constantly hit on guys like Patrick Corbin, who no matter how he finishes the year, the fact that he gave you as much as he did through the All-Star break for $1 million is a huge win. It's tough to constantly find the right guys there. Pitching's expensive. So I think that I hate to say the priority is going to be the lineup as opposed to pitching, because I think pitching with Chris Young is always a priority. But I think they're going to look long and hard at how they can make this lineup consistently one of the best units in baseball, which is what they hoped and thought they would have this year, and it just hasn't played out that way. So where's the money? How are they going to distribute the money? So, yeah, it's possible, Gavin. Kumar Rocker, I think, will obviously be, in the rotation as long as he can stay healthy, and then, you figure out from there. But I think if you've got a rotation with DeGrom and Eovaldi and those guys are healthy, then you're going to have a really good rotation, and that gives them a little bit of freedom and flexibility with how they build out the rest of their group.
Thanks, Sans. Have a great night. We'll chat tomorrow on the other side of 500.
Sounds good, Gavin. Talk to you guys later.
Cheers. There he goes. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. Also got a Ron Washington health update this afternoon as he's in Texas, and that's always cool to have Ron back inside these borders. Little cardiac thing, huh?
Yeah, he had to bypass heart surgery, but he has rejoined the Halos, and I guess he said he quit smoking as well. But gosh, that's quite the scare for Wash. I'm glad he's okay.
It's always good to see him in town, and looking forward now to seeing him tonight on TV. All right, where are we going next, Chief?
The biggest psycho in all of baseball, plus the fullback rebirth, is officially underway in the NFL. That's next to the nation.
A&M Leasing Studios.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're an hour and a half from Rangers pregame, and we're about 30 minutes here from the G-Bag of the day. It's time now for the Chief. Here he is, Eric Chiafalo.
Yes, sir. We got a hodgepodge for you. NFL housekeeping. Phil Maffa on IR. The plan is for him to return during the season. He's got a shoulder issue, so hopefully we'll be seeing some Maffa as the season gets cranking a little bit, but that's where things stand right now in the Cowboys running back room. Williams, Sanders, Blue, Lipke. That seems to be the week 1 move there.
So Maffa had surgery after the season, impacted his pre-draft workouts and everything that he could participate in, and now the shoulder's back? That doesn't sound good.
That's a little bit. I was asking Brian, is it the same shoulder? Because he played through it all last year at Clemson, but you could tell he certainly wasn't quite himself. And I mean, if it's something that's flaring up again, I wonder how related it is. Because that's
why you do the surgery, so you don't have to deal with the pain anymore.
Right.
Yeah. So we're still on Micah Watch. You had Trey Hendrickson, Bengals edge rusher, NFL sack leader, redo his deal. It's still just a 1-year deal, but instead of making $16 million, he's going to make $30 million this year. You have the Texans placing Joe Mixon on the NFI list, I believe, which is going to have him out for the first 4 games of the season there in Houston. So, Walchuk, you got yourself a little Nick Chubb situation brewing on your fantasy roster right now.
Yeah, sure do.
See if he can do anything.
We're doing Chubb for the first month.
Now, and Amari Cooper is on the Raiders. So that is some NFL housekeeping for you. Now, I would like to take you to a little Baldy breakdown in the Big Apple. You seen this guy? He did a nice little fullback breakdown. We might have something to consider here because the Cowboys are going to be playing a little light in the tush defensively. All of a sudden, you have Tyrone Tracy, of course, in that backfield. You have Cam Scattaboo in that backfield, 2 guys that are trying to run through you a little bit. But then you welcome in Elijah Chapman, who's a no-name guy. He's a defensive tackle. He's like 290 pounds. He wears number 94. And they got him in the I formation playing fullback.
Oh, I love it.
Now listen to Baldy break this down. I think this is Baldy at the height of his powers.
One mantra that never gets old in the NFL is the more he can do. Let's watch Elijah Chapman. I formation. Watch. Bam. Bam. See, he doesn't just hit. He pops. Pop, 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 pop. Scattaboo goes for 4. Remember that pop. Watch the pop. Pop Chapman is what I'm calling him. Pop, 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 bam. A little chin, bum. Ooh, that's good chin music right there. Little pop, 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 pop. Ooh, the Giants lining up in I formation. Maybe a chance to knock people off the ball, get the short yardage plays, get the goal line plays. Pop Chapman.
Pop Chapman is what he's calling him. I'll tell you, when you watch the breakdown, a couple of these linebackers that he beats in the hole, they were in for a rude awakening, bro. Yeah, when he's saying pop, he's like, their heads are snapping back. These linebackers are like, what the heck, bro? I've been prepping to play linebacker in the NFL at like 220 pounds these days, and you're going to send a 290-pound defensive tackle at me to block.
There you go.
Just something to consider week 2 if they got like a dang near 300-pounder that's going to be running into the Cowboys defense. And the fullbacks are making an appearance, man, all across the league, heavier personnel on offense. So it'll be interesting to see how the Cowboys can, combat that.
You got to zig when they're zagging. And you're right.
It's a real 300-pounder below and above the waist.
That is Baldy at the height of his powers, dude. I thought he was getting winded. He was getting so excited about pop.
Chin music. I've never heard of chin music, but that's exactly what happened when the 300-pound chin of Pop Chapman collided with the linebackers. Yeah, chin music? Okay. Yep. That's a great term. It is now in the world of football. Okay, now this is pretty cool. This is near and dear to my heart because it looks like we're going to have the most successful athlete out of my particular high school, Justin Northwest High School, Cooper McDonald, number 59 linebacker. He was actually at TCU last year, undrafted dude. He was just a throw-in tryout guy in the spring. Wasn't even sure he was going to make it to camp, but here he is. I'm pretty sure he was leading the team or right there towards the top of the team lead in tackles for the Chiefs in preseason. Brett Veach is like, yeah, he's made incredible plays. We saw some of these stops and sacks in the preseason game, a name that Chiefs Kingdom should get very familiar with. Cooper McDonald, I played with his older brother. He was a stud. Middle brother was really, really good, played at San Diego State. And then the youngest of the McDonald family, and this is where you get like college football player dad, college volleyball mom, cranking out thoroughbreds.
We got talent
and they just slowly got a little bit better each time. All three sons were super badass, but Cooper McDonald looks like he's going to be repping Justin Northwest High School in the NFL.
Mickey D's.
I am fired up for this guy. That's pretty dang awesome. Okay, let's go ahead and discuss the biggest psycho in the MLB. I was just introduced to this guy. He was actually drafted by the Rangers in like the 16th round back in 2015. But now he's a relief pitcher for the Marlins. His name's Tyler Phillips. And he has sort of reinvented the closer entrance game by slapping the hell out of himself while leaving the bullpen. And it's Stone Cold Steve Austin music that's playing. And apparently that's what they call him, like Tyler Stone Cold Phillips. This dude's like 6'5", 225 pounds. He's an absolute animal. So I'm going to take you into the Marlins broadcast right now as they explain just why this guy slaps himself and does what he does. And then we will hear from Stone Cold Phillips after that.
All right, Jack, thank you very much. Tyler, you threw 32 pitches yesterday. When did you know you were going?
It's all right. Either one of those.
Tyler Phillips on the hill here in the top of the seventh as the Marlins trail 3-0. He went viral a few weeks ago for smacking himself in the face repeatedly before entering the game. Here he is doing it tonight, and he's done it since June. I asked him, quote, "What's the purpose?" He said, "I'm just a little crazy." He continued, "Those guys in the box with a stick in their hand, I don't like them. It triggers a little fight or flight, and it pisses me off immediately. So I go out there, I'm seeing red, and it brings the wild animal out of me." When I asked him if that carries off the field, he said, "Off field, it's like a fun crazy. On field, it's like serial killer. It's like crazy crazy. I don't care about anything. I don't care about what I say. I don't care whose feelings I hurt. In my mind, I feel like you could shoot me in the chest, and it's like, I don't feel it. You can ask the other guys. They'll tell you I have a screw loose."
He's got a screw loose.
It's true. And then you go to the post game where they got Stone Cold Phillips there going one-on-one with the reporter, and you can sense this dude's nuts.
All right, Jack, thank you very much. Tyler, you threw 32 pitches yesterday. When did you know you were going in tonight?
When they call down.
And you were ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready. They call down, I'm pissed off, I'm ready to go.
Why do you get so pissed off?
I don't like hitters.
How did you get through that ninth?
Throw the ball over the plate.
How long does it take you to cool down after a win?
I never cool down.
And the slapping, what was the level of slapping when you came on?
Pretty hard, my face is hot.
Face is hot.
Yeah.
How important was it for your team to get this win today?
It's big. I mean, every win's big. It doesn't matter what the record is. Every win's big. That's what we're here for. It's to try to win the game.
What has this organization helped you unlock for your career this year?
I think just be yourself. Go out there, do what's you. Whatever's going to make you successful, that's what you do. And this team, I see it. We're a lot of young guys, and when you play for each other, have some fun with it, that's what you got to do.
Great win. You're scaring me. Go to the clubhouse. Thank you very much.
I mean, this dude is as intense as it gets. Former Ranger, now Marlin.
It's unfortunate.
Slapping himself as he walks onto the field.
My only regret is that CY wasn't here before Tyler Phillips left, because there's no way he'd let a talent like that walk out the door. But, I love it. I think it's incredibly mentally taxing to try to be one of these late inning, high leverage relievers.
Yeah.
Whatever you got to do. He's trying to put himself in a state where he's just angry and seeing red, so he doesn't start thinking about, I might lose the team this game on my next pitch. And it's crazy. I say that, and you're like, well, big league pitchers aren't thinking like that. They're at the peak of confidence. But the late inning high leverage does things to people. It's crazy. Like you can go out there thinking you're the man. It'll make a mental midget out of you.
Yeah, absolutely. It totally will. And this dude is just he's not going to allow that to happen to him. At least not at this point. Not here. Not right now. Not today. Okay, my favorite baseball guy, though, was the kid. Did you see the kid just
front row with the popcorn, just living his best life?
Just burying his face in the popcorn bag. That was one of my favorite clips of the sports weekend. That kid is he's heroic in a lot of ways. He's just by any means necessary. I don't need my hands. I think that's actually the cleanest way to eat the popcorn when you're at the ballpark. Your hands are just ridiculous.
Bag.
I love it. Just go face to the bag.
You just need the overprotective mom to start screaming at you about putting your face into a plastic sheet, and then this scene would be complete. But as you know, Chief, this is one of the most frustrating points as a parent when the kid can be independent. And they want to be independent. If you try to help them, they're going to get mad, and they're making a massive mess of everything. Had a similar situation yesterday with a snow cone.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
She just bury her face in it, Pelican style?
Well, no, she's tipping it towards her face while she's eating it,
Okay. So it's just draining
the
all
syrup
over.
is just the chair is ruined, the outfit is ruined, everything needs to be changed, and you still can't get it off of her.
Yeah, it's amazing how there's certain things where you're like, please be able to do that yourself, and then there's other times where you're like, dear God, let me help you.
Yeah.
You know?
I can either spend the 15 minutes helping you right now or 5 minutes afterwards cleaning you up. Just a matter of which one.
We're getting a lot of chin music conversation going down here. A lot of people are butthurt at the chin music, and we're getting conflicting reports here on the text.
Yeah, it appears was a fountain of misinformation once again.
Chin music has been around for a very long time. 469. Do you not remember sweet chin music stemming from one of the WWE GOATs, Shawn Michaels? 214. Chin music is a term that came from cricket. It means when a pace bowler bounces the ball at the batter's head, i.e. scares the crap out of the batter.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
It's the same thing in baseball, and it's a punch in boxing. The punch just grazes the chin.
That's what I thought.
Fits it all.
Okay, according to Grok, the earliest documented uses of chin music in this context appear in American baseball slang from the 20s and 30s. For example, is referenced in sports writing to describe aggressive pitching tactics.
Little brushback pitch.
I guess so.
Little chin music.
Yeah.
Step back on that one.
Sounds like something Don Drysdale would do.
Yeah.
Bob Gibson throw at you a little bit too.
Bobby G.
Hey,
shout out to your quarterback at LSU, man, Nussmeier.
What did we do?
Awarded the number 18.
Oh, really?
Which is a very special leadership number kind of deal.
Matt Flynn. Yeah.
Matt Flynn?
Yeah.
I don't think Matt Flynn, because my sources tell me that this is the first quarterback to wear it since Matt Mock.
Oh, I got my Matts confused.
Okay.
Yeah. Mock.
Oh, Mock was the last one to do it.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Hopefully he wears it well. But he's definitely a Heisman favorite.
It is a high honor thing for him. By the way, the Phil Moffitt shoulder, not the same shoulder from college, and a different injury, and it happened on Friday night.
Good.
Not something that he was dealing with all year.
Okay. So we got two bad shoulders.
I guess, I don't know now.
Is that good or is that bad?
I think I'd rather it not be the same shoulder you had surgery on. But then again, maybe it's not.
Yeah,
maybe it's not good.
You just hope that this one doesn't require surgery. That'd be a bad place to be injury prone in.
Yeah, for sure. Week 5 and leading the team in rushing.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that they have him designated to return at some point, I think is encouraging.
Miles Sanders can't. The vision's not quite there.
I have some early college football week 1 betting at BetMGM. We got some big time matchups. This is going to be such a special weekend. My body is ready. I hope y'all's is as well.
Longhorns on the money line for me, sir.
Okay, the most bet ticket right now is Texas plus 1.5.
Absolutely. I've contributed to that.
It's good value. Now it's down at 1.5. I might just take the 1.5.
The second most bet ticket is Alabama as a 13.5 point favorite over Florida State.
Where's this game being played? The Florida State-Alabama game?
I think it's a neutral site.
Yeah, I think
is it one of those Atlanta or Orlando, one of those places?
But I asked our guy Johnny Matches, proud Florida State fan, I was like, this seems disrespectful to Knowles. He said, no. Bama going to roll them by 3 tutties.
Doak Campbell.
Oh, wow, this thing's at Florida State.
13.5 point favorite at Florida State.
Yeah, at Florida State.
Let's go, Kalen DeBoer. Let's see what you got, bro. Notre Dame as a 2.5 point favorite
over Miami
at Miami, which will be a Sunday nighter. That's the third most bet ticket. Then you have your LSU Tigers 4-point dogs.
I'll say this about Notre Dame: you feel like they'll go and wilt in that heat down in Miami.
Mm-hmm.
They handled it pretty well at Texas A&M last year.
Yeah, they did.
It's still hot in Indiana in the summer.
Yeah,
it's the 98-degree days.
But I mean, but the heat, like the heat that they're going to have, the humidity they're going to have to deal with in Miami, but they handle that pretty well for a football team. I like that.
Well, thank you, Chief. Yes, sir. Let's hit this. It's time to make our way towards the expressway. We got the G-Bag of the day coming up at 5:30, LA Live at 5:40, and we'll recap everything that's been breaking coming up next year in the nation. I want to chat D&M leasing with you before we get there, though, because if you want or need a new vehicle right now, just call D&M. They're going to make this a reality. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Time to hit the express where we go commercial-free to the top. It's brought to you by the On-Time Experts. G-Bag of the Day is coming up here at 5:30 and LA Live at 5:40 here on your home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers. Segment's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And we're just over an hour now from Rangers pregame. And I said a couple of weeks ago that I thought the Rangers were at risk of never going over 500 again. And the way that it played out, like over the last 10 days, I thought, holy cow, I'm going to be right on that one. But golden opportunity tonight for the Rangers. And having DeGrom on the hill gives you an incredible amount of confidence. I think the wagering odds nearly put it at 2-1, which is a massive spread. Wow. I wanted to just ask you guys, not having Simeon in there, how do you look at that? Weighing everything, it's not just that this year hasn't been good for him. It's that it's really just been like 1.5 good months. And that kind of makes this year not look like he is one of the worst offensive players in the game, because his OPS for the season is 669, objectively not good at all. But other than June, it's really been much, much worse, and he's been so hot and cold. I would rather have replacement players and Bochy able to look at this and say, which one makes the most sense tonight? Is it Freeman? Is it Smith? Is it our guy Duran, Ezekiel Duran? Which one of these do we want to do? Just having it be Simeon and having the risk be he could easily stay cold with an under 650 OPS for the rest of this season. I think I'd rather have replacement level guys. I think this might be as crazy as it sounds, kind of addition by subtraction, getting Marcus Simeon out of there. And I know Rangers fans are ready to pounce on me, but I'm just here to give you my honest opinions on how I look at this. It's kind of a relief that we aren't beholden to playing Simeon this much. How out of line is that, Wolchuk?
Well, I mean, defensively, he's still a really good player. But you're right. I mean, offensively, like you have Josh Smith playing in place of him tonight. He's been better offensively. The question will be Duran and Cody Freeman. Like, Cody Freeman finally just hit his first big league homer over the weekend, and I'm excited about the potential of a guy like Cody Freeman. But even asking Jared, like, Ezekiel Duran has been really, really, I don't know what the hell you're going to get out of him for the last year and a half, since that first half in 2023. But he is hitting the ball well right now. So if that's
at least when he's not hitting it bad, you cannot play him.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you've got options there. But the thing is, I guess like one out of the three you really only feel confident in Josh Smith. If you can get something from the other two, I think that is probably the position that they're probably best equipped to withstand the injury.
Okay.
So from that standpoint, yeah, I mean, I don't think it's like it's crazy, but the leadership that Simeon provides you is something also that needs to be discussed in that equation of losing him.
Dak says he expects Micah Parsons to play and says it's not been a distraction for the team. I've got confidence, he said. I told y'all way back when, and I'm just going off of experience, honestly. It's no different than mine. I've got confidence in that, just hoping, which I know he is, that he's ready to play.
I don't know if he's physically ready to play, I mean, it'd be nice if they got the contract done. I'm sure he'd go out there and start to practice and stuff like that. I don't think he's in a very good state right now.
It'd be tough. We haven't seen any practices where he is exploding or coming off the line. I guess it's possible you're doing this with individual guys.
Yeah, I think to me this is maybe in the morning before. There was some talk about he was actually working out and stuff before they were actually practicing.
Yeah, that's what Mickey was saying with KNC.
So he was at camp. He was out there early doing stuff. So other than that, the practices, we didn't see him doing anything. And then there was times where, like early in practices, he was engaged with watching and what was going on, and then the last couple of weeks, it's been more and more just distant from that. So I just don't think he's in a great mental state right now, and it might be one of those things you just try and get ready to play without him in week one and see where this thing goes. But and I don't know, in my opinion that I just don't feel like that he's going to be ready to play for you. I think they needed him to come in today and like, okay, this is how we're going to start, and this is going forward. We're not going to worry about the contract anymore, and then. But it just doesn't seem that's the case at all.
I don't know if Dak knows. I mean, he said just hoping, which I know he is, that he's ready to play. I mean, has he seen it? I think if you'd seen it and it was clear, you'd be like, oh, yeah, he's ready to play. You kidding me? It's freaking Micah Parsons.
That's what I'm saying.
None of that in that answer.
Yeah, and then the same thing with with Schottenheimer. He said, they keep asking, you think he's going to play? Oh, yeah, he's going to play. Oh, yeah, he's going to play and all. And, man, I think every day that goes by, you have to have that hope. But, man, it's just not in a good position. If Micah really wants to end this and play, he needs to get David Mulugeta in gear and go and do it. He don't wait on the Cowboys. You go do this and see if you can negotiate the best deal for yourself.
It's also interesting when Dak said, I'm just going off of experience, honestly, no different than mine. I've got confidence in that because Dak went through a similar situation and never held out a single practice.
Yeah.
And he's different. He sets the standard on how you'd want a player to go through it. But I think for other players to look at it, you can say, holding out's not going to help me. The only thing that's really going to help me is getting closer to the deadline that the Cowboys will actually be inspired to have urgency with.
Yeah, the difference between Dak and this one is they caved on Dak's. I don't think they're going to cave on this one.
He was also asked what to expect from this season's offense. He said an exciting offense. We've kept it vanilla for a reason. Excited about getting out there and putting it all on display next Thursday. What do you think? Top 5 offense?
Gosh, I hope so. They're going to need it. I mean, if they want to make the playoffs, they're going to need a top 5 offense. I think they should be hopefully a top 10 offense. I'd be willing to say that. Okay. And Dak's put up with lesser talent around him, top 3 offenses, or with Kellen Moore and other offensive coordinators. So some of the stuff we saw in Oxnard was definitely promising. And I think even the other night, with the way they ran the football, they were doing some different stuff.
Yeah, I think there's the question out left tackle. Ken Guyton, is Guyton going to play, or is that going to be Nate Thomas?
Yeah, and Guyton said he's going to leave it up to the medical staff when he was asked about it today. So he feels good, but he's going to let them decide if he's ready or not.
Yeah.
He was 19 points against New Orleans, 25 against Baltimore, then 20 against the Giants and Steelers, 9 against the Lions, 24 against the Niners, 21 against the Falcons, and then injured. I don't know, based off last year, it makes me feel like even though your weapons are there, maybe the offensive line's going to be a limiting factor. Trayvon Diggs post-practice, I have to practice and see how I feel. I've got to get out there, run around, put my foot in the ground and dig and drive and just conditioning. That's really the main thing. Says he's not ruling out playing in week 1. That would be awesome. Okay, speaking of awesome, let's go to the Pimp Cup, where Lucius has your G-Bag of the day.
You know what? I put a little bit of this on you, Dawson. Pause.
What happened?
If you should have never told Stephen Jones, hey, man, you have food out here. The agents know it. What do you think about that? I'll hang up and listen.
Good point.
God, I should have never told him they call him the caveman out here, bro. Now they're never going to come to an agreement.
Well, hey, if I had anything to do with that, I guess my work here is done.
Jeez. All right, this is G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on The Fan at 5:30. It's presented by Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. You can hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook, and you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. All right, this is day 5. For this champion audio right here, we go to the RJ and Choppy Show. That is the morning show here on The Fan with host Sean Sharif. All right, I ain't going to forget Sean out there. Bobby Belt, he defended the station and the G-Bags against the evil forces of Scott Braun in that Rowdy Tellez interview.
Yesterday for him to come on Twitter and go, one of our producers who lives in the area sent me a clip from your show the other day. Thanks for that. Because you look at his picture. That's how he talks.
Look at his picture.
He goes, sent me a clip the other day. Thanks for the shout out. It's an honor. Okay, so what are you are you trying to tell him I was listening. So just know that I'm listening to anything you say. And I told him, I replied, I said, if I'd known you were listening, I would have said So I'll go ahead and say it now. You look like Dillard's cologne samples and Twitter bio pronouns, dude. You are a guy who puts you look like a guy who puts Emmy winner in his LinkedIn job title and edits his own Wikipedia page. And I only say that because I know that's exactly what you do. You edit your own Wikipedia page and you have 4-time Emmy winner in your stupid bio.
Oops.
Now, I know you couldn't stay in the broadcast industry on your own because you got fired from MLB Network and NHL Network. You're the 2-time fired. So it's easier for you to think it must be because you're not a shock jock, that's why you couldn't stick in the industry on your own. But you don't have a job because you're not good enough. So... And I called around about you yesterday. I got a lot of friends in media too. 100% did. And there were a lot of people who wanted to talk about you. Okay, so I'll holster it for now because I know you're the exact type of person who's going to go, by the way, it sounds when somebody screen records that S for you again today. And so I'll have it for you with your little passive-aggressive ego because it won't allow you to shut up.
Wow.
But just know, people in the industry talk about you, and I'm sure you know what your reputation is. So take that dorky little chain off of your Twitter bio picture and, like, grow up and be an adult and do something for yourself instead of, like, leeching off of AJ Przynski.
I didn't see the
pathetic loser.
I didn't see the.
What a great dismount.
I got dirt on you, doggy. I got dirt on
Called
you,
around.
doggy.
People want to talk about
around.
you.
People want to talk.
Now, has Scott Braun returned fire?
No, not that I've seen.
He cowarded down.
Bill cowarded down.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. I asked him to come on the show and was rejected.
Did you say no?
When was this? Is this like
Last
after
week.
the Bobby stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I wouldn't.
Said I'm good. Good to hear.
I'll give you my ass to kiss too. All right, let's go to Steve Smith Sr.
Oh.
Now, he's caught up in some legal stuff, right? Because,
Ravens stuff?
yeah. The band girl, right?
Oh, yeah.
Isn't the husband suing him?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because in that state, you're liable if you break up a marriage, in a sense, if you're out there cheating.
Yeah.
Wow.
Did not know
Sued
that.
for being a home wrecker.
Wow.
Allegedly.
Steve. Oh, you got to be on game, bro.
At least know the rules.
You got to, that's what I'm saying. You got to be on game. You got to know the rules. You got to know what you're sacrificing out here, man. Was it worth it? What I see? Not really.
No, definitely not worth it.
Not really.
Biggest L of the year.
Jeez. Let's go to Steelers-Panthers preseason game on Thursday. Steve Smith.
A reminder from Bojangles. Scan the QR code on your screen to claim a free Bo's chicken sandwich. Steve Smith already did it. And don't forget, drive through Bojangles after the game with your gift card or free sandwich from tonight's broadcast. It's a win-win for fans and flavor. Steve, if our fans run into you guys going through the drive-through after the game, are you going to treat the fans to a chicken sandwich if they spot you?
No, bro, it's one chicken sandwich. Man, y'all know my situation. I can't afford to be helping everybody right now.
Sorry.
Y'all know my situation.
I respect his honesty.
Yeah. I got a P bill I got to pay for. Yeah. I put a line on this bill. I got to put a line on this bill I got to pay for.
Same situation as the other Steve, right?
Yeah. Which one? To make sure.
All the Steves.
All the Steves.
The first Steve. The Coldplay Steve.
God dog it!
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yes.
All right. Now, I played a door-to-door salesman getting himself cussed out last week.
Yeah.
Because he knocked on the door twice after the lady said, "I'm good." She slammed the door in his face, and he was like, "I'm not finished with my spiel, though. I got to give you the rest of this."
Salesman of the year, probably, that kid.
Yeah. He stood there. Well, we got another door-to-door salesman got himself cussed out. Atolo sent me this. Check this out.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
No, you can't hear me.
Okay, well, I'm driving right now, so if you're gonna around, I'm gonna hang up.
Please watch your language, ma'am. I don't like to
You
be
are at
speaking to you
my
like that.
house telling me what to do. Get off my property right now before I call the police, because you are not supposed to be soliciting in my neighborhood. Please get off my property now.
I have a solicitor's permit, but I will leave. I don't appreciate that language, and I was not messing around with you.
Get off my porch!
Man. I don't think that kid has it. Takes things too personally.
Sensitive solicitor.
Please
You got
don't
a
use
point.
this language on me.
Power through like 10 F-bombs before you call it out.
Dude.
Oh, my gosh. Hey, I don't like how you're talking to me. I'm on your porch hitting you up as you in your car somewhere. I don't like how you talk to me, lady. Let's go to some church clips. Yes, it's the church day. I pray you got your breaths. And I've been praying a lot, boy. I tell you what, I've been praying a lot.
Nice.
Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes.
Fortify
you. I need it. You guys familiar with the books of the Bible?
Most of them.
Some of them.
About half.
Vacation Bible School, we used to have to learn all the books of the Bible.
Yeah.
You know?
Singing songs about it.
Yeah, exactly. Never could get the whole thing, but I got pretty far sometimes.
Those Old Testament names can get you, man. Throw you off a little bit.
It's hilarious that you say that because I've never heard of this.
For they know not what they do. Oh, God, Colossians. All right, Colossians. Thank you, Jesus.
Thank you.
Slow down, Blair. Colossians 3:13.
Collisions 3-13.
You can make chin music with collisions like that.
Collisions.
Slow down here.
Everybody knows it's Galadians.
Of
course. We got a worship leader right here. He leaned on the wrong note. He got really excited on the wrong note. Sound like somebody hit him with a flamethrower in the middle of praising Jesus.
Hold that note. Which one is it? It's a note mashup.
But everyone else is still going.
Hey, if you're the boss, make it happen.
You gotta do what you gotta do. Let's see. I got a few more, but let's go ahead and vote.
Oh, Rowdy, is it our church combo platter? Is it our door-to-door salesperson? Is it Steve Smith on the free chicken sando that he got? Or is it Bobby Belt looking for 5 as a man that will fight for your honor or our honor? That'll be my vote, Chief. Yeah.
Fight for your honor.
Give me the champ. It's Karate Kid 2 for you. Incredible. Lucius?
Hey, Bobby.
Wolchuk?
Yeah, I'm not going to be the one that doesn't vote for Bobby.
We got a lot of 5-time winners this year so far, actually.
A lot of 5s.
Roberto.
A lot of 5s.
And now Bob joins it with a clean sweep here. 5-0. Congrats to Bobby Belt. If you ever missed the G-Bag of the Day champion, Lucius replays it for you every afternoon at about 2:20 here in the G-Bag Nation. And Bobby now eligible for the G-Bag of the Year with that clip. Here's Lucius in the Pimp Cup with LA Live.
It is a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares. It's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody get high. Right double, X jet, 36 counter naked waggle at 7, X quarter on 1. Ready, break.
Yeah, feeling nicey.
Feeling real nicey.
It's LA Live for Monday, August 25th, 2025. It is a Monday, Friday here in LA Live. Shout out to the now disbanded Dallas hip hop group PPT for naming today Monday, Friday. Speaking of PPT, there used to be this weekly newspaper in Dallas. I think it was called The Quick. Could be wrong.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah,
it was right outside of the. You walk out of a store. It's right there to the left.
R.I.P. to the Quick, man. I love the Quick, man. I love the Quick, and PPT used to be all over the Quick, all over it.
Right next to the nickel ads there.
Yeah,
I love the nickel ads.
Love that. Ooh, yeah. Don't get me looking at the little nickel ads. Oh yeah, don't. Boy, what?
I think I looked
The
for a
green
go-kart
sheets,
in
bro?
one. Yeah. Yeah, every week. Pouring over that thing, looking for stuff to bug my parents about.
Yep, absolutely. 100%. You got a mini bike for $400. Mini bike. Welcome in, first time, last time, and long time listeners of the station. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. I hope you had a good weekend, everybody listening to the sound of my voice. I hope it's fantastic. I hope the creek didn't rise on you and you're back here. Was I the only one? I got a question. Was I the only one dealing with epic allergies on Saturday? Epic allergies. Might be the worst allergies I've dealt with all year on Saturday. Bodied me. Had me at the house. Bodied me.
Throat? Was it a throat scratch? Was it a sneezy situation? Just stuffy as all hell?
Sneezy, stuffy, the back of the nose itching, going like crazy. Eyes were super red.
Yeah.
And it wasn't that. It was a real life allergies for the first. Real life allergies this time, bro. Bodied me, man. I took some Benadryls and I was out like a light.
Oh, that'll get the job done right there.
I really didn't want to, but I had to do what I had to do, bro.
It's usually the springtime for me that totally gets me.
That's how it felt. It felt like the spring was just now happening. Like winter was ending and we're getting into spring, and that's when everything starts blooming. Nah, man, it felt just like that, bro. At the end of the summer. Crazy.
Not cool, man.
Nah, not cool at all, bro. Ragweed or something like that, they said.
Oh, yeah.
Was out here.
You know what?
I believe it.
One of my kids, I thought she was getting sick.
That ragweed, bro.
But she was fine on Sunday.
That ragweed will bother you. LA Live 105.3 The Fan, Monday, Friday. The last time we spoke, Dallas-based rapper Big X the Plug was arrested on his way to his album release party.
Yeah.
Ouch, that hurts. His album is called I Hope You're Happy. I listened to it. This album is a rap country fusion.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah. What do you think
He's
about?
usually got some twang in the beats. This one is more of a step towards the western.
This is straight up fusion. Hold on, let me play some of these. What do you think about rap country fusion, guys? You guys a big fan of that, or you feel like it's a?
I'm not familiar with it.
I think it could be good.
It could be good. He has Darius Rucker, Jelly Roll, Bailey Zimmerman. I've never heard of that guy, but shout out to you, Mr. Bailey Zimmerman. Luke Combs, Shabuzi, and Tucker Wetmore. No, here's one with Darius Rucker. Tell me if you think about this one.
I hope you're happy.
The whole album, too, bro. I think it's like his third album, so I guess you can get away with being kind of creative.
Yeah.
The way that I was.
Do we get a beat drop?
Yeah, we get a beat drop pretty soon.
I mean, Big X the Plug just has an amazing thing going.
Yeah.
I would ride it out before a pivot.
He's getting a lot of pushback.
Is he?
Yeah, for this one.
Because we're used to the bangers.
We're used to the bangers.
Like every 2 months, there's another hot song.
Yeah.
With the way you broke my.
It's a big no for me, dog.
Big no for me, dog.
Hey, how you doing? It's been a minute. I hope you cool. How you living? I seen you hitting the gym and moving different. I love to see you living through your vision. You started school, you got a job. I'm just trying.
I ain't too mad at it.
It got better.
It definitely got better. I don't think we needed Hootie.
Him and Jelly Roll.
Fans here, huh?
If I lose you tonight,
It's him and Jelly Roll right
Jelly
there.
Roll, yeah.
take my love.
They all kind of start the same.
They do.
Then he drops in. Aye.
The kids are playing the Shabuzi song so much.
Yeah.
That I'm intrigued by it.
Yeah. That song hold on.
Hey, if I lose you, then I lose. I went by all the rules to keep your love, so I'm confused. But yet you left me high and dry. You loosened down my screws. My heart feels so abused. You dragged it till I lost my muse. Now I'm caged in the zoo thinking about what I didn't do.
Okay. You guys think about that stuff. I don't know, man. He's taking a lot of pushback on it.
It's going to take a couple listens.
I'm going to let the radio stations find the hit and play it for me about 15 times, and I'm sure I'll be feeling it.
It's probably going to be this one with Luke Combs.
Yeah. Angel on my shoulder got me this far. Had to make it happen.
Playing the hottest country.
I really made it. I'm still thanking the Lord because we was really out here hating. All we knew was up the score. We was trying to figure it out.
Okay. Yeah, shout out to Big X the Plug and his new stuff out there. If you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. It is what it is, baby. Shout out to Miss Aaliyah.
Let me know. Let me know. Let me know.
R.I.P.
Let me know.
Anniversary. Today.
When I
LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Monday, Friday. You see that Dallas police officers are now allowed to wear cowboy hats on duty?
Yeah, man.
That's fire. That's fire.
Why were they not allowed to?
Well, yeah, that was crazy to me. They should have been happening. This is Texas.
Maybe because sheriffs do? Is that because
Only certain ones could?
Well, just maybe different branches?
Fort Worth gets down with it, don't they?
I think so. But I just kind of thought that maybe the Texas
Maybe only
Rangers,
the Texas Rangers could.
Yeah, exactly. That it was kind of like they were grandfathered
Yeah,
in.
that could be it.
Well, DPD is trying to boost their recruitment and retention numbers. So now they're saying, hey, you can throw a cowboy hat on there and look cool and feel good while helping out the
Should be good for
community.
your socials, I think.
Do we have to can we have one like Richard Petty with the turkey feathers and stuff?
Okay, I don't think you can peacock on that joint.
Oh, you can't?
Nah.
Okay.
It's a peacock-free environment.
Yeah, you're going to get it taken away, bro. As soon as we get Cowboys, bro, going to get it taken away.
I'm not
I would draw mine up.
I don't
big time.
even I don't own a cowboy hat, but if I was a police officer and they gave me the green light on that, no question.
100%.
Yeah.
What are some of the police stations that wear like Mounties? What else they wear?
Mounties wear like
the Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
Yeah, they wear. There's this almost like a military one with it's almost like a sergeant's hat. Drill sergeant's hat.
Oh, like Super Troopers.
Yeah, they drill. Yeah, that's what they wear.
DPD is also allowing officers to show their tattoos.
Oh wow!
You can show your tattoos now, and officers can have beards.
Wow, dude, the come up is real.
They come up, they're trying to get some retention, bro.
Yeah,
Stick
dude.
around, man.
You can do whatever you want. If you want the job, it's $45K a year.
Hey, but you got your beard and your cowboy hat. What else do you need? Worth it.
Yeah, shout out to those officers. The beard has to be groomed and natural, whatever that may be. I guess it can't
Like
be
a
any
fake one?
pinstripes.
It can't be the drawn-on ones.
Yeah, dude, no spray on beards.
They're just tattooed on their face now.
Let me ask you this though:
God, it's so bad.
Can I have the Rolly Fingers one?
Is this a bad?